Can I confirm we have a court reporter on?
Yes, hello, James Coxwell, court reporter.
Thank you, James. I'm just going to give Commissioner Kerwin off the line. I'm just going to give Commissioner Bloom an opportunity to set up, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting, the November 8th and 9th meeting of the New Mexico Oil Conservation Commission to order. Welcome, everyone. This is the first meeting in a long time back in the Wendell Chino building. We're in Pecos Hall. Still working on final tech build out, but excited to be here. Just wanted to cover a couple of administrative things because we're new and we're getting to the agenda. You need to get onto the Wi-Fi. It's MNerd Public, and the password is security first, all one word. You will need a pop-up screen that says you agree to the terms and conditions and responsible use, but that should get you on the Wi-Fi. For parties presenting cases, please log into the WebEx meeting. That will enable you to share your materials both in the room on the large screen, with commissioners here and other pieces. I just ask that you mute your audio when you log in with those setups. And then the last item, and I'll bring this up a little closer to, because of some family commitments, I have a very hard stop at 5, so I will be checking in with parties if we are presenting testimony at 4 to just make sure we can get through it within that hour. Otherwise, we'll continue it to the next day. As everyone saw in the notice, we made allowance for 2 days, given that originally this looked like this was going to be a relatively large docket. And with that, I'm going to send it around to the first item on the agenda, which is approval of the agenda for today. And looking at my fellow commissioners, does anyone have any comments or changes to the agenda?
Chair, do we do the roll call already?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to do the roll call. Commissioner Impoma. Present. Commissioner Bloom.
Present.
Let us reflect that the entire commission is present in person. And then let's go to the agenda. Does anyone have any comments on the agenda or changes?
No, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the agenda.
Let the record reflect that the agenda was adopted unanimously. Have my fellow commissioners had a chance to review the October 12th, 2023 meeting minutes?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the minutes.
Let the record reflect that the minutes from the October 12th meeting were adopted unanimously, and we will move on to our active docket. We've got some prior cases set for status conference and some new cases for status conference, and I know from Commission Counsel and the Commission Clerk that there were some filings that were made, within the last 24 hours. So we may, when your case is called up, just ask the party to kind of walk through some of those in case we didn't have a chance to get through all of the pieces. But the first case that's up is status conference in case number 23727, application of Targa Northern Delaware LLC for rehearing of order R13507-E, and specifically a request that the Oil Conservation Commission reconsider conditions included in order number R13507-E. And from our last meeting, the parties, including the division, were potentially going to come up with a sort of consensus or unopposed set of condition revisions. So I'll turn it over to the parties.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself for the court reporter.
Mr. Chair, Dana Hardy with Hingle Shaner on behalf of Targa Northern Delaware LLC.
Just a training for the conservation.
Ms. Hardy, what's
Thank you.
the status of the discussion regarding the order conditions?
We are still working with the division on the conditions. I expect that we'll be able to reach an agreement. It's just a matter of going back and forth a little bit more and making sure that we have agreement on all the issues. So I don't think we will need a status conference, and I don't think we need a contested hearing date.
Okay.
I think we could just reach agreement on an exhibit that we would attach to proposed order, to provide to the commission, if that's acceptable.
That's acceptable to me. Do my fellow commissioners have any other concerns?
Mr. Chair.
Yep, that works.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you.
The next case up, and it's up for, final status conference, because it's been kicking around the docket for a while. De novo case 21744. And, you know, at least according to the commission records, it was going to be heard along with case number 22018 and 22019. Can I have parties in those cases appear?
Morning, Chair Hughes, morning Commissioners. Adam Rankin appearing in this case on behalf of Colgate, and here to answer any questions.
Can you give us an update on sort of the status of these cases? And I believe a filing was an issue made last night in the cases.
Yes, and I don't know if you want to let Mr. Savage also enter his appearance.
Oh, Mr. Savage, please go ahead.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Council. Darren Savage with Aberdeen Shill appearing on behalf of Cimarex Energy Company. And I assume you can see me as well as hear me.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, good morning. In this case has been pending for some time. It took me a little while to review fully the convoluted procedural history here. There is a matter before the commission for de novo review, and that case was brought by Cimarex seeking de novo review of an order approving a compulsory pooling up for Colgate. Parties have been had a de novo hearing in that matter, addressing whether or not Colgate was within its rights to proceed to pool Cimarex. That order was entered and before the commission. I believe it's 21629C. Cimarex filed a motion for rehearing. Upon the filing and briefing and arguments on that motion, the commission issued a revised amended order 21629D. We subsequently, after some time that case was continued repeatedly, Holland and Hart then entered appearance on behalf of Colgate, I believe in May of this year, substituted for counsel for Colgate. Parties have been in discussions since we substituted, Mr. Chair. Mewburn has filed a case with the division, case 23688, in which it seeks to revoke Colgate's order approving its compulsory pooling and to pool itself some overlapping acreage there. So now we have a case pending before the division, pursuant, I believe, to the commission's order that it should hear all these competing pooling cases together. And that now is pending before the division. So we have Colgate has been in discussions with Mewburn, trying to resolve that issue. And that case is now before the division. It's set for a status conference on the November 16th docket before the division. So not sure exactly. I don't have an update on the discussions there for you between Mewburn and Colgate. My hope is that we can get that resolved. In the meantime, Mr. Chair, you are correct. I did file a motion to reconsider the commission's decision to amend order 21629C, and pointing out that in our view, there were some fundamental errors in the commission's decision granting the rehearing and modifying order 21629C. So with that, we have filed that motion, and it is our hope that the commission will reconsider its track in this case. We believe that the commission has gotten a little bit off track in its decision there. And in light of that, I think you may see more of what's happening here, which is an application by Mewburn to revoke an order that's been in place for more than 2 years. And we think that's a little bit off course. So with that, Mr. Examiner, apologize, Mr. Chair. I'll let Mr. Savage respond to any any questions or concerns he may have.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm glad that Colgate talked about proceedings being off course. We feel that the last minute motion, this was status conference was designed and stated as a final status conference, and we were expecting to have a contested hearing date set. All the motions, all the competing applications have been approved and in place, and they have moved from the division to the OCC for hearing. Colgate had substitution of counsel that was on March 22nd, 2023. They have had 8 months. They have been in this proceeding for 8 months. So they have never mentioned in any manner a motion to reconsider. They have asked for a number of continuances, which Cimerex has accommodated on every occasion, although expressing our interest in having a expedited expedient hearing. We have accommodated them, and then at the last minute here, last 24 hours, they have filed a 23-page motion to reconsider. Now, Mr. Chair, these issues that the motion addresses, I have not had a chance to fully digest everything and analyze everything, but it looks to me like these have been addressed thoroughly by the commissioners previously in a rehearing setting, and they have made rulings, and these rulings were pursuant to statute of limitations of statute 7225, in which we made an application for rehearing within the 20-day period, limitation period, and we believe Colgate has not abided by that statutory 20 days. They have waited over 8 months to file a final motion. We think that at a minimum, contested hearing date should be set. We ask that we move forward with these contested hearings based on the circumstances. Thank you.
Got maybe a point of clarification. Mr. Rankin, you referenced the case. So Mr. Savage suggested that all of the cases are done at the division with division orders up, and then are, his position probably before the commission. You mentioned there was a Newbern case that was set to go before the division next week for same acreage, overlapping acreage, related acreage. Can you provide a little more color on what that pending case is?
Sure. The case is case number 23688. It is set for a status conference before the division on November 16th. That case seeks to pool some of the acres at issue here. It overlaps partially with the acreage subject to Colgate's order that was on de novo review. So we have that has complicated, I think potentially, but has complicated resolution of the competing pooling cases that have been pending before the commission.
So is it your position that, setting aside your motion that was filed, but if it was to go forward, that the commission would need 23688 to go to order before we could hear the de novo hearing if we decided to in this case?
So, Mr. Chair, when you read through the motion for reconsideration that we filed, we do believe that there's a fundamental problem with hearing Cimerex's competing pooling cases before the commission. The matter, and the only matter before the commission, was Colgate's case number 21744 in the order that was issued by the division, order R21575. By statute, the commission has authority, and parties who are adversely affected have authority or the right to seek de novo review for matters that went before the division and were heard before a division examiner and are subject to a division order. That's the case with the Colgate matter. The commission fully heard that case as a de novo matter and issued an order. So our view is that as to Newbern's case, which is now pending before the division, if the commission were to take that up de novo, it would have to have an order at the division level first.
Mr. Savage, do you have a response? Or-
Yes, since this was a last minute motion, we don't feel it's appropriate for Mr. Rankin to be arguing this without us having the opportunity to review and respond. But Mr. Chair is correct that there is a case pending by Mewburn. That case, I have talked to counsel from Mewburn. He's not, I don't believe he is here to comment, but as I understand it, that's very close to being settled by the parties. In fact, they were trying to decide whether or not even the case on November 16 was going to go forward. And if it does go forward on November 16th, I believe that if we do set a contested hearing date, that case could be directly moved to be included as a contested hearing on that particular date, or whatever the OCC decides to set. And if it's resolved, which it looks like it will be, based on the conversations I've had, then it would be a moot point. And so it wouldn't impact the proceedings. Either way, I don't believe it would impact the proceedings. I believe it could be accommodated within a contested hearing date, or it would be a moot point.
Looking to my fellow commissioners if they have questions, but maybe commission council, we got the motion last night. I don't recall in our rules, what would be a normal opportunity to respond to a party in it? Do they prescribe that?
I don't know again if the rules do, but it would be an abundance of caution to allow a written response. I think the point of council was well taken that you could go ahead and set it's the commission's pleasure to set a hearing, perhaps hear the motion at the onset of that hearing. And certainly, there's nothing in the rules that prevents that.
My fellow commissioners, any questions on this one of the parties?
No, Mr. Chair, but I did not have an opportunity to review the materials were sent last night or yesterday. Additionally, this case has been frustrating. No aspersions on you, Mr. Rankin, you're new to this, but I think in the past we've seen moments where council struggled to even summarize this case, which has gone on for so long. So getting up here and not being able to tell us where this is at is frustrating as a commissioner. So I hope that this is dealt with in a forthright, clear manner going forward.
So, Dr. Mpoma, do you have any? I mean, hearing the comments from the commission, advice of counsel, Mr. Savage, and arguments from both Mr. Savage and Mr. Rankin, we would, I guess I'd like to put forward a motion directing Mr. Savage to file a response within 2 weeks.
Mr. Chair, the agenda for today, of course, it was 72 hours advance notice of the agenda, so this motion was not on the agenda.
Okay.
All we have on the agenda for this matter is the setting of a calendar.
I think to move this case along, because it's been sitting for a while and we've got a motion, I say we put it for a final hearing. Let me look at the dates real quick. I've been motion to put it on put it on the docket for a final adjudicating hearing at the January 11th meeting. I would just observe for the record, Mr. Savage, you have an opportunity to respond to filings and other pieces. The the commission, consistent with its rules, will provide some guidance how it's going to address those in subsequent agendas. Is everyone comfortable with a January 11th date with my fellow commissioners for hearing in this case?
That'll work.
And I think I can reiterate what we've heard up here. We would like a pathway to resolution. This case has been kicking around for a long, long time. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think just we better have a motion.
Okay.
after that.
Can I get a motion to set, I'll just read them out, so we've got them. Can I get a motion to set case, de novo case 21744 and the associated cases 22018 and 22019 for adjudication public hearing on January 11th, 2024?
Mr. Chair, I so move.
Mr. Chair, let the record reflect, motion was approved unanimously.
Yep. Mr. Chair, if I may add an additional comment. I would like to respond to the motion. Mr. Rankin has had months to review the procedural history and the matters of this case. Could I request 3 weeks as a time period to respond instead of the 2 weeks that was mentioned?
I'm gonna look at commission counsel, but I think that the proceeding was filed on motions. We typically consider filings that are received well in advance of the agenda at the next scheduled hearing. So if you get your filing in prior to any deadline there, that should be just fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I would caution against having oral argument on the motion if it's not on the agenda.
Yeah. So that motion, just consistent with practice, is likely to be on the agenda for the December 14th meeting. That'll be clear when the main agenda comes out. Thank you. I'm going to go to, but I think it was mooted by subsequent filings, but I'm gonna look out. Case number 23942, application of Avant Operating LLC for hearing de novo of case numbers 23640 through 23645. And my understanding is that Avant made a filing earlier this week withdrawing that application.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Dina Bennett on behalf of Avant Operating LLC. And I did file a motion yesterday, I think it was, requesting dismissal of the de novo application.
And I'm assuming that request is uncontested.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Dana Hardy for Colgate Production, and the request is uncontested.
I think the request is granted then.
Which, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, which case number is this? The numbers get a little jumbled.
Case number 23942. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Next up is case number 23943, application of Northwind Midstream Partners LLC for approval of redundant acid gas injection well as required under order number R20913 as amended in Lee County, New Mexico. And kind of the parties appearing for Northwind Midstream come up to council table. Any other parties entering an appearance in this matter? Just a train for the oil conservation. Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I please the commission, Adam Rankin appearing on behalf of the applicant in the case Northwind Midstream.
Mr. Rankin, for purposes of the status conference and scheduling, can you just give us a brief overview of the filing and kind of a high level assessment of sort of anticipated hearing time needed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, commissioners. We have been in discussions with the division on that very matter. We have reviewed the underlying orders that are subject to the proceedings in this case. We filed an application to approve the second AGI number 2 in this case out of an abundance of caution. Having reviewed the orders, it's a little bit ambiguous. We believe that it's a little unclear, but we believe the commission may have intended to authorize the division to approve the AGI number 2 administratively. And so we have prepared a motion in discussion with the division to request clarification and for the commission to issue an order expressly remanding the AGI to the division for administrative approval. And so essentially that's where we stand. We don't think it's necessary at this point, unless the commission disagrees, for this matter to occupy time before the commission when it can be, and we believe the intent was to potentially to remand to the division for administrative approval. This is in line with other recent AGIs where second AGIs were authorized by order, such as the Pinion and the Meredith case, where the commission expressly authorized the division to approve the second AGI administratively. So with that, I'll pass it off to Mr. Tremaine, who can discuss more directly the division's position on it.
Mr. Chair, I think I agree with what Mr. Rankin said. There's in the order section, I don't have the order number up in front of me right now, I apologize, but in the order section, there's a reference to division approval and there's a reference to commission approval. We've consulted with the technical team and the subsequent C-108 for the reference AGI well. There's really two technical changes to that. One is the surface hole location has moved 125 feet. And the second being that they've modified their plan to drill through a zone that was problematic for the previous well. So based on that review, it's the division's position that the commission has already essentially approved this well, and that there are technical changes, so it is appropriate for administrative review of this. With one additional clarification, the application was appropriately styled because this well was originally conceived as redundant to the I believe it was AGI number 1, which was a Devonian Sumerian well. This is intended, the deeper injection AGI, which would be this one, is intended to be the primary injection well, and the DMG well is intended to be redundant or a backup. It will be online first and utilized first, but then at some point it will be redundant to the deeper injection AGI. So the application, like I said, was appropriately styled because this has always been called the redundant well, but UIC Group wants to clarify for the commission that it is no longer the redundant well. And so I think we can clarify that in a proposed order submitted to the division. I've reviewed that proposed order and I think it's satisfactory. I'll make any final recommendations that I think the parties can submit for the commission's approval. If the commission's in agreement that this is given the nature of the modifications to this AGI's C-108, that it is appropriate for administrative approval.
So it sounds to me, in listening to the presentation of the parties, that there may not be the need for a contested hearing in this matter, and that you are close to filing a sort of joint order with the commission, resolving this matter, or at least positioning it appropriately from the division's and the applicant's perspective.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have prepared a joint motion specifying or outlining the specific language in the order that indicates the intent potentially to authorize the applicant to submit a C-108 for the second well to the division for approval. And that's in order 20913D, which has been subsequently amended, but those governing portions have remained in full force and effect. And in particular, you'll see, Mr. Chair, and I'll for the record, I'll cite to it, but there's a paragraph Mr. Tremaine referenced. It's paragraph ordering paragraph number 1E in that order that states that after OCD's approval of the C-108, it goes on. So the intent appeared to have been that to authorize the division to administratively approve that C-108. So we will be, after further conferring with Mr. Tremaine and the division, we will likely be filing a joint motion if that meets with the commission's approval, requesting that the matter be referred to the division for administrative approval. And we will propose an order addressing that at the same time.
Looking at my fellow commissioners if they have any questions.
No questions, Mr. Chair.
No questions. Um, based on the status report from the parties, I don't see a need to set this for a hearing. And we'll keep it on the docket, waiting for that joint motion, but I think that can be resolved just on the papers. So we'll look forward for that filing from the parties.
Thank you.
And that moves us through our status conferences. And we now have two cases up for adjudicatory hearing, 23686 and 23687. I'm going to give a short 10-minute recess for the parties to just reconfigure and set up, because this will have witnesses and other components. So I'm just going to put the line on mute, but leave the portal open and allow the parties to go, and we will reconvene. Let's call it 12 minutes at 9:50. Welcome back, everyone. Next item up on the agenda are, and these are both set for adjudicatory hearing, case number 23686 and 23687. My understanding is the same parties have entered appearances in both cases. And I'm going to ask a question, but I'm just confirming what it appears from the pre-hearing statements and the like, that the cases will be presented together as opposed to jointly, but I'm going to look at counsel for Chevron first for that question.
Thank you, Dina Bennett on behalf of Chevron USA, and we do intend to present the cases together in a consolidated fashion.
Okay. Can I have the parties in the case who are entering an appearance just identify themselves?
Jesse Tremaine for the Oil Conservation Division.
Dana Hardy on behalf of Newborn Oil Company.
Okay. Any other parties either in the room or online entering an appearance? Hearing or seeing none. Ms. Bennett?
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate the opportunity. Again, my name is Dina Bennett, and I'm with the Model Sperling Law Firm. And we're here I'm here with my colleague, Earl Ryan, and we're here on behalf of Chevron USA Inc. in these two cases. I did want to just say how great it is to be back in person in Pecos Hall. I might stutter on the P a little, but it's great to be back, great to see people in person, great to have the opportunity to mingle with our colleagues again. So very much appreciated. We also, Chevron and ourselves, appreciate the opportunity to present this two-well pilot project to the commission, and we look forward to a robust discussion with the commission and the other parties. I do have a few logistical matters that I wanted to talk through before we get started, and some of that may involve the other parties as well in terms of brief opening statements, but I'll get to that in just a minute.
Sure.
So first, I just did want to introduce the Chevron team, if that's okay with the commissioners.
Yep.
We have several people from Chevron here, and I'll just run through that quickly, and some of them are witnesses and some of them are not. So first, Cody Kaminsky, Bryce Taylor, Jason Perizak, Tom Merrifield, Fred Berner, Ochi Atmibu, and we might have some on the phone as well on Zoom, but for now, this is the team that's present.
Okay.
And this is a handful of the team though that worked on this. I spoke with Cody this morning and he mentioned to me that over 24 members, subject matter experts at Chevron have worked together in a collaborative way to put together this presentation and this two-well pilot project. So the next thing I wanted to just discuss is whether the commission would like to swear in our witnesses as they testify or as a group before each one testifies.
Our practice has been to swear them in as they testify, and the court, we'll ask the court reporter to administer an oath when they're ready to go.
Great, thank you. And then I mentioned this briefly to several of the commissioners individually, but just for the group's benefit, our pagination that we put on the exhibit packet that we prepared is slightly different than the pagination that appears through the OCD filing system. And so we intend to use the references to the OCD filing system, which is in the upper right-hand corner. And so as we're moving through the exhibits, we'll be referring to that as the exhibit numbers. And I did pass out hard copies of the exhibit packets. We did make some revisions to the order of our witnesses yesterday, as well as some slight revisions to the order of exhibits. And so what I will do is refer to the exhibit number in the upper right-hand corner and wait for everyone to get to the same page before we start talking about it. But there will just be some little, I'd say some ebbs and flows in the PowerPoint as we move forward. I did file the exhibits timely, and our exhibit packet contains 6 tabs. And we'll walk through each of those tabs with the commission. And with that, I think that is all of the logistical items I had to discuss with the commissioners. But I would like to have the opportunity to present a brief opening statement, and I understand that some of the other parties may like the opportunity to do that as well. So I wondered if the commission is amenable to that.
I have no concern with that approach, so go ahead, Ms. Bennett. We'll let the other parties go.
Thank you very much. So I have on the slide on the screen, the location map of these two pilot projects, of this two-well pilot project that Chevron is proposing and that we'll be discussing today. And the Chevron witnesses will go into more detail about the location of the map, but I did just want to orient everyone to the location of the two wells before I started my opening presentation. So as I mentioned briefly, this is an SWD pilot project. It's a two-well pilot project. So Chevron is proposing two wells to target the DMG, so shallow injection. As I alluded to, and as you can see from our team here today, Chevron has undertaken a very extensive review of the surface and subsurface seismic geological factors that are at issue here and that OCD has raised in its materials as well. And Chevron's been working on this pilot project since 2021. So this is a long time in the making to get to the commission. Chevron has undertaken this investigation of shallow disposal for a number of reasons, primarily because of the need for additional disposal options to address the high volumes of produced water from the Bone Spring and Wolfcamp formations. And the goal here is to come up with disposal options that do not impair correlative rates or and that do prevent waste. So in these testimonial here today, the areas around these two pilot project wells are not favorable for DMG production. The DMG there is either depleted or the geology indicates a low likelihood of unknown DMG reserves. So taking into consideration correlative rates and waste, you'll be hearing a lot of testimony about that today. We'll also be talking about the low potential for induced seismicity from these particular shallow wells based on the geologic studies that the Chevron witnesses have undertaken. And these wells will also be protective underground sources of drinking water. So Chevron has presented this plan to a number of stakeholders and a number of operators. And the operators from whom Chevron has received feedback are supportive of the project. In fact, we submitted several letters of support for the project in the exhibits we submitted. So there were letters from Coterra, XTO, and yesterday we submitted letters from Oxy supporting the project. We just received those letters yesterday. And then Mewbourne, I understand from their pre-hearing statement, is supportive of the project, but I'll leave that to them to also discuss. Chevron's also met with the New Mexico State Land Office and the New Mexico OCD. So I'm going to skip some of these so we can get to the meat of our presentation with the subject matter experts, but I did just want to also highlight that Chevron, you'll be hearing a lot about data gathering and data analysis today, because that's a key element of this pilot project. Chevron intends to and is proposing a robust data gathering system or protocol, and then intends to share that data with the division and other operators so that they, not just in the spirit of transparency, but in the spirit of collaboration, to make sure that this is a thoughtful approach to DMG disposal, understanding that there are historic concerns about DMG disposal, that Chevron's witnesses will address that. And just so we're all on the same terminology, DMG is Delaware Mountain Group, just to make sure. So that's a shot, and we'll have some exhibits that show exactly where the Delaware Mountain Group is within the geologic strata. So Chevron is also proposing monitoring programs to address any impacts should they arise to correlative rates and waste. And so this is a thoughtful, multidisciplinary approach to the request to have these two pilot projects, these two well pilot projects approved by the commission. And so with that, I will, I just look forward to the discussion with the commissioners today and with the Chevron witnesses, and we look forward to any questions that the division and Mewbourne may have for our witnesses. Thank you very much.
Mr. Tremaine?
Thank you. This is Jesse Tremaine on behalf of the Oil Conservation Division. Good morning, Mr. Chair, commissioners. The Oil Conservation Division intervened in this case, and it does not oppose the applications, but writing the nature of the geology and concerns of the Delaware Mountain Group, OCD believes that certain safeguards related to these wells are required above and beyond what might be typical for saltwater disposal wells that are injecting into other zones. We'll get to that in quite a bit of detail once we get to OCD Exhibit 11 and 12. But very briefly, as we've outlined in the pre-hearing statement, OCD's concerns relate primarily to protection of parental rights, prevention of waste, and identifying a very key need that Ms. Bennett has already identified for the need for additional data regarding injection into the DMG. This is an area where I believe the commission will be informed today. The geological information and our understanding of the Delaware Mountain Group is evolving over time, and there's quite a bit of additional information that is necessary and prudent prior to a rapid or increased injection development within that zone. The Oil Conservation Division will present 3 witnesses today. First will be Brandon Powell, Deputy Director for the Oil Conservation Division. Next, we will have Phil Getz, the USB Bureau Chief, and then we will have Mr. Millian Geber-McCall. List of 5. We anticipate OCD's presentation taking approximately an hour and a half. We'll try to stick to that. Basically, that's a brief outline of OCD's concerns and where we're going with the presentation. So I'll leave it there for now.
Ms. Hardy, do you have any opening remarks you'd like to make on behalf of Mewbourne?
Yes, thank you. Very briefly, Mr. Chair. As set out in Mewbourne's pre-hearing statement, Mewbourne supports Chevron's applications as long as appropriate conditions are imposed on the injection and monitoring occurs to ensure the protection of correlative rights. And we did cite in our pre-hearing statement the Commission and Division's injection rule, Rule 26, which requires that injection be maintained in such a manner as that allows the fluids to be confined to the injection interval. So that's critically important here to Mewbourne. And in addition, regarding OCD's recommendations, Mewbourne fully supports OCD's proposed procedures regarding the administrative approval of DMG SWD permits that are set out in OCD Exhibit 11. Mewbourne believes these procedures will minimize the risk of waste and protect correlative rights. Mewbourne also has some other recommendations that I will ask OCD's witnesses about. Really, they are that OCD seek the support of NMOGA, its DMG disposal capacity reexamination work group, to create a DMG type log and stratigraphic cross sections to ensure consistent DMG layer picks across the basin. And also that OCD consider the requirement to perform a new SRT test, a step rate test, anytime the tubing diameter on the well is upgraded or if additional DMG perforations are added below the current disposal interval. So with the proposed conditions, Mewbourne does support the applications. Thank you.
And I just want to check before we go through, just to make sure. I believe the State Land Office entered an appearance, but I don't see counsel for the State Land Office here or online, but just want to open up that ask in case they have opening remarks. Give a second.
Mr. Chair, I believe they will not be in attendance today.
Okay. Ms. Bennett, then.
Thank you
Turn it
very
over to
much.
you.
At this time, I would like to call our first witness, Mr. Cody Comiskey. And
Can I ask the court reporter to administer an oath to Mr. Comiskey? Think he's ready?
Will the witness please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Comiskey is lucky because he's going to be testifying before y'all twice. So he is going to be giving an initial overview of the pilot project and some of the like 30,000-foot view, but as well as some of information on the detailed analysis that has gone into this pilot project. And then he's going to come back later in the day to discuss seismicity. So you will be seeing him again later today. So, Mr. Comiskey, please state your name for the record.
Cody Comiskey,
And for whom do you work?
Chevron,
And how long have you worked for Chevron?
4 years.
And what are your responsibilities at Chevron?
So I'm a subsurface advisor for Chevron's Permian business unit, mainly focused on water disposal operations, planning, seismicity analysis, reservoir modeling, engagement with various stakeholders, regulators, academia groups, to that nature.
Thank you. And what is your, well, have you previously testified before the Oil Conservation Division or the Commission?
No, I'm not.
Have you previously testified before another administrative body?
Yes, I have.
And is that the Texas Railroad Commission?
Yes, it was.
And were your record or your credentials accepted as a matter of record? Can you provide a summary of your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of science degree from Texas Tech University, focused on geophysics and tectonics. I graduated cum laude from Texas Tech. I have a master's of science degree from Baylor University in geophysics, earthquake seismology, and crustal tectonics and kinematics.
And your responsibilities at Chevron include a review, seismic review?
Yes, they do.
And do your responsibilities include SWD development and permitting?
Yes, they do.
Before you worked at Chevron, where did you work?
Anadarko Petroleum Corporation.
And what did you do for Anadarko?
A variety of roles. I worked in our Marcellus shale development for a period of time. I also worked in our global exploration group. I worked and it was focused on West Africa, East Africa development, exploration, rock mechanics. And then I came back to work in our global technology group. I started to focus on more unconventional resource development technology, production management, and then seismicity and water management. That became more of a topic.
Thank you. Did you include a brief overview of your qualifications as a resume in this matter?
I did, yes.
And is that resume behind tab E?
Yes, it is.
Does your area of responsibility at Chevron include the areas of southeastern New Mexico?
Yes, it does.
Does your area, or excuse me, are you familiar with the applications that Chevron filed in these two cases?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the saltwater disposal wells that are the subject of the two applications?
Yes, I am.
At this time, I'd like to tender Mr. Comiskey as an expert in SWD development and geophysics.
So recognized.
Thank you. Let's talk about your initial testimony that we're about to go through this morning, setting aside the seismicity testimony from later on today. What is the purpose of your testimony this morning?
So the purpose is to present an overview of Chevron's view on produced water management optionality in the Permian Basin. We recognize that there's a growing concern around produced water management. Obviously, the rise of seismicity, induced seismicity, has been attributed to produced water management as a growing concern amongst the many. And so Chevron's view is looking at this two-pilot program as a component of water optionality within the state of New Mexico, to be able to continue to develop the resources that are critical to the world, do it in an environmentally responsible manner, and be forthcoming on information, data, so that everybody can understand, the issues and the opportunities that we have.
Great. And earlier today, I mentioned that Chevron's been working on this pilot project since 2021. Have you been working on the pilot project since 2021?
Yes, I have.
And I have on the screen the location map of the Chevron pilot project wells. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And can you just briefly orient the commission to where the wells are supposed to be located?
So the Papa Squirrel well is in very southern Lee County, New Mexico, close to the Texas New Mexico state border. And the Severitas 2 state SWD1 is located in Eddy County, again proximal to the Texas New Mexico border.
And these wells, are they located within development areas that Chevron has surface control over?
Yes, they are.
And actually, I meant to ask you before we even got to this slide, but if you could briefly give an overview of Chevron's operations and its presence in the Delaware Basin?
Absolutely. So the map in the left is just a broad Permian Basin map I think everybody's probably familiar with. The bottom right just shows Chevron's acreage within the Permian Basin. So we have a very large acreage position that Chevron either operates or has its JV working interest in. So we're a very broad organization operating in both southeastern New Mexico, the Texas portion of the Delaware Basin, and also the Midland Basin as well. Upon the right, it shows a forecast from our earnings report for 2020, second quarter of 2023, just showing our production. And it's important to note that we have a significant vested interest in the state of New Mexico and are committed to the state of New Mexico operating.
Thank you. So let's talk about why Chevron chose these two specific locations for the pilot wells. And again, this is on page 98 of the materials. And using the upper right-hand corner pagination, so page 98 of the materials. If you could just briefly describe why Chevron chose these two specific locations.
So we chose two locations in general. We wanted to accelerate our pace of learning. So we know that geology does vary across the basin. And so one of the locations in the Papa Squirrel is located in what you would call more of a core portion of the basin within the Delaware Mountain Group, DMG. There's a tremendous amount of shallow disposal just adjacent to it south along the Texas-New Mexico border. The basin roughly produces about 30 million barrels of water a day, and roughly about 17 million of that are injected, and roughly about 60 to 70% of that is injected just along the state line. And so it's very proximal to that in New Mexico. As mentioned earlier, we have considerable operations within the Papa Squirrel AOI, so it gives us a lot of leverage to collect data. We also have existing service facilities there that we can leverage, so it reduces our service impact. We don't have to go out and build new facilities to support this location. The Severitas 2 is a little more on the western edge of the basin, so the geology does differ, and we'll show those through exhibits. It's a little shallower. But again, some of the similar things, there's a considerable amount of injection just to the south of it in the Delaware Mountain Group. It's an area where Chevron has also been drilling shallow disposal wells in Texas and operating. And again, it allows us to leverage our footprint from surface facilities we have already existing in the area, as well as other operational synergies that we have.
Thank you. And when you say existing surface facilities, are you talking about existing SWDs?
Yes, I am.
And are those deep SWDs?
Yes, they are.
So what I think you're getting at is that you will be able to use some of those existing service facilities for these SWDs rather than having to start afresh.
That's correct, yes.
And I think we talked about this a little bit about why there's a need for SWDs generally, which is for disposal options. But why is there a need, in your opinion, for Delaware Mountain Group SWDs? So
through the last several years, there's been a considerable rise in the number of earthquakes associated with deep disposal. In southern New Mexico, most of the disposal is deep. And so looking at optionality, if we have concerns on deep disposal longevity, continuing to face a large amount of produced water, shallow disposal is one of the options looking at to be able to continue to develop the resources, but also mitigate the potential concerns around seismicity.
And one thing I meant to ask you earlier about is that these wells are not proposed for commercial use, right? These are just for Chevron's use.
That is correct, yes.
And I mentioned earlier that Chevron has been assessing the viability of these pilot projects since 2021, and you've been involved in that assessment.
That's correct, yes.
And can you briefly restate, or in your own words, state for the commission what that assessment has taken into consideration?
It's taken a thorough review of both surface and subsurface considerations, looking at the geology in the area, broadly speaking, looking at the geology, looking at some of the reservoir parameters, looking at opposite operations, looking at our own operations in areas, again, where we can adequately collect a lot more data that we have control over, instead of having to work in a field where maybe 20 or 30 operators within an area that limits our ability to kind of have control. Again, leveraging our surface facilities as much as we can to reduce any more surface impact, and areas where we have future operations so we can leverage the wells for use as well. So taking a multitude of considerations into account was kind of the driving factor for these two locations. So it's a hybriding of multiple factors that went into selection.
And as part of your proposals, have you met with other operators in this area?
Yes, we have.
And what has been the response of the other operators?
As noted, we've received some positive feedback from a few operators who have issued support for this pilot program. Late last year, there was a DMG working group that I believe was mentioned earlier that was stood up and had numerous companies that operate in the state of New Mexico. We presented our plan for the pilot program back in, I believe, March of this year. On leveraging, going through the work that we've gone over to look at these locations, and believe the feedback was positive in our ability to not only accelerate our learning as an industry, provide data publicly, collect a lot of information to accelerate our learning on some of the issues. But the feedback is positive from the industry group that's been working on this.
Is part of the reason that I understand from speaking with Chevron that there was an earlier working group that had some expressed that the OCD and the OCC should take greater care when considering disposal in the Delaware Mountain Group. Are you familiar with that working group?
I am familiar with it, yes.
And what is your understanding of that working group's goals or recommendations?
My understanding is that group was looking at the potential impacts from Avalon and Brushy Canyon production potentially associated with shallow disposal impacts. And I believe that group was to again look at more care for permitting future disposal wells within an area that was established noted as a DMG restricted area or DMGRA that was established. And I think most people are aware of. But I think the view of the group was not necessarily to ban shallow disposal, but to look at additional data and more care provided in the permitting process and execution of such wells.
And has that been kind of your driving force, is to exercise that care and gather the additional data to demonstrate that disposal within the DMGRA is appropriate under certain circumstances?
Yes, Chevron is committed to safely operating and acquiring a multitude of data, disseminating it to everybody, to the OCD, to industry, for us to learn about the potential risk, be able to monitor, educate ourselves in more a dynamic nature to support future operations.
Let's see, I think we talked a lot about the Permian produced water production, so I'm going to skip some of those questions, but I did want to ask you about Chevron's use of recycled water and why recycling the water, produced water, isn't the solution.
So as I mentioned, the basin roughly produces about 30 million barrels a day, roughly, of produced water. Chevron, within its operations, recycles as much produced water as it can for further operations. However, there's just more produced water than we can recycle, and so that delta is mainly taken to disposal wells for disposal. In Mexico today, there's roughly about a 3 million barrel a day imbalance for produced water. So based on the oil production and the injected water in southeast of Mexico, there's roughly about a 3 million barrel delta, and most of that water is moving across the state line into Texas to be disposed.
One of the things you and I have talked about in the past is the potential implications of the water being transmitted or being transported into Texas and how that could potentially impact New Mexico oil and gas operations.
Yes.
Could you provide a little more detail on that, or did you just do that?
I believe I just did.
Okay. And then, so earlier, a moment ago, Councilor Newborn mentioned the OCD Exhibit 11, and have you reviewed OCD's Exhibit 11, which is?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do you feel comfortable that Chevron's applications are consistent with the conditions of approval in OCD's Exhibit 11?
Yes, I am.
And has Chevron analyzed has Chevron, in your opinion, undertaken the analysis that would support a careful review of whether these two pilot wells are appropriate for disposal in the DMG?
Yes, I do.
And in your opinion, is the Papa Squirrel SWD well #1 appropriate for disposal in the DMG?
Yes, I believe so.
And in your opinion, is Veritas 2 State SWD #1 appropriate for disposal in the DMG?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you, based on the work that you and your team have done and that we'll hear about more later today, do you think that the pilot project will negatively impact prevalent rates?
No, I believe not.
And do you think that, based on your analysis and Chevron's analysis, do you think that the project will result in waste?
I believe not.
Do you think that the risk of waste is, I know that other witnesses will talk about this a little bit more, but is the risk of waste and the detection of prevalent rates even more evident here because of the lack of DMG producers, offset producers in these two areas?
If you state your
Sure. So part of the concern is the potential impact on DMG producers. Has Chevron undertaken a review of the impact on DMG producers in the area?
yes, we have.
And is it Chevron's conclusion that these two pilot projects or these two wells would not negatively impact those DMG producers within the area of the
Yes, that's
wells?
correct.
Has Chevron considered whether shallow disposal will impact drilling and completion of the deeper strata?
Yes, we have.
And will there be a witness who will testify about that later?
Yes, there will be.
So before we move on to our next witness, we're opening you up for questions from the other lawyers and the commission. Do you have any final takeaways that you want to say about the pilot project since you've been working on it for so long and it's sort of your baby?
Yes, I do. This is part of a broader position from Chevron, looking more optionality in produced water. The amount of water, again, that's produced on a daily basis in the Permian is unlike any other unconventional play ever in the history of oil and gas. It poses unique challenges that faces everybody in this room. So one of the components of Chevron's approach on environmentally safe produced water management is the expansion of optionality within not only the state of New Mexico, but across the Permian. And a component of that is relooking at shallow disposal within southeast New Mexico. We feel that these locations provide a good opportunity for not only Chevron, the industry, the OCD, and everybody involved to learn about potential consequences and concerns, understand those, understand the opportunities that could be there that will allow for continued development of the resource within the state of New Mexico across the Permian to support all the benefits that come with that.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you at this time, and I open the floor for other questions from the commission or other council.
Mr. Tremaine, do you have any cross?
I do have a couple questions. Thank you. So I believe during your testimony, you stated that this pilot project was considered kind of the broader view of development of injection activity in the DMG. Is that a fair assessment? Okay. If this pilot project is successful, what's the scope of Chevron's anticipated injection development within the DMG in this area?
I think with that, our scope is going to be tactical. It's going to be, what does the data tell us from future projects? We look at these really as a case-by-case basis. We look at these and review all the technical information and also to our pace of development, locations, many different factors. But we look at this as a key component to understanding what the future produced water management may look like. But we are heavily dependent on what does the data tell us operationally from the subsurface, from the facilities, which we'll speak to later, and how that can maybe potentially be expanded upon down the road, given information is disseminated and reviewed in a proper manner.
Thank you. I believe that you mentioned that Chevron performed a review of potential impacts on current production within this area, right? Did you look at potential future production, or did Chevron focus on current existing production within the area?
We looked at both. We looked at existing legacy production within the area and also a geological review that could lead to future production in the area as well.
Okay, so is it my understanding that your review, that Chevron's review of potential production in the area, well, how would you describe future potential production in the area potentially impacted by this development?
So we looked at the different benches that potentially are productive. We looked at a geological review that'll be talked on more in future testimony on geological ingredients which could lead to future development, obviously historical development, things like that. That'll be discussed in future testimony.
Okay. And just one other topic really quickly. It sounds like you've had an opportunity to review OCD exhibits 11 and 12, correct? The administrative approval, processing conditions, and the step rate test. Does Chevron, you may get to this later, but does Chevron have any specific concerns or items to address in those exhibits that?
Yes, we do, and I believe we will address those questions later in some future testimony, but we do have a few questions we'd like to ask.
I'll reserve the questions and thank you.
Ms. Hardy, do you have any questions for the witness?
I don't at this time. I expect to have some questions for Mr. Kaminsky on the size of this A testimony, but I have no questions right now.
Looking at my commissioners, Dr. Impoma, do you have any questions for the witness?
Yeah, quick one. So can you clarify the use of the word pilot
Yes.
in the application?
So I think it's a great question. Thank you, Commissioner. I think the I view on a pilot project is that, we're acquiring a lot of data that's not normally acquired in DMG wells. And I would argue this is probably one of the most science DMG disposal permit in the basin. So from that perspective, we look at these as an opportunity to learn. We look at these as just like any other disposal well, it's an opportunity to dispose as well. But from the pilot perspective and the way we voice this to not only to the OCD, the state land ops, but to industry is we want feedback. We want to be able to incorporate that from a broad perspective and include that in our operations. And so that's kind of a typical, that's atypical from a traditional development plan, which is very, thought out and executed. This is something that I think we're going to have a little more flexibility on. So that's kind of where the term pilot is coming from.
So in your testimony, you talked about how Chevron talked to multiple companies in the area and then received approval. So were there any concerns that some of the operators also raised and how you were able to address those?
Yes, there were concerns. We did have a few protests on those wells, which they've been dropped and removed through ongoing discussions. And I think the biggest thing from our perspective is we want to be open. We're collecting a lot of data. We recognize there's concerns. Obviously, there's been historical testimony that's been presented as exhibits, and some of that Chevron was involved in. We're not shying away from those. So we recognize there's concerns, but we also recognize that this is an industry issue. Produced water management is not just a Chevron issue. This is an industry issue. So we need to work together. And so we look at this as an opportunity for us to, we're going to deploy capital in these projects. We're going to take data, collect data, provide it, and we hope through this and through the ongoing work through the New Mexico work group that was mentioned earlier, that we can collectively work together to understand any issues, understand opportunities, things like that. So that's the premise behind that.
My last question will be, I just want to know if these two proposed wells are within the area where Kemoga more or less delineated as a protected area.
These wells are within the area, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Bloom?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
I had a couple questions I wrote down, but I think you're going to cover them when you talk about your seismicity, so I'll reserve to there. I did have two, though, other questions. You indicated that one of the reasons why you chose this location is sort of Chevron's interest in the area. What proportion of the area around does either surface or subsurface, maybe surface and subsurface, does Chevron currently control?
Which area?
Around the Severitas and Papa Squirrel wells.
I don't know off the top of my head what percentage. I know that we operate production wells in the Avalon and the Wolf Camp below the Papa Squirrel location, and we operate production wells in the Bone Spring Wolf Camp below the Severitas location. So both those sections Chevron operates and has license to operate in those, or at least agreements to operate in those. But so within the sections 100%, but I don't know within the area the exact percentage. I think we have a few slides that will come up further that will show that in a little more detail.
And did I hear correctly that Chevron is the owner of some DMG offset wells in the area around Papa Squirrel and Severitas, or?
We are, and we are in the case of the Severitas. Papa Squirrel.
And then I think building off Commissioner Impoma's questions about the pilot nature, maybe I'll provide a little context for my question. When thinking about pilots and other pieces, are there any dates proposed in Chevron's application to either come back into the commission or others to revisit what you're learning about, or is this a standard kind of 30-year term SWD permit? What do you think about that?
No, it is not a standard 30-year term permit. We have, and I will speak to in my later testimony on response framework that was developed with support of the working group on signpost on data dissemination. We hope to have ongoing engagement with the OCD and industry on this as we collect and learn information moving forward. So we hope that this will be very open-ended and very collaborative.
And I don't think there are any other further questions from the commission, so you may be excused.
Thank you.
Bennett, call your next witness.
Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Tom Merrifield.
Can I ask the court reporter to swear in Mr. Merrifield?
Will the witness please raise their right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Merrifield, would you please state your full name for the record?
Yes. My name is Tom Merrifield.
And for whom do you work?
I work for Chevron.
And how long have you worked for Chevron?
11 years.
And what are your responsibilities at Chevron?
My primary responsibilities for Chevron are to assist in permitting saltwater disposal wells, to plan saltwater disposal wells, and to execute saltwater disposal wells, and primarily in the Delaware Basin, which includes southeast New Mexico.
And so your responsibilities include designing SWD saltwater disposal wells
That is correct.
and operation of saltwater disposal wells.
That is correct.
And have you previously testified before the Oil Conservation Commission or the Oil Conservation Division?
No, I have not.
Did you provide a resume with your materials?
Yes, I did.
And is that behind tab E?
Yes.
If you could you briefly summarize your educational background for the commissioners?
Yeah, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Texas A&M in geology, and I have a Master of Science degree from Southern Illinois University at Carbondale.
And you mentioned that you have worked at Chevron for 11 years. Where did you work before Chevron?
Various places. I worked in the water resource sector for approximately 16 years. I've also worked in the Permian Basin previously for both ARCO as well as Exxon. And I worked, I also worked somewhat with the ocean drilling program for about 6 years.
One of the things you and I talked about a bit when we were talking about your professional experience was the number of UIC wells that you've been involved with in terms of design, permitting, operation. What, if you had to guess, what is the number of UIC wells that you've been involved with?
Just for clarification, I worked for oil and gas UIC wells. I worked both water flood as well as disposal wells, and somewhere in the order of 100.
And again, that's both water flood, EOR wells, and SWDs.
That's correct.
If you were to limit that to just saltwater disposal wells, about how many saltwater disposal well projects would you say you worked on?
About 20.
About 20. So your background, you've done a lot of work with saltwater disposal wells and other injection wells.
Yes.
Okay. Does your area of responsibility at Chevron include the areas of southeastern New Mexico?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the applications that Chevron filed in these matters?
Yes.
Have you been working with Chevron on this particular project since 2022?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the wells then that are the subject of the applications?
Absolutely.
At this time, I would like to tender Mr. Merrifield as an expert in UIC permitting and operation matters and petroleum geology.
The witness is so recognized.
Thank you. So I'm going to start sharing my screen again, and we'll start with the applications that Chevron submitted in these two matters. So, Mr. Merrifield, before I turn to the applications though, what is the purpose of your testimony today?
Really to kind of walk through the C-108 application first. Also to touch on the geology of the injection intervals and how favorable they are in both wells. And also to address some of the indicators of low likelihood of DNG reserves in both these areas.
Great. So let's start with the discussion of the C-108s. Are the C-108s included with the applications that I filed on Chevron's behalf?
Yes.
And turning to tab A, which is at page 3 of 267, does that look to you like the application that I filed along with the C-108 that you provided to me to include with the application?
Yes, it does.
And this is tab A is the application in case 23686 for Papa Swirl, is that right? And tab B is the application in case 23687, which is for the Veritas well.
Yes, it is.
Did you compile the materials? Well, let's focus on Papa Swirl for a moment. Did you compile the materials that were submitted as the Papa Squirrel C-108?
Yes.
And did you submit that material to me?
Yes, I did.
And are you, in your opinion, does the C-108 for the Papa Squirrel well include all of the information and documentation required by the C-108 and by the division?
That was my understanding, yes.
And did you review OCD's, the Oil Conservation Division's pre-hearing statement in this matter?
Yes.
And did you see in the OCD's pre-hearing statement where the division noted that the C-108s comply with the current construction, or the wellbore design, I should say, comply with the current standards for UIC Class 2 well?
Yes, I did see that.
And did you see where OCD found the wellbore design or the area of review to be adequate?
Yes, I did see that.
Okay, so with that sort of initial stamp of approval, although I'm not trying to go too far with what OCD said in its pre-hearing statement, but I think that does narrow our inquiry a bit on and discussion on the C-108. So with your permission, I'd like to go through the C-108s rather quickly.
Okay.
So did Chevron submit a map that identifies all wells and leases within 2 miles of the Papa Squirrel well?
Yes.
And that attachment went to the C-108?
Yes.
Did Chevron attach data within the AOR, so the area of review, for the wells which, if there are any which penetrate the proposed injection zone?
Yes.
And was that attachment 2?
Yes.
And in your materials, did Chevron, is there a plugged well within the AOR for Papa Squirrel?
Yes.
And did you submit the plugging information from the well files?
Yes.
Did you include information regarding the requirements for showing how much volume or the daily rate of injection and the proposed pressure?
Yes, the operational part, yes.
And I just want to take a quick look at that. That's attachment 3, right?
Yes, it is.
And so on attachment 3 for Papa Squirrel, what maximum rate of injection or barrels per day, barrels of water per day is Chevron requesting in the application?
For the Papa Squirrel, 20,000 barrels a day,
And what is the average daily rate?
15,000 barrels per day.
And what is the max permit pressure that Chevron is seeking for the Papa Squirrel?
925 PSI,
And how about the average pressure?
750 PSI.
Thank you. Did you submit geologic data with your C-108s?
Yes, I did.
And is that attachment 4?
Yes, it does.
Did you provide information on the proposed stimulation program?
Yes, I did.
And is that attachment 5?
Yes, it does.
Did you provide logging and test data on the well?
Yes, I did. But this well has not been drilled. What I proposed, what I showed in that attachment was what we were planning to, what kind of logging data we were going to gather after the well's drilled.
Mhm. So because it is not a existing well, no wells have been run, but sorry, I skipped to Veritas there. But this attachment 6 does show some of the logging that Chevron is proposing to do.
Yes, it does.
Did you, so just gonna skip attachment 7, there were no wells within the area of review for Papa Squirrel, is that right?
Yes.
Attachment 8 is what I call in shorthand the affirmative statement. And it's an affirmative statement signed by you, is that right? Is that your signature?
Yes.
And, did you submit this statement saying that you, on behalf of Chevron, had examined available geologic and engineering data, and you found no evidence of open faults or other hydrologic connections to underground sources of drinking water?
Yes, I did.
And that's based on your review of the materials?
That's correct.
And is that still your conclusion today, that there is no connectivity? Or you have not found any connectivity?
Yes.
Let's turn to this Veritas C-108, and I'm not going to walk through that in any level of detail except to ask you about the rates and pressure. But did you provide all of the same information for this Veritas C-108?
Yes, I did.
And if we turn to page 66 of 267, which I'm showing on the screen, is that the operational data information that's required by the C-108?
Yes, it is.
And what is the maximum rate that Chevron is requesting for this Veritas 2 state well?
15,000 barrels per day,
And what is the average daily rate?
12,500 barrels per day.
And this is a lower, Chevron's requesting lower PSI, is that right for this well?
Yes, it is.
And what is the max pressure that Chevron's requesting?
468 PSI,
And the average pressure?
400 PSI.
Did you prepare an affirmative statement for this Veritas well as well regarding the evidence of open faults or other hydrologic connections to USDWs?
Yes, I did.
And is that attachment 8?
Yes, it is.
And if you could just read this last paragraph here, starting with both of this world.
Okay. Both the Pop World 71 and the Severitas 2 state 71 are located which we find. Excuse me.
Yeah, I know, it's so small.
Find no indication of open faults at the surface or in the subsurface. No indication of hydraulic connection between the proposed injection zone, Bell Canyon and Cherry Canyon, and the underground source of drinking water, USDW. Both locations have low potential for fault slip and reduced seismicity.
Thank you. And is that still your conclusion today for both wells?
Yes, it is.
Have you, are you familiar with the stimulation program that Chevron is proposing for these 2 wells, or is that a question better to defer to someone later in the day?
I'm familiar with it enough to answer a brief statement on it.
Okay.
But yes, there is someone else later today that can address that more fully.
Okay, well, let's start with you, and then if we need to defer, we can. So have you looked at the OCD's Exhibit 11?
Yes.
And just, do you recall that in Exhibit 11, OCD was proposing a limitation on how shallow or DMG SWDs are stimulated? And in your opinion, is your proposed stimulation program consistent with what OCD is looking for in terms of a stimulation program?
Yes, and it's just an acid job. That's the stimulation.
Do you recall what OCD was suggesting would not be an appropriate stimulation method?
It's more recollection. I think what they were concerned about mostly is this one the hydraulic refraction with prop, and with profit without hydraulic stimulated fracture. That this proposal is not going to utilize either one of those methods of stimulation.
So having reviewed OCD's conditions of approval, it's your opinion that your stimulation program is consistent with OCD's request?
It is my understanding, yes.
Thank you. One thing that you and I have spoken about is a potential need in the future to microsite, to make some micrositing changes, I'll call them, to the location of the Severitas well.
Yes.
And why would Chevron perhaps need to move the service location of the Severitas well a few feet here or there?
Currently, the location that's in the application is in our laydown yard in the area.
There's still a chance that may work. We have to make sure that the rig footprint can fit in there without going across roads and things of that nature. There's another location that's about 200 feet away that we think we can move to, and we will make that decision after hearing.
But before coming to hearing today, you and I talked about whether that change in location would change any of the parties who are entitled to notice of the hearing. Did we talk about that?
Yes, we did.
And what was your conclusion?
We evaluated that a few weeks back, and there's not going to be any change in the entities that need to be notified if we move it to that location.
Now, the applications and the C-108s discuss injecting into the Brushy Canyon. But just to be perfectly clear, Chevron does not intend to inject into the Brushy Canyon, is that right?
We are not planning to operationally inject produced water into the Brushy Canyon Formation. And in fact, after we log the well in the Brushy and run defits, we plan to plug off that portion of the Brushy Canyon and only inject into the Cherry Canyon and Bell Canyon. And we are not drilling into the whole part of the Brushy either.
And so let's kind of take that statement and unpack it just a little bit. So what is a DFIT?
DFIT is a diagnostic fracture injection test. So we actually do inject fluid into that formation. It's usually fresh water or some very compatible formation fluid, but it's usually fresh water. And so they're very short-term injection tests, very minor, but they are injection tests that go into the formation.
And is this DFIT test part of Chevron's data collection protocol?
For these wells, it is part of our protocol.
And my understanding though is that the sole reason that you included the Brushy Canyon in your applications at all is to authorize this DFIT test.
It's to authorize the DFIT test, but also to conduct open hole logging within this portion of Brushy Canyon. And the open hole logs that we're going to be running are going to be resistivity, gamma ray, sonic, and neutron density. We'll also be running image logs as well.
And so maybe I was just a little too narrow with saying it was just for DFIT, but really it is just for testing purposes, and then you'll be cementing it off.
That's correct.
And so it's a very limited purpose.
That's correct.
And the targeted, it's just to clarify, it is not a targeted injection interval.
We are not targeting for produced water injection.
Thank you. And so with that, I did want to turn to the wellbore designs. Now, these were in your C-108s, but you also inserted them side by side in a slide for our convenience, and that is on slide number 101. So if we could, could move to slide 101, I wanted to talk through the casing design a little bit, the wellbore designs.
Okay.
And you may have, as we talked about earlier, the division has already said that the wellbore designs are consistent with the construction standards these days for UIC Class 2 wells.
That is my understanding.
But what I liked about your wellbore designs is that they give us a little bit more information about where the closest aquifers are and some of the formations that provide confinement above and below the target zone. So I was wondering if you could walk us through the Severitas State SWD #1 casing design or wellbore design first, and then we can move to top swirl. And I might have some questions for you as you're walking through it.
Okay. Both wells are 3-string casing design. In the Severitas well, we have a very shallow, we don't have reservoir aquifer present in that location, but we do have a very thin, less than 100-foot alluvial aquifer in that location. And that extends down to about 400 feet. The second string is the intermediate. It will be set in the Lamar formation. And then we have a third string, which will be set in the about 500 feet above the base of the Brushy Canyon Formation.
And so, in your opinion, is the three-string casing design, protective of underground sources of drinking water?
Yes, because essentially that design will have a two layers of containment protecting the shallow aquifer.
And I see on these two slides that Chevron's proposing to use 5.5-inch tubing. Is that right?
That is correct.
And did you notice in the OCD's Exhibit 11 that OCD was also recommending 5.5-inch tubing?
I think their statement was that they would not approve anything larger than 5.5-inch tubing.
So
Yes, it is consistent.
great. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about on here is the upper containment zone and the lower containment. So let's start with upper containment, which is noted right here. What can you tell us about the upper containment?
The Lamar limestone is considered the upper containment zone for injection for the Severitas well. The lower containment zone is the Bone Spring limestone, which is shown at the base.
And Chevron has other witnesses today who will talk about some pressure tests and things that were done on those two containment zones later today. Is that right?
That is correct.
But one thing I did want to talk about with you, because I found it to be quite interesting, was you and I had talked about the presence of anhydrates, and how those can act as a seal or in sort of reinforce the seal for containment zones. Are there anhydrates present here?
Yes, there are. Anhydrites are part, the major component of what's shown here on the diagram is the Castile Formation.
And the Castile Formation is this upper area above the Lamar.
And correct, it lies right above the Lamar.
And when you and I spoke, what I found to be interesting was that the Castile and Lamar together interact in a way because of the anhydrates to create an even greater seal.
That is correct. The essential, what's interesting about the anhydrites in the Castile is when we assess the geomechanics of those units, that the high density Castile that lies on top adds to the fracture strength of the Lamar. And Bryce Taylor will talk a little bit more about that later in today.
Thank you. I just find that to be quite interesting that there's an aggravating effect, basically, that together they're stronger than they would be individually.
That's correct.
Let's see. What is the vertical distance between injection and the rustler in the Papa Squirrel? Is that noted on here, or have you done a?
It's not shown on here, but it's actually, I think the question is, what's the vertical distance between the top of injection and the shallow aquifer? And that distance is about 2,200 feet in the Severitas well.
And have you calculated the same thing for the Papa Squirrel?
Yes, that distance is about 3,700 feet.
So,
and in that case, we do have rustler present. And so it's really from the top of injection at the top of the bell, right below the Lamar, to the base of the rustler in the Papa Squirrel well.
but there are multiple thousands of feet of vertical separation.
Correct.
And earlier we were talking about the DFIT test and cementing back, and do these show the cementing back to prevent injection of produced water into the brushing?
Yes, they do. To touch on the Papa Squirrel, there's an additional language that was left over from a diagram that went back and forth between myself and Wells. But really, the cement is the cement plug within the Brushy Canyon is what we're planning for both wells.
Great. Now I wanted to turn to a study that you prepared to show the porosity of each of the two wells and their favorability as an injection interval, or the geology as an injection interval. And here I'm going slightly out of order. So at this time, I'd like to turn to slide 103 of the material. And again, that's the number at the top of it, right. Okay. The substance starts on page 104. So the slide I'm looking at now says Bell Canyon High Porosity Clean Sand, Pottsboro. Are you there with me? Okay. Is this, what is the purpose of the analysis that you undertook in this slide?
The purpose of this analysis was really a prelude to identifying where the optimal locations are in both of these development areas, the Salado Draw, and this one is talking about the Salado Draw area where the Papa Squirrel well is proposed.
And let's maybe take a moment and walk through these slides, but before we do that, what is your conclusion from the study that you undertook in terms of whether the injection interval is favorable in the Bell Canyon for the Papa Squirrel?
Our determination is that the Bell Canyon is very favorable for injection in this area. And it's primarily due to the stacked thickness of high porosity sands within the Bell Canyon in this area.
And did you reach the same conclusion in the next slide, which we'll turn to in a moment for the Upper Terry?
Yes.
And did you prepare the same analysis or a similar analysis for the Severitas well?
Yes, and you'll find that the slides are slightly, the diagrams are slightly different, but they're made by other geologists that were involved in this process, and they just took slightly different approaches, but they came to the same conclusion regarding the net thickness of porosity within the two areas.
And is that conclusion that the net thickness is favorable for injection?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's start then on this slide, which is number 104 of 267. And let's start with an orientation of the slide for the commissioners and the other parties. What is this right here that I'm highlighting with my hand?
This is an inset that shows where that portion of the map is located relative to the Delaware Basin that's shown where the tan lines are kind of projected into the map, to the second map.
And if you had to guess about, I mean, if you had to identify on this map where the Papa Squirrel well is my hand more or less?
That is approximately where it's located.
Okay, great. And so what does A to A prime mean on this slide?
This is a line of the projection of the cross section that's shown on the left.
And does A correlate to the cross section, the first cross section that you have there?
Yes, on the left side.
And then A prime is the second cross section?
It's A prime is just the other side of the cross section, right hand side.
Okay. And what about the red box? What is the significance of the red box?
The red box just identifies the location of the Bell Canyon Formation.
Okay, so this is an outline of where the Bell Canyon Formation falls within these
within those two wells.
Okay. And what is your conclusion that you draw from this slide?
The conclusion that the porosity in this cross section is shown in the kind of red pinkish curve. And when you see a movement of that curve to the left, that means that there's higher porosity in that area. And what's done on the right in each well, where you see the column with the blue thick units identified, those are thicknesses of sediments that are greater than 14% porosity.
So you filtered out anything below 14%, or Chevron filtered out anything below 14% porosity?
Greater than 14%.
Oh, greater than 14%. Okay. This is why I don't do math. Less than, greater than, challenging. But these dark blue areas indicate units that are favorable for injection based on their porosity levels.
Yeah, the lighter color blocks are really greater than 14%. The darker blues are actually greater than 18% porosity, which is a higher threshold. But it still shows that in both of those wells, we see a lot of net thickness of porosity, which and Bryce will talk about this later. But when we look at in modeling of injection in the DMG, that porosity is really a key factor. And that's why we come in and we look at porosity to identify areas where we want to target placing new SWD wells.
Great. And just for the record, the Papa Squirrel well is about halfway down or a third of the way down. The line from A to A prime. Okay. So let's turn to the next slide then, unless there was anything else on that slide you wanted to touch on.
No, that's all.
Okay, so this next slide is page 105. And this slide again, are these the same two logs that we reviewed on the last slide?
They're the same two logs, same two wells.
Okay. And so in this slide, you're just focusing further down in the geologic formation.
Right, in the upper Cherry Canyon.
And did you undertake this study again to understand the net porosity in this area?
Yes, I do.
And what was your conclusion?
This is still favorable. It's less favorable, but it's still favorable.
So this area would still take water in theory.
Exactly.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to mention about this slide before I move on to the next slide?
No, I think that covers everything that I wanted to cover on the slide.
Okay. So turning to the next slide, this is the geologic analysis that you undertook for the Severitas well to understand the porosity in that area. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And this is page 106 of 267. And so can you orient the commission again? What is the inset map here on the right-hand side of the slide?
The inset map shows is a net porosity map that's color-coded for an area that covers this development area that's known as Hayhurst, New Mexico.
And I see on here you have some legends: worst net porosity, better net porosity. And is that the shading, the dark purple, does that correlate to worse net porosity?
Yes, it does.
And then this sort of turquoise or greenish blue is better net porosity.
That's correct.
And the Severitas well is approximately halfway between A and A prime on this.
Yeah, and the arrow point is shown pretty correctly. So the point of the arrow is really where the Severitas well is.
Great. And what do these logs have the same data as the prior logs that we looked at in terms of gamma?
Yes, they do. And the difference is that these were plotted in Petra. The others were used a different software package.
But they contain the same material, even.
Same basic material, just different programming.
Okay. And what conclusions did you draw from this analysis?
Well, as Cody Kaminsky noted earlier, we looked at two areas where we had slightly different variations in stratigraphy. One, the stratigraphic thickness of the Delaware Mountain Group is thicker in the Papa Squirrel area to the east. It's thinner to the west where the Severitas is. And so we would naturally expect that the reservoir character in this well would be less favorable than that in the Papa Squirrel, just because of stratigraphic thickness variations. It's thinner over here. And we're actually seeing less net porosity thickness in this area. But from a standpoint of what we're trying to do within the scope of these two pilot wells, it's important for us to kind of evaluate these areas where we may not have as great a thickness, but at least crosses some sort of threshold comfort level for us. And this one does.
So if I'm understanding you, your choice of wells is intentional because you want to test the reaction of these different thicknesses.
That is correct, yes.
And Dr. Ancona asked Mr. Kaminsky a question about the pilot nature of these wells, and it seems to me like that's at least one answer to that question is you are trying to get data from different reservoir quality or reservoir thicknesses to enable Chevron to interpret that data.
That is correct, yes.
And then move forward with other projects based on, or not.
Well,
based on your need.
Exactly, and it should give us some insight about what the opportunities are, moving forward in the future. It's also going to give us this data in a collaborative way where we can kind of share and with both the OCD as well as other operators and kind of help out with decision-making process moving forward.
Great. Well, we're going to switch gears a little bit and turn to a study that you did regarding DMG productivity in the area of the two wells. So I am going to switch now to slides. 9, page 99 of the materials. Give everybody a chance to catch up with me. You there? Okay. So on page 99, can you describe to the commissioners what this exhibit is and your intentions behind this exhibit?
Yeah, in this exhibit, this is the diagram on the right and the table that's shown are really part of the C108 application. And what I did was just to kind of combine both components that are included in the C108 application in one slide and just make some sense.
And one of your
Give it a second.
Hurry up.
one of the primary takeaways I had from this slide was, or questions I had, was whether there are any DMG Delaware Mountain Group wells within a half mile of the Papas Squirrel.
The answer is no.
Where are the closest Delaware Mountain producers from Papas Squirrel?
They're about 1.5 to 2 miles away to the southeast.
And will Mr. Taylor be discussing those
Yes, he
those wells?
Yes, he will.
Great. And then the next slide, which is slide 100 of 267, is this the same information but for the Severitas well?
Yes, again, these two, the table as well as the map, are both components that were submitted with the C108 application.
And one thing I wanted to ask you about, actually, I'm going to turn back to page 99. Chevron operates wells within the Papas Squirrel AOR. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And so you have your own wells that are currently in production within the area of the Papas Squirrel well.
That is correct.
And is that true for the Severitas wells also, which is on page 100?
Yes, it is.
So Chevron is, as part of the pilot nature of this project, you are able to test whether these wells impact these wells, I mean, the SWEs, impact your existing wells.
Correct. We essentially don't have to worry about going out and asking another operator to monitor horizontal wells in these areas because we have some, and we can evaluate those impacts if they exist directly.
So you have both you manage these the existing production wells, but you'll also be able to manage the proposed SWEs.
That is correct.
And again, I think we might have talked about this, but there's no DMG wells within the half-mile radius of Severitas wells. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I want to turn to a slide you prepared about the drill stem tests, and that's page 107 of 267. Give everybody a second to catch up there. So first of all, what is a drill stem test?
A drill stem test is a test that's run open hole within a vertical well normally. in which there is a packer that is engaged and a pressure suction on the well that allows oil or any kind of fluids that are in the units where the packer isolates in the well. And it's able to evaluate both pressures as well as the fluid types that come into the testing device, the drill stem test.
And so what does a drill stem test, what kind of data does it provide you or provide Chevron to review?
It essentially can indicate to us or any operator what kind of potential there is for hydrocarbons within the zones that you're testing.
And these drill stem tests aren't tests that you undertook though, right? They're existing tests.
These were publicly available drill stem tests. And the way we approached this data gather was to assess, the large resource of public data available in both areas and determine which drill stem tests were conducted within a certain radius of these wells within the Delaware Mountain River.
And so let's just knock out Papa Squirrel really quickly. You noted that there were no drill stem tests taken in the DMG within 2 or 3 miles of the Papa Squirrel.
That's correct, yes.
And so there was no data for you to analyze there.
There was no data to analyze, correct.
Okay, so how about for the Severitas? What did you find for the Severitas?
In the Severitas well, there were no DSTs within 2 miles of the Severitas well. We did have 2 DSTs within 2 to 3 miles of the Severitas well.
And were those 2 DSTs the 2 that you identified here?
That is correct, yes.
And what did the DSTs, in your review of the data, what did you glean from the data in terms of DMG productivity in and around the Severitas 2 state SWD number 1?
Well, the fact that they were 2 to 3 miles away told me that basically there's a low risk of impact reduction in and around the Severitas well.
Let's turn now to the structure map that you prepared. And the way I was looking at your exhibits on the DMG was sort of a, looking to see if there were existing wells, which there weren't any, and then looking to see if you could find any drill stem tests on the existing wells, which there weren't any within 2 or 3 miles. And then you focused then in even on the geology of the area to see if there is what the geology says about the presence of DMG in reservoirs in the area.
That's correct. And so really fundamentally in both of these slides, what we were trying to do or establish was to take a stab at this question of future reserves. What is, how can you come up with some sort of assessment on whether or not there are future reserves within the DMG in these areas? And these were the 2 approaches that we came up with. We felt that the drill stem test was a preferred way of assessing whether or not existing hydrocarbons are in the area, because when an operator drills a well for looking for oil, a drill stem test is a very cheap way to determine whether or not it's worthwhile running casing and producing from that zone. And then this second map was really designed to say, okay, if I'm an exploration geologist, what would I do? Well, in the previous slide where we had stratigraphic units shown within the Bell Canyon and the Cherry Canyon formation, we showed that the stratigraphic units seemed to have some sort of continuity across both areas. And so then the question is, okay, given the fact that you don't have any obvious stratigraphic pinch outs in these areas, then what else would you look at? And the solution was, okay, I wanted to take a look at the structure map in both of these areas, and that's what I did. Because the structure map would define if there were no pinch outs of stratigraphy, then you would have to have some sort of tracking mechanism in addition to that, and that would be structural closure. And the bottom line, in both of these areas, I didn't see it.
Thanks for that. You and I talked a lot about this because the whole idea of structural closure and trapping is, over my head. But what I appreciated about it was that you were using actual information to test your theory about the lack of DMG reserves in this area.
Yes, I got to be an exploration geologist. So.
Yeah. And I really appreciated what you just said about the drill stem test, because I don't think before today I actually understood that is a mechanism by which operators consider whether it's worth it to continue to explore for, it's a preliminary step in an exploration for reserves, is that right?
It's a very cheap preliminary step to make that evaluation, yes.
And so if that's super helpful, thank you. On these, we've talked a lot about trapping in the area, and you and I talked about an inverted bowl, and is that sort of where the hydrocarbons would be trapped, such that there could be future reserves in this area? Would that be an indicator of that?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you see anything that would indicate the potential of unknown reserves in these two structure maps?
No, I did not.
Did you see any faults in the lower containment zone?
No faults at the level of the Bone Spring limestone. We evaluated seismic data in both areas and determined that there were no nearby faults within a 2-mile radius of the Veritas and the Pop Squirrel Line.
How about any faults in the upper containment zone, which is the Lamar limestone? Were you looking for faults there too?
We did, and the challenge in Lamar kind of touched that there's a challenge with that, because if you remember in the Castile Formation where you have anhydrite, you also have salt in these areas. And there are some problems with depth conversion of the seismic data when you have these velocity changes that occur laterally within the section above the zone that you're trying to map. And the zone we're trying to map is determined, it's really the Lamar limestone. Do we see faults in seismic data of the Lamar? But because of these velocity problems that we have as a result of the salts and anhydrites in the Castile, we get some anomalies that are really difficult to sort through. And you have to have really good velocity data to make accurate interpretations of that surface. But from what we could tell, given all that, we don't have any faults at the level in both areas.
And will one of Chevron's other witnesses today talk about the Lamar limestone and the amount of pressure it would take to break that, or the sufficiency of the Lamar as a containment zone?
Yes, Bryce Taylor will discuss that further.
Great. So to summarize, in your opinion, is the Papa Squirrel well, does it have the potential to, in your opinion, based on, and just focusing on the slide that you and your work with Chevron, does it have the potential, in your opinion, to negatively impact relative rights?
Not in my opinion.
And in your opinion, do you think that there is a low likelihood of hydrocarbons in the DMG within the AOR of each of these two wells?
Not in my opinion.
That it's your opinion?
It's my opinion that is correct. Yes, I'm sorry.
That there is a low likelihood.
That there is a low likelihood.
And that's based on the drill stem tests?
The drill stem test coupled with the bowl, the structural closure, and the fact that there's continuity in the stratigraphic units across both areas.
And the continuity in the stratigraphic units, that goes, if there was a pinch out, that would be a place where hydrocarbons could collect.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
And the other factor is that we have a number of wells that have been drilled through, in these areas, and we haven't today seen any evidence that there's from those wells that there's potential for hydrocarbons.
Not to put, not to dwell on the stratigraphic uniformity any longer, but I did just think of a really great analogy for me, which is a stream. And the fish tend to gather, you know, in eddies or along the bank or rocks within a stream. And so if the hydrocarbons are fish, we're looking for some anomalies in the stream where they might gather and enjoy their day when we go fishing.
That might be an analogy.
Well, it works for me. So, and I'm gonna go fishing this weekend now that you talk about it. All right, any last things you'd like to say or tell me not to draw analogies ever again?
No, I really don't have any other comments to add.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I would move the admission of the exhibits numbered, well, exhibits A and B, which are the applications and the included C-108s. And I would also move admission of exhibits of the slides numbered 98 through 108.
Any objections? That are admitted.
Thank you.
Mr. Tremaine, do you have any questions for the witness?
I do have some questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Merrifield, I'm hoping to clarify a response that you provided to Bennett. You used very specific language when you were talking about the produced water injection. I believe what you said was that Chevron is not targeting the Brushy Canyon for produced water injection. Is that
That is correct, yes.
Is it Chevron's expectation that produced water that is targeted to be injected into the Bell or the Cherry Canyon will communicate or migrate down to the Brushy Canyon?
At this point in time, we do not think so. Okay, now the part of the surveillance process program that we're putting together
Believe it or not, better than it was.
I think that's close. Is to further evaluate the question about a reversal and frac gradient as we get deeper in the DMG. And that program really hinges on the sonic data that we're going to be collecting in these wells. And we're also going to, just to get into detail a little bit, we're going to be collecting monopole, dipole, and Sony data. We'll also be collecting triple combo data as well throughout the Bell Canyon, Cherry Canyon, and that middle and upper portion of the Brushy Canyon when we drill through. And then we'll also be collecting the DFIT data. Now, all of those will be combined together with several different analyses on frac gradients. And that is, from, in my opinion, it's the exhaustive approach. It's really important to take that, gather that kind of data to make the most accurate assessments of frac gradients in these two wells.
Okay, thank you. And bear with me. Likewise, I'm not a geologist. So when you are done with the DFIT, when the lower zone is cemented off, how are you going to be able to tell whether injected produced water in that higher zone migrated down to the Brushy Canyon?
We should have some indication with the analysis of the data. So the data should tell us something about frac gradients and whether they linearly increase with depth or if there's a reversal. So there should be a theoretical indication before any migration of fluid occurs that would tell us that that's a possibility.
So you're going to see it before or as it happens rather than after the fact.
We're going to, yes, correct. It's really part of the data analysis. Now, mind you, that, after we collect the data, we're going to start injecting. Okay, but there's going to, before any potential migration were to move into the Brushy, it would have to collect some sort of threshold pressure and volume that we've injected into the Bell and Cherry before we would see any indication of migration downward into the Brushy. So I think there's going to be time where we could determine that from a theoretical standpoint, that's a possibility, or no, it's probably unlikely.
Thank you for that clarification. One more, I think, pretty quick question here. Mr. Merrifield, in terms of the assessment of reserves in the DMG, was that focused, the focus of that assessment on the Bell, Cherry, and Refuge Canyon zones? Or is that?
I'm sorry, George.
No, that's perfect. That's a good spot to stop. So yes, we looked at.
All four. Yeah, in fact, the search criteria was very exhaustive. I looked for Delaware Mountain Group, I looked for Bell Canyon, Cherry Canyon, Ramsey Sand, Oldens. I mean, I went through all of the possible names to kind of extract from the IHS database to assess that.
And is that, did that include the lower brushy for the Avalon or just focus on the three zones we discussed?
It included all the brushing.
Okay.
Okay. I did not get into the Avalon. No, I did not. Because the whole assumption there was that I was going to carry it down to the level 21, which is really the base of the Delaware Mountain. And then I stopped at that point.
Are you aware of any reserve assessment that was performed by any other operators?
No.
No further questions.
Sorry,
I do have a couple of questions. I don't know if I should.
if you could just come up, it'll make it easier to hear.
I can switch to.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. This will be quick. Sorry. Mr. Merrifield, I just have a couple of questions for you. With respect to your wellbore diagram that we were looking at, which was page 101, using the file page number. You had discussed with Ms. Bennett the defect tests that we performed and how they will impact or how they will be performed with the Brushy Canyon.
Yes.
Will the Brushy Canyon defect be performed only in the open hole section?
It will not be performed in the open section. And maybe that was not clear.
Okay.
It will defits, the diagnostic fraction injection test will be done in case total. And that's one of the advantages of doing that is that the chances of success are greatly enhanced when you have hackers that are actually in contact with metal.
Okay, thank you. Then looking at your slide 108, which is the structure map. What is the contour interval on those
I
maps?
think it's 100, it could be 50 feet, it's 100 or 50, sure.
100 or 50.
Yes.
Okay. And is it correct the down dip is to the right?
It is correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Dr. Mpoma, do you have any questions for the witness?
Yes, I do. Okay. So I'll start with the C1 weight.
Okay.
So on page 23,
Okay.
you showed the schematic of the plot well.
Okay.
And up here,
This is one of the abandoned.
yeah, one of
Okay, I
the.
remember this. Yeah.
So looking at this, how they blocked it, do you believe that was blocked in a good way to prevent any potential communication with your operation?
So I don't recall the exact date. Looking at the way that they plug this well, it's an older plugging approach. And the reason I know that is because they use kind of these intermittent cement plugs and then mud plugs. And then that is a standard approach back in the kind of the 70s or 80s and sometimes even maybe the 90s, depending on what state you're in. They will still allow. Today, that's not, the best way to do it, but it was acceptable at that day and time. Now, having said that, when we're talking about mud slurry, that's usually a thick bentonite slurry, usually. So it is still a permeable area. So yes, it is an approved approach, but historically, I think, there's a historical context to it.
So it's still workable. You believe
It's still what?
is it workable? Like, or do you believe there should be some sort of an eye on this particular well?
All I'm saying is that it's not the standard practice, but bentonite is a very impermeable material. And when it's mixed with mud, basically the mud portion of that well, as well as the cement portion, are considered impermeable barriers within that well.
So let's talk a little bit about.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure Oski knows more to make sure that there will be no problem with that particular one. I just wanted to clarify. On page 10 of the C108 on the application.
Okay.
So you have on stereo saying Brushy Canyon is included as a potential injection interval. The Brushy is not intentionally targeted for injection. Now, but you're also going to do defect in this particular.
Correct. And that's the key point.
So I just want to know, is there no any other alternative other than more like operating the Brushy Canyon, knowing very well that you are not going to do any injection? So is there any other alternative to collect the data that you're looking for without actually performing the defect in this formation?
The purpose of the defib and is to really calibrate the interpretation of the frac gradients that are determined from logs. And the only way that you can do that is by having some type of injection test. The defib, in my opinion, is the best approach to get the most accurate and best chance of getting data than any other data that you can do. But all the data that you can, in order to calibrate the frac gradients, you have to have some sort of injection test. And Bryce will touch on this a little bit later, but what he'll show is, what the pressure buildup looks like and what it comes back down to, and what part of the curve you actually have to measure in order to assess, what the frac closure stress or the parting pressure is when you run that test.
So are you saying that, let's say, the defect that you're going to do in the Sherry Canyon, the Bell Creek formation, those two, you don't have enough data points to be able to calibrate your entire fracture gradient, but you still have to do the defect in the Brushy Canyon?
What we'll have after we collect this data is we'll have defect data within the Brushy Canyon, the Cherry Canyon, and the Bell Canyon formations. We'll have a continuous curve of what the frac gradient looks like.
Yeah, but I'm
And to calibrate that, we have to have certain data points that require some sort of injection test. And the injection test that we're proposing is
okay. So you said you have to do, I'm more concerned about if we are not going to use this formation for injection, why do we have to perforate it, in the first place? And then coming back and fill it out, so that is my concern.
Yeah, and so the reason why we have to, I think I understand where you're coming from, is we actually are forced into injecting into the formation. So we actually have to cut a hole through casing and inject into the formation and monitor the pressure build up and decline in that formation in order to gather this data point that's going to be used as a calibration point. There's no other way to do it, and from my standpoint, I don't know of any other way to do it. You can do it open hole,
Mini frac, yeah.
but what I'm saying is the chance of success with a mini frac of getting the data is about 40%. Okay. And with this, it's about 95%.
So on slide 104, thanks for leaving.
Yeah,
response.
yeah.
So apply 104, page 104 on the application. I want to know how many wells you used in analyzing the petrophysics.
Okay,
Yeah, for the target zones.
yeah, and so the amount of wells, I don't have that number in hand, but we had probably on the order of at least 100 data points to create that map that's color coded on the right-hand side right there. At least 100, maybe 200, maybe 500
Okay.
to create you want me to point at it?
No, I can see.
Okay,
I can see.
yeah.
Okay.
But all those data points are not shown there.
So you show that porosity 40% going there, but the permeability 0.4 to 3 millidarcy. So my question is, what is the source, or how did you compute your permeability?
How did we compute permeability? We did not actually calculate permeability. So in the Delaware Mountain Group, because these are sandstones, there are a number of authors that have evaluated the permeability porosity relationship, and plot how linear that relationship is. But we did not go in and calculate permeability in these for our study.
So on your page 98, you talk about how the two wells, there is a distinct geology between these two wells locations. Right. You talked about that probably on the other testimony. Now you are using a correlation to calculate what your permeability is.
Exactly.
But let me ask, so do you have any plans to also include coring in your program to be able to get the actual core? Because you want to build a database, right? Not really dependent on more or less a correlation.
We did have that in some of our initial evaluations of all the surveillance that we were going to gather. But because the coring part, I think, ended up being a minor component just because we did not feel that would add as much value as the cost. And it was really just when we evaluated all the different surveillances that we were going to do, we just felt that was a lower priority.
Yeah,
We did entertain that. I'm letting you know that.
but why would that be a low priority?
It was lower on priority. That's
Yeah, but we want to know how permeable the formation is, other than just relying on
right.
the normal correlation.
Right,
Look
and
how
I think part of the assessment was that we actually pulled the existing core data that was available from the DMG
Thank you.
and incorporated that into
Thank
the
you.
analysis.
I appreciate that. Help me understand on your the well design for the Papa Squirrel well. So I'm trying to correlate that to the well correlation that you're showing on page 104. Is the Papa Squirrel well the well diagram? Is it that one is in total vertical depth, right?
Is it, I'm sorry, what was you?
Total vertical depth.
Total vertical.
Total vertical depths.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
So I see the bell pinion is about 4,655
Uh-huh.
feet. Now, when I cross-check that to your to the wall correlation that you have on page 104. So from A to A prime, and you have your well is going to be in the middle. I'm a little bit, maybe the well correlation is in a different depth domain.
It is. It's subsurface TVD.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And maybe if we can, because it's not shown.
It's not, and that's something that should have been caught, but it
Okay.
wasn't.
Okay. Because I was a little bit.
No, valid question.
Okay. I do have other questions. So how, in your application, you showed all the structure map that you did based on the well correlations, but I didn't see that on the site. So I know you are building a database, but I just want to know, why did you not include any interpretation from the seismic?
The question about seismicity and showing that is really has to go through IP review process. And we, in the process of going through this, I felt that that interpretation, it was based upon an interpretation of an SME. And to go through that, we would have probably, there would have been a lot more that needed to be addressed other than just this group. We would have had to been gotten into a lot of detail on that evaluation. And we just didn't see that added as much value.
So you talked about how you were not able to identify any faults
Right.
in the Castello is the correct word. Now, but you talked about how there was some sort of anomaly because of soils and then the presence of hydrates in there. So you were not able to build a very good velocity profile
Right.
to really interpret that soil. Now, I just want to know, did you try any different attributes to see if there are no geological features that could impede any potential pathway?
Other than the seismic data, is that what you're saying?
So with the seismic data, there are multiple attributes that you can run to see whether there are any even seismic faults, anything. So I'm just asking, just a normal interpretation, did you go further to use attributes?
Yeah, and the person that did this actually looked at a couple of different ways of looking at the data, but it boiled down to one fundamental criteria, how you define a fault using seismic data. And that it's a very traditional way of looking at it, and that is that you really need to be able to define separation of stratigraphic units across a discontinuity that can be seen at the scale of the observation that you're making. Because it's that discontinuity between two horizons across some planar discontinuity, which is defined as a fault, where you actually see separation of layers. So he was really looking for that characteristic to define a fault.
And I don't mean to interrupt here, but Mr. Kaminsky will also be able to address some of the questions on seismicity, if that's useful for you later today as well.
Yeah, I was mostly talking about the seismic interpretation of seismicity.
Okay.
I know that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about the stimulation? Do you plan to do stimulation in this well?
After we complete the well, after we drill the well, and then we run casing, and then we perforate casing, and then we set the tubing in the packer in the well, and we put a wellhead on it. We will conduct an acid job, and that really is to clean out, the perforations, clean out anything near wellbore, so that when we actually go in and inject into the formation, that we know that the formation is as clean as possible and the near wellbore is as clean as possible to enhance injectivity. So that's going to be, the primary reason for doing the acid job. And when we say stimulation, an acid job is a form of stimulation.
Thank you.
Mr. Lowe? And just a couple quick questions about the location and some of the wells. You mentioned, I think, with respect to the Severitas well, that there were 3 nearby Bone Springs wells.
Yes.
And are you doing any extra sort of particular monitoring of those wells in your proposal?
I'll have to defer that to someone later, I think. Surveillance plan.
Yeah. Mr. Kaminsky will be discussing the data and monitoring plan in detail.
Yeah, I was interested in the monitoring too.
Mhm.
And then I don't know if this would be a question for you, or perhaps someone else as well, Mr. Merrifield, but regarding the location of the Severitas well, Looks like that's in the Cicada, it's a state federal unit.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I don't know if that unit's formations include these saltwater disposal target formations, you know?
So this is within the Cicada unit. This well is actually going to be located on state land office land. And it's from our assessment, land assessment of this, we have the right to inject into the DMG, if that's your question.
That's where I was going, yes. And similarly, if you move that, I think there was a mention of a micro move of a couple hundred feet, you'd still be on state trust land?
Yes. Yes.
You may want to check with the land office and see that that unit actually includes the DMG formation.
Yeah.
And I believe, have you filed that application for the easement yet? Saltwater disposal easement with the land office?
I don't know if we have or not, to be honest. But I will tell you this, the person that is evaluating that is actually over at the state land office right now, having a discussion with them about some things. And I know that the question that you're asking is something that, and he's aware of both locations. I've been having these ongoing discussions with him about this. And he understands fully the need to have own the right to inject disposal water within the DMG on either location.
Yeah, thank you. And that, you might be a little bit beyond the scope of this today, but I just want to ask some of those practicalities there. So
Exactly.
Thank you.
yeah, thank you for the presentation. No further questions.
And I've got no questions for the witness, so you may be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I did want to, and I should have been, I don't need to, but with Mr. Merrifield, I would like to reserve the right to call him for a rebuttal witness if necessary.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think in the interest of time and suspecting that the next witness will be relatively long, Brox, I say we adjourn for a relatively briefish lunch break and resume at 12:45. For those online, I will leave the WebEx open, but I'm going to shut off the video and shut off audio till we resume.
Thank you very much.
Confirming that the court reporter, Mr. Coswell, you're back online.
I am. Hello.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. I had let's make sure I reinitiated the recording. Good. I think ready to have you call your next witness.
Thank you very much. And Mr. DeBryan is going to handle the next two witnesses.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Chairman would like to call this next witness, Jason Parisi.
Okay. Can I ask the court reporter to swear in Mr. Parizek, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Let me take a seat.
Please state your name.
Jason Parizek,
Who do you work for, Mr. Parizek?
Chevron,
How long have you worked for Chevron?
just over 10 years.
And if you could, for the commission, just give some, a shorthand background with regard to the evolution of your duties and responsibilities, jobs for Chevron during that period.
Yes, I started off working in San Joaquin Valley, California as an asset development geologist. My duties there were planning and overseeing execution of both horizontal and vertical wellbores. Following that, I went out to a field office working with the production operations group on a technical team. Duties in that role were setting up and establishing reservoir management and surveillance programs for both a sour gas disposal project and water injection projects. I was also responsible for overseeing and planning sidetracks of both vertical and horizontal wells. 2018, I moved out to Midland, Texas, working the Permian Basin. Started off working in the production ops group as a technical team geologist. Duties on that team involved evaluating some of our deep disposal wells, looking at different performance between the wells. I was responsible for a refrac project that we conducted in the basin and oversaw some technology projects such as gas reinjection. Currently working as a development geologist in New Mexico, and responsibilities in that role involve planning and overseeing execution of horizontal wells.
Could you give a brief summary of your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree, bachelor's in science from San Diego State University, graduating summa cum laude, and a master's degree from San Diego State University. Both of them are in geological sciences.
Have you previously testified before the New Mexico Conservation Commission or division?
I have testified before the division in February of 2020.
Were your credentials accepted as a matter of record in the proceeding?
Yes, they were.
We would tender Mr. Parizek as an expert in petroleum geology.
And accepted.
Are you familiar with the applications that Chevron filed in these two cases?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the two saltwater disposal wells that are the subject of the pilot project?
Yes.
Before we start reviewing the exhibits that you prepared as part of your study, if you could give the commission just a brief summary of what inquiry you undertook and the subject of your testimony today.
Yes, my testimony today will be exploring in further detail some of the case studies that were identified in the map that was referenced, I believe in the opening statements, regarding one of the products of the 2016 work group that was taking place. What I'm going to show is that several observations and looking at water cut changes can be explained in different ways by establishing some of the understanding that we've developed with DMG and fracture-driven interactions between various benches within the Permian Basin. With those learnings, we can now apply that same level of assessment back to those case studies and potentially come up with different or more robust interpretations for the root cause.
And for the benefit of the commissioners, the exhibits that we're going to discuss with Mr. Parizek started at page 109. If we can turn to the first slide. Could you just briefly explain what this slide represents and the work that went into it?
Yes, this slide, really the core of the slide is I want to demonstrate that water cut alone is not a definitive test for saltwater disposal interference of producing wells. So just some of the background in going into this, I mentioned the 2016 work group. So that work group shared observations of both Delaware Mountain Group production wells and Avalon production wells that were seeing increased water cut over time. And on the map on the right side, I've got an example of what those maps had looked like that was within that slide deck. And that slide deck is, I believe, Exhibit 8 in the OCD's exhibits. But on that map, you'll see kind of a locator map. And within that, there are sections that are highlighted in purple or red. And those sections represent areas that were suggested to have had DMG interactions with underlying Avalon producers.
And the way that they're identified, if you look at the circles, you'll see a larger light colored circle and kind of a smaller dark circle. Well, the smaller dark circle represents a cumulative water cut over the life of the producing well. And the larger light colored circle would represent the last 6 months water cut. And when you see an increase in the last 6 months water cut over the lifetime water cut of the well, that would indicate that that well is now producing a higher water cut than it was historically, suggesting that something has changed, creating that production change.
So is it fair to say that your study was to look into whether there were other potential causes to explain the increased water cuts that were reported in those case studies?
It was part of the work that I've done, and I'll show in future exhibits that we've learned a lot about our development areas that are located proximal to the example I've shown. And we would apply those learnings and revisited some of these cases and come up with different, and I would argue, in my opinion, stronger hypotheses as to what's going on with the water cut changes.
If you could turn to your next slide on page 110. What does it represent?
The map shown on this exhibit represents a locator map for the case studies that I had evaluated as part of this assessment, and it's a subset of them. Also shown on, they're represented by the colored circles, and I'll describe those shortly. Also shown on this map is stars. Yellow star represents the location of the Papa Squirrel saltwater disposal well that is part of this case, and the blue star on the left side of the map represents the location of the Severitas 2 state SWD1, also part of this case. And the pink or purple polygons that are scattered across this map represent locations or areas that Chevron operates. The colored circles shown on this map, I've got a legend off to the upper right, but the green circles represent an area where we've identified Wolfcamp completions affecting the Avalon and resulting in similar observations that we had seen in the previous exhibit that I've shared regarding Exhibit 8 that the OCD has entered. The blue circles represent areas where Chevron is operating Avalon wells, either directly under or adjacent to Delaware Mountain Group saltwater disposal, and we are not seeing any impact from those operations. The red circle represents an area where there is identifiable geologic features that trend between Delaware Mountain Group ejectors and Delaware Mountain Group producers that may have a driver on why some of the potential communication was seen in those areas. And then lastly, the orange circles represent areas where there are geologic features that trend between Avalon producers and Delaware Mountain Group saltwater disposal wells that, again, it may indicate why some of those observations were made.
Let's turn to the additional exhibits prepared with respect to each study. The first one is just identified on the next slide with camp completions, affect Avalon production, just the title, and the actual first exhibit representative of your study is on page 112. Wolfcamp completions result in Avalon production interaction. If you could explain for the commission what you did in your study and what's represented by this exhibit.
Yes. Chevron operates in the vicinity of the Papa Squirrel saltwater disposal well that we're proposing. We operate several sections that are fully developed with Avalon producers. And those Avalon producers in the northern part of Salado Draw have produced for 3 to 4 years from the time we drilled to tell the time I'm showing on this slide, with very stable production rates, very stable declines. We've seen predictable gas oil ratio trends through the life of those wells. And the only particular upsets that we've seen with those wells during the production periods were when we were developing an offset pad directly adjacent to those wells. We would typically see fracture-driven interactions that would result in a short-term gas oil ratio trend change or production increase in water production. So in roughly 2019 into 2020, we started to see pretty significant changes in our Avalon wells. And by changes, I am referring to the diagram that's on the right side of the exhibit here. If you look at that diagram, what we're showing here is both oil production rate and the gas oil producing gas oil ratios for a sample of the Avalon producers on the northeast side of our Salado Draw development area.
And what colors are represented in that chart for each?
The green circles represent the oil rate, and yellow circles represent the solution gas oil ratio. What you'll observe on here, as I discussed, is there's been relatively consistent and predictable, or let me say, stable declines through the oil rate and increases in gas oil ratio. What we observed at that time was increases in production. If you look at where the vertical dashed black line is on that plot, and this is prior to us really understanding what was going on, we started to see significant increases in oil production and significant decreases in gas oil ratio. These Avalon wells are approximately 3,000 feet TBD shallower than our Wolfcamp pads. And at the time of the study, we didn't have a precedent for Wolfcamp completions interacting with Avalon wells. So some of these, we took an investigation to understand what was going on. We looked at facilities debottlenecking. We looked at a wide spectrum of drivers, but the only one that really correlated to what we've observed here were our underlying Wolfcamp A fracs. And that the frac date is shown by that vertical dashed black line. So that was our first indication that we had an interaction. Following that, I've got another diagram here shown on the left side, the lower left corner of the slide. Approximately 3 miles west of the first example, we had another pad. This is our second pad of Wolfcamp A wells that was being completed in the area. And we observe, again, another interaction in those Avalon wells that's highlighted here in the lower left corner. So let me describe what this chart represents. I've got the time on the x-axis, and on the y-axis, I'm showing water rate shown in blue and the gas oil ratio shown in black. We see a stable decline in producing water rate up until the first black line that's shown with a call out that says Avalon frac interaction event. This was an directly offset pad where we saw the completions from that pad interacting with this particular well. And the result was a drop in the producing GOR and an increase in the water production. You'll see another stable decline from that first event down until the point where there's a vertical red solid line and then a second vertical dashed line. What this window represents is the start to the end of the Wolfcamp A completion that was being conducted below this Avalon well. So this was 2 examples. Following this, we had a strong hypothesis that these Wolfcamp completions were interacting with Avalon. So we took a surveillance, we conducted a surveillance study on a third pad where we shut in 2 Avalon wells. We ran downhole memory pressure gauges. We conducted water samples from both the Avalon well as a baseline, conducted water samples from an offset Wolfcamp pad as a baseline, and we took our water samples from our completions. And what we observed when that underlying Wolfcamp A well the pad was completed, is we saw a 2,000 PSI increase in one of our Avalon wells. We saw the water chemistry change from the time prior to the completion to during the completion, and then reverted back to its baseline after the completion. So we then had, again, more data now that supports this hypothesis that our Wolfcamp wells were interacting with Avalon.
You can turn to your next exhibit on page 113. It's talking about Wolfcamp completion with extended periods of water influx by Avalon well. And what did you do for the study in order to reach these analysis and conclusions?
Yes. So I've got on the bottom right-hand corner just a locator map showing the development, the Salado Draw development area, just in the vicinity of where we were observing these Wolfcamp A interactions with our Avalon wells, and highlighted in the blue rectangles. Each of those blue rectangles represents an individual pad of Wolfcamp A wells where we have seen a interaction with the overlying Avalon wells. And the only reasons that 13 and 24 aren't highlighted is that they were completed after I conducted this study. So I have not evaluated any whether those pads have interacted with Avalon. At the top half of this exhibit, I'm showing 3 different production plots, and this is again a sample of Avalon wells from across our field that's highlighted in the bottom right locator map. But on this plot, again, the x-axis is time, and the y-axis represents in blue water rate, in red gas rate, and in green the oil rate. And if you looking at these, I'll kind of walk through one of them. Looking at the one on the left, you'll see a very subtle increase around the first call out that says Avalon Frac, the left of the two. There's a small increase in water cut change. And this represents a pad of Avalon wells that were completed 2 well spacings over from the well that's shown here, or 2 pad spacings over. The second Avalon Frac call out represents a offset Avalon pad that was fracked. You'll see a more significant increase in water production, a drop in the gas production, and then an increase in oil production after the well recovers from that fracture-driven interaction. But we'll also refer to those as fracture stimulation interference, FSI or FDI. I'm using those terms analogously.
And you may have covered it, but which ones are you referring to when you're talking about the water? Which color on your apps?
The blue. So the water rate itself, the water production rate is blue. But when I refer to water cut, what I'm observing is that the oil rate drops down to roughly the 0 line as the water rate increases from the baseline. So that would indicate that the water cut's increasing at that point. So I've stepped through the 2 examples from Avalon fracs. Now I want to show that the Wolfcamp fracs are the next 2 vertical lines on this plot. And both of those, the first Wolfcamp fracture-driven interaction that we observe, we'll see an increase again in the water production rate in blue and the oil production rate in green. And again, that well recovers back to a baseline within about 6 months, just estimating based on the graph. And then lastly, is if you move over to roughly where it says year 6, you'll see that next Wolfcamp A completion that took place resulted in an increase in water production in this well. But this increase in water production rate is extended at least 9 months based on the data that's shown on this plot. And that's really the key that I want to demonstrate with these plots here is if you look over to the middle plot where that Wolfcamp A frac is shown around year 5, you see that production upset or that change in water production rate. It extends almost a year on this plot to the end of the data. And lastly, in the last example, again, that water rate increases for the limit of the data that's shown on this plot. So the key to what I'm showing here is that the fracture-driven interactions or interactions between completions and offset wells are generally short-term in duration, that these Wolfcamp interactions that we've observed and kind of established are occurring in our area can lead to long-term changes in the water production rate for the Avalon wells.
You can turn to your next slide on page 114. And what does this slide represent?
This slide represents a reevaluation of one of the case studies that we had taken a look at. And I want to draw attention to the locator map on the left side. What's shown here in yellow highlight on that locator map is the western extent of our Salado Draw development area. And in the middle of section 21, I've got a blue well stick located, and that is the Avalon producer that we're going to be looking at here in this example.
So this is responsible on the case studies in OPV Exhibit 8.
That's correct. Also shown on the map in section 16, north of section 21, is a blue triangle in the southeast corner. This represents the location of a Delaware Mountain Group saltwater disposal well. And in that same, on the eastern side of section 16, I've got 2 well sticks that are difficult to discern, but the callouts on the top represent those being the locations of 1 Third Bone Spring well with a completion date shown to be between May and June of 2015, and a stack of 3 Wolfcamp wells with the completions to be between July and August of 2015. Looking at the production plot on the right side, on the x-axis we're looking at time, and on the y-axis we're looking at monthly volumes on a logarithmic scale. Shown in blue on this plot is the water production rate, green is oil rate, red is the gas rate for the producer that I had called out on section 21. Also shown on this plot is the injection rate in monthly volumes, again, for the saltwater disposal well that's shown in the southeast corner of section 16. In this example, in the documents that were shared in Exhibit 8, the thought or the hypothesis is that breakthrough occurred due to increasing injection rate on that saltwater disposal well, causing the increase in water production in that well located in section 21. Given the learnings that we had in our development area, I had taken the completion dates for those Third Bone Spring well and those Wolf Camp wells and overlay those onto that production plot. And what I've noticed is where that purple vertical line is representing the date of the Wolf Camp A completions, is that's when we see the significant change in water production on this particular well. So while I'm not ruling out that the saltwater disposal well may have been the driver in it, in my opinion, the Wolf Camp A completions is likely a more robust or superior explanation of the two hypotheses that we're looking at here.
You can turn to your next exhibit on page 115, Wolf Camp completions affect Avalon production. And what does this slide show?
This is looking at the locator map on the left. We're looking at the same general area, but I've moved the subject well, one well spacing to the east of the previous example. Located in section 21, so it's located roughly in the center of section 21. Also in section 21, there are two light blue well sticks on the west side, representing two Wolf Camp A wells. There are 4 well sticks kind of in the center of the section, representing another set of Wolf Camp A wells, and a set of purple well sticks on the east side, again representing Wolf Camp A wells. So I've taken the completion dates for those wells and overlaid those onto a production plot from that particular well. And those are shown with the vertical dashed lines on the production plot on the right side of this exhibit. I want to note that this one is looking at daily rate rather than monthly rate that we have seen on the last slide. So the first pad or the first 2 Wolf Camp A completions that took place don't show a significant step change. You could argue that if you look at the vertical blue dash line, that there's a small increase in water production. But what I really want to call out on this example is that the 2 paths of Wolf Camp A wells that are directly underlying that Avalon producer are plotted with the red dash line and the purple dash line. And this well sees a significant change in oil, gas, and the water rate coincident with those completion dates. And this is similar to the example that I had shown in my previous exhibit. One on page 112, where we saw increased oil production following an underlying Wolf Camp A completion.
And so your bottom line conclusion with respect to the analysis of the Wolf Camp and Bone Spring completions on oil and gas.
So the key takeaway for this section is that the observations that we'd seen in Exhibit 8 can have alternative explanations. Chevron has consistently seen Wolf Camp A completions interacting with our Avalon wells in this particular section of Lee County. And again, that just looking at water cut alone and proximity to saltwater disposal wells is not conclusive in determining root cause. With the additional data we have, we really need to do more thorough examinations to rule out which the leading hypothesis is.
Let's turn to the next aspect of your study, which begins on page 116, looking at whether Avalon wells were affected by DMG disposal. And the first substantive slide is on page 117. If you could explain to the commission what work you did here and what your conclusions were reached.
Yes. This example is in a location that's similar to, I believe, Exhibit 7 that the OCD has submitted. And this is an area where in 2014 and into 2015, the brand SWD1 and the heavy metal 12-1 were 2 open hole saltwater disposal wells. And the operator of the green well sticks that are shown on this map where it says DMG producers noted an increase in water production and reached out to the operator of those 2 saltwater disposal wells, showed them the observations that they had, and they came to an agreement that they were going to shut those wells in due to suspected communication.
And if you can just identify the location of those 2 wells that you mentioned on the map.
Those 2 wells are indicated by a blue circle with a cross in the middle of it. Also shown on this map are 2 other just open circles, smaller circles, and those represent two others, Delaware Mountain Group saltwater disposal wells. One of the SDS 11 Fed 1 was injecting into only the Bell Canyon. The Lotus 11 Fed 2 was injecting into the Bell Canyon and Cherry Canyon. But really the key that I want to demonstrate here is despite the potential communication between the two saltwater disposal wells over to those Delaware Mountain Group producers, Chevron operates Avalon wells that are underlying or between those two locations shown by the DMG wells and the saltwater disposal wells. And we had not seen any indication of water influx or abnormal production from those underlying Avalon wells.
And what are the Chevron Avalon wells shown on the map?
They're shown by the tan or pink color that's within that tan polygon representing a development area.
You could turn to the next slide on page 118 and explain what your study looked at here and conclusions you reached.
This study demonstrates, again, I want to kind of highlight on the locator map shown at the bottom right of the slide with the blue. What we're looking at here is our Chevron Salado Draw development area. The wells that are shown on the map in sections 15, 14, 13, 18, 19, 24, 23. These are our Avalon producers within that area. On the northeast corner of our development area is a saltwater disposal well that was completed in the Bell Canyon and the Cherry Canyon.
And just to clarify, Chevron Avalon producers here are in a different area than what we looked at prior to the.
Correct. This is south of that prior exhibit. Also on this map is a SH max orientation. This is the maximum horizontal stress direction, and it was derived from image logs looking at borehole breakouts, as well as microseismic that was conducted in sections 18 and 19 on this map. But what I want to demonstrate here is that saltwater disposal well was active from the time that we drilled those wells all the way to February of 2019. And we were on strike to that SH max orientation of that well. We did not see any indication of production change over the course of that time, aside from the known completions that we had in the Avalon wells that are called out on the production plot that's shown on the left side here.
You said we were on strike for those who are on the first and all gas industry.
What I mean by that is if you take the SH max orientation from and overlaid on that saltwater disposal well, that orientation direction points directly into our Avalon wells.
And so the conclusion you reached is demonstrated by this slide as well.
In part, the other point that I want to make regarding this area is that these wells produced at roughly a 50% water cut over their well life up until we started to see interactions with the Wolfcamp completions. We were able to draw down. We conducted a pressure study in sections 18 and 19. We were able to draw down bottom hole pressures to where we conducted those pressure surveys. We were seeing 500 psi to 800 psi on those surveys. And over the course of that time when that well was actively injecting, we didn't see any indication of water cut change.
Let's take a look at the next aspect of your study where you looked at possible causes attributable to faulty intermediates. It begins on page 119. And the first substantive slide is on page 120. If you could explain to the commission the work you did here and what this slide demonstrates.
So now I've stepped back up to the previous example that I've shown where our Avalon wells do not interact with overlying and offset saltwater disposal into the Delaware Mountain Group. But we're focused now on the Delaware Mountain Group producers in relation to the Delaware Mountain Group injectors that are shown on this map on the right, with the DMG producers being in green, DMG injectors being in blue.
This is again looking at those wells impacted in OCD exhibit 11 or 7.
That's correct. On the well that has a call out labeled PLU 401H, I've got a pink dot that indicates where on a production logging tool, basically a production log that was run on that well. They observed 1,520 barrels of water coming in at one perforation cluster. That point on this well represents that inflow point. We had as Tom mentioned, geophysicists map out and look for potential faults, potential lineaments in our different development areas. And not being aware of this particular case study, I took the work that geophysicists had done and I integrated it into this example. And on that map, shown in green, represent a potential lineament that was mapped out from seismic. And the location of that lineament trends between the heavy metal well, the Brand well, and the projection of that extends through where you see that PLT inflow point on that 401H producer.
So you're talking about the green diagonal line that runs from the southwest to the northeast?
That's correct. And the significance of that with regard to the SH max orientation that's shown with the double red arrow on the bottom of the slide here is that any kind of fracture, lineament, fault, anything that's oriented parallel to the SH max direction is going to be under an opening mode or is going to be in an orientation that would enhance or enable potential fluid migration through it versus in orientation such as shown on the bottom of this slide. I guess there's two little cartoons on the bottom of the slide. The one on the left would represent an orientation of a lineament relative to the SH max and SH min that would give you an opening mode. The one on the right shows that lineament is now perpendicular to SH max. So it would be under an orientation that would be preferentially closed or restricting fluid movement. And having lineaments, faults, any kind of feature like that in the vicinity of injection would be unfavorable. This is a potential explanation as to why that area has observed the effects that were noted in that hearing.
So is it fair to say that your conclusion is that a lineament is a possible pathway for the migration of fluids?
That's correct.
You turn to your next slide on page 121, which looks like a little bit deeper analysis, same issue.
That's correct. So what I want to first call out is the locator map that's shown on the left side of this slide here. The blue box in that locator map represents generally the general area that we're looking at with this particular example. Looking at the blow up, the larger map in the center of the exhibit, there are several different colored lines here, and I want to describe what those are. The first are the green. There's a green well location, a green well stick on the southern part or the lower half of this map. That represents a well that was included in the case study. I believe that was Exhibit 8 as a well that had watered out or seen an increase in water production. As part of the review of that case study, I did not observe any offset Wolfcamp A or Avalon or Bone Spring completions that occurred around the time of that well seeing increased water production. So we were able to exclude that as a potential driver. But on the right side of the map, there are two triangles that represent the locations of two Delaware Mountain Group producer injectors that were completed in the Cherry Canyon and in the Brushy Canyon. Those were thought to be the potential driver to the events that were observed, the events being increased water production in the Avalon well that's shown on the map here. I again integrated the work of our geophysics team. Both the blue lines on the map represent these are deep Woodford or deeper faults. And you'll notice that there's one that trends southwest northeast across this map. And the red lines indicate the potential Delaware Mountain Group lineaments that the geophysicists had identified in that seismic volume. What I want to note here is two things. The first is that the DMG lineaments are roughly parallel to the deep faults that were interpreted in the area, and both of those are parallel or sub-parallel to the SH max orientation here. So again, this is a potential geologic control on why two saltwater disposal wells could potentially interact with a producing well that's over 4 miles away. So looking at it from an interpretation standpoint, this would be an unfavorable location to put saltwater disposal wells.
Did you also undertake a study with regard to the lower containment zone for the protected ones?
Yes.
And that begins on page 122 with the first supplement slide, and on page 123, where you outline the Bone Spring line picture across the basin.
Yes. This study went to evaluate the strength or the ability of the Bone Spring Lime to prevent fracture growth from Avalon producers up through it. So one of the hypotheses that we had identified early on is that these Avalon wells were potentially seeing water production higher than expected because they were breaching through the Bone Spring Line. So I've got on the map on the lower left side here, a map showing the Bone Spring Line gross interval thickness. And this area covers the New Mexico portion of the Delaware Basin. Also on this line is the Delaware Mountain Group risk area outlined, but it's truncated at the Texas-New Mexico border, and that's shown in black. There's a yellow star near that Texas-New Mexico border that represents the Madera Malcolm RET1 well. And the significance of this well is that in evaluating the Bone Spring Line throughout this area, although the gross thickness was roughly 30 feet thick, the net carbonate thickness within this well was only representative of 2 beds that were approximately 8 feet thick. So this was a pessimistic case showing a thin or a low side case for what the Bone Spring Line thickness would be in the area. Lastly, on the map shown on the left side, I've got this starred locations in orange of the Papa Squirrel, the Severitas wells. And in white are callouts showing the thickness of the Bone Spring Line at 42 feet at the Papa Squirrel and 87 feet thick at the Severitas location.
And what is shown on the right?
On the right is showing the log of the Madera Malcolm, the well that I mentioned previously, and we're looking at in terms of the tracks. The first track is the gamma ray, and you'll see a depth track with depth indicated in both TVD and TVD sub C. The next log track is the resistivity. Then there is porosity along with the PE photoelectric. And then lastly is just the lithology, interpreted lithology on the right track.
You can turn to your next slide on page 124 where you dug deeper with regard to the 8-foot Bone Spring Line being breached naturally.
Yes.
And what are you showing here?
Showing here was a modeling exercise that had taken place to understand whether our baseline Avalon completions could potentially breach through the Bone Spring Line at this location. So what was done is we took the base case completion on a slurry volume per cluster basis and started off with 69,000 gallons per cluster. We also studied sensitivities of 79,000 gallons per cluster and 91,000 gallons per cluster. In doing that, we were looking at the potential that we weren't seeing the great cluster efficiency, meaning that not all the clusters were receiving fluid. And in all 3 of those scenarios, we did not observe the Bone Spring Line, or let me rephrase, we did not observe the Avalon completions propagating up through the Bone Spring Line. But we also undertook a study to understand what it would take. So we increased the volumes for the slurry volume per cluster basis, and it took over 109,000 gallons per cluster in order to start to breach the 8-foot thick Bone Spring Line. But I want to emphasize that over our development area and over the locations of our saltwater disposal wells, that the Bone Spring Line is significantly thicker than this. And then one final note, this is a model. So we want to calibrate it to field data. And as I mentioned previously, we were able to draw down our Avalon wells to less than 1,000 PSI bottom hole pressure, which suggests to us that we are not seeing influx of water from the overlying Delaware Mountain Group, meaning that those completions did not breach through the Bone Spring Line.
You turn to the next slide, which is just a summary of your conclusions. If you could go through them and express your opinions based on your study and analysis.
Yes, just summarize. Looking back at the case studies that were shared, I shown here that water cut can have multiple drivers in our unconventional wells. And really, we need data, and we need to do more exhaustive analyses on these case studies to identify what the root cause is, because water cut alone in proximity of saltwater disposal is not a conclusion of interference. We've seen consistently within our development area in South Lee County that we've had Wolfcamp completions interacting with Avalon wells, and often the response that we see in those Avalon wells is the observation is similar to what was noted in Exhibit 8 from the OCD in the previous study. We have 2 cases of complete development areas where we're able to produce our Avalon wells in proximity to Delaware Mountain Group injection without seeing indications of communication. When the SH max orientation of features such as lineaments or faults is parallel to the strikes of the lineaments or faults are parallel to SH max, those locations that orientation is potentially enabling to fluid migration through them, as opposed to when they're orthogonal to SH max or perpendicular to it, where the lineament would be under a closing mode.
Has Chevron analyzed the areas around the 2 wells that are subject to the pilot project to determine if there's lineaments?
They have investigated it, and they have not seen it within 2 miles of locations.
And finally, what did you want to?
Just in conclusion, that the Bone Spring line was not being breached during Avalon completions. And the saltwater disposal wells are operating in a manner not to frack the reservoir, whereas our Avalon completions, the intent of those was to break down the reservoir. So we were trying to stimulate the frac of the reservoir below them, and we were not breaching through the Bone Spring line.
In your opinion, will the Chevron wells that are subject to the pilot project negatively impact DMG existing or future production in the area?
No.
In your opinion, will the Chevron wells negatively impact Avalon's Bone Spring production in the area?
No.
In your opinion, will the wells negatively impact relative rights of producers in Avalon or Bone Spring or DMG?
No.
Were the exhibits we discussed today prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
We would move the commission of exhibits, I believe it's 109 through 123.
Any objections?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Nope. Any objections?
Mr.
The exhibits have been admitted.
Well, that actually is that after, is that for cross-examination?
Mr. Tremaine? Floor is yours.
Jumping the gun here and making sure I understand the formulation of the question. Thank you. Apologize. Referring back to slide 120, and just a clarifying question, what is the distance between the injection wells that you're referring to and the producing wells that were affected on the slide?
They were approximately 2.5 miles.
Okay, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the summary of your presentation here. Is it Chevron's conclusion that the Wolfcamp wells are communicating with Avalon producing wells?
They are. That is our conclusion, yes.
And is that, can you speak to whether that communication is negatively affecting or damaging the production from those Avalon wells?
We have seen cases where it has taken longer to recover those wells. I can't speak to the economic value of that.
Okay. And is it also, my understanding also true that you cannot eliminate the Mesquite well, SWD wells as the source of the interference for the wells in the bottom?
No, I'm not suggesting that they're not.
Okay. In the area where the observed influence for the Wolfcamp completion was observed in the Avalon, were there any similar observations in the Bone Spring horizontal wells between the Avalon and Wolfcamp?
I have not investigated that in that area.
No further questions.
Sorry, any questions?
I do have some questions. Thank you. Just, there we go. Thank you. Good afternoon. Few questions for you, and I'm going to be jumping around a little bit here.
Not very much for you.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. If you can look at, it's page 110 of the presentation. Wow. So, excuse me, case study working now?
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like this exhibit addresses or references 6 case studies. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in the write-up, of the subsequent exhibits, I only see 5.
Yeah.
So what is
Yeah.
for the 6th case study?
The 6th case is the orange circle that's shown on near the state line on this map.
Okay.
And it represents an area where Chevron has drilled 8 Avalon wells. And since the beginning of the production of those wells, they've seen high water cut and high pressure. Across the state line, difficult to explain, I guess, across the state line in one section to the west, so approximately 1 mile to the southwest of that location, there is a saltwater disposal well that's completed in the Delaware Mountain Group. We've identified between that saltwater disposal well and our Avalon wells some potential localized faulting. And it's our leading hypothesis that those wells are being influenced by saltwater disposal in that area. So that's the last case today. I did not have an exhibit on it and did not discuss it.
Okay. And what's the current production status of the Avalon wells included in this case study?
I don't know the current status of the wells.
You can turn to page 112, please. What is the approximate vertical separation between the Wolfcamp and the Avalon Shale?
3,000 feet.
And what do you think is the mechanism or pathway that is allowing Wolfcamp fracs to communicate with Avalon?
I don't know, but the hypothesis is either existing open networks or restimulation of networks. So we do not think that we are propagating the Wolfcamp fractures up all the way to the Avalon.
Is the frac, do you think the frac is growing vertically through the whole rock section, or is the communication occurring through natural fractures or faults?
I think that's what I answered in the last question.
Knows that it's growing, well, that you don't, that it's growing vertically through the.
Oh, we don't believe
know.
that it's growing vertically 3,000 feet.
Have you checked the oil gravity to determine whether it's changed?
We have not.
And let's see this next slide. Can you look at slide 113? And there are 3 production rate versus time graphs on this page, correct?
Yes.
And are these composite graphs for all of the Avalon wells drilled in a pad?
These are not. These represent a sample of wells primarily taken from the east side of the Salado Drought development area, so sections 18 and 19.
Okay. And what are the dates for the data that's shown on these graphs?
The dates indicate, I don't have the dates listed on here, but these would represent from the spud of the well shown on the left side of the data all the way through just the years shown on here.
Okay, so you don't have an idea, or you don't know what the time frames were?
Roughly 2016 would be the start of the plots, the times on here.
Okay. And were any of these sections or leases included in the original production areas influenced by DMG injection map?
Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah. Were any of these sections included in the original production areas that were influenced by DMG injection?
Not sure I understand the question.
Let me ask this, do the other Avalon pads show similar performance? Production performance, or are there some that are showing water influx?
Yes, the paths that are shown on the map on exhibit 113 showed stable production. The two sections that I've noted in that case study in sections 29 and 32 that are cropped off on this map are the wells that have showed increased influx from the early production month.
Page 114. So back on page, let's see, it would be. Got to type some page numbers here, so. bear with me. Okay, so back on page 112. The exhibit indicates that Chevron observed significant production changes in Avalon wells overlying Wolfcamp A fracks, right?
Overlying and you're directly overlying and in proximity to the pad. So it did not need to be directly underlying the Avalon wells impacted did not need to be directly overlying the Wolfcamp fracks. So even if there were a couple well spacings offset, we still were seeing influence of them.
Okay, and then on page 114, are you attributing the watering out of the section 21 Avalon well to fracks that were completed approximately a half mile away?
That's the best bit of data we have. So we're looking at fracks that are roughly a half mile away, but we're also looking at the saltwater disposal well on that same distance and spacing, whereas the Wolfcamp wells were again intentionally trying to break down the rock, whereas the saltwater disposal well was not. It was supposed to be injecting under a rock gradient. So that's the conclusion that we lead to, is that the Wolfcamp completions are a superior hypothesis.
And the Wolfcamp completions are several thousand feet deeper.
That's correct.
Right. What typical half frac length does Chevron target?
I don't know.
Do you have any examples in this presentation where Chevron has performed targeted surveillance and Wolfcamp frac water has traveled over a half mile?
Not in this presentation, no.
And has Chevron done that analysis other than in this presentation?
Can you rephrase the question so I can answer properly?
Sure.
Or restate it?
Sure. Has Chevron performed targeted surveillance of Wolfcamp frac that has shown that Wolfcamp frac water has traveled over a half mile?
We have vertically, so we have seen indications. It's not conclusive, but we have seen indications where a Wolfcamp to Avalon water mixing relationship is a valid solution to the observations that we have.
And that's vertical.
That's vertical.
Okay, but not horizontal.
Not that I'm aware of. No,
Do you have 3D seismic in this area?
we do.
And have you been able to determine the location or trend of these fractures or faults that are allowing this fracture stimulation interference?
Not in the vicinity of this area, no.
Look at page 118, please. Yeah, this is a production rate versus time graph, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is this plot a single Avalon well?
this is, yes.
And where is the well located?
Roughly in the center of section 18.
And the data on the graph ends in late 2021, is that correct?
That's correct.
Has there been any change in the production performance of this well since then?
There has, yes.
And what is that showing?
That's shown a Wolfcamp completion there was 2 pads of Wolfcamp wells that were completed on the west half of sections 18 and 19. And this well has seen a response to that fracture-driven interaction from those wells. And I believe that this well is actually one of the examples shown on another exhibit that has those data.
And on the lower right side, the Mesa VSWD is highlighted, correct?
Yes,
SWD. And is that a DMG SWD?
it is.
And do you have any information about the history of that well?
Other than what's located on or indicated on the slide, that's the history that I have on it.
You can please look at page 124. actually, sorry, 121. What is the name of the well that is labeled 24/8/2011, sort of in the lower part of the?
I do not recall, and that date represents the completion date for that well.
And do you know what zone that well was completed in?
I believe it's Avalon.
What is the significance of these DMG lineaments that are shown on this exhibit?
That the orientation of those lineaments is parallel to the SH max orientation, and that they trend between the disposal wells and the producer that's shown on the map.
Do they provide vertical connection between different layers?
We don't know.
By which path does Chevron believe the water moved between the SWDs and the producer?
One hypothesis is, since these lineaments are parallel to the deep basement faults that are shown here, is that potential movement or even minor movement of those features could reach through the Bone Spring line, providing a conduit. We don't have data to support that as a hypothesis.
Were the two DMG SWDs shown on this exhibit good disposal wells?
I don't know the rates that went into those wells.
Does Chevron believe there can be a correlation between the presence of faults and injectivity?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. I don't have the background in that. It's not my area of expertise.
Okay, let's look at page 124. And you indicated earlier in testimony that your frac predictions were based on the models. Is that correct?
In part, yes. The modeling was a test. Yes.
And can you confirm that you won't be able to predict the shape of the actual fracs until the models are calibrated?
The frac model, the question, like details for the frac model, Cody Misty would be able to answer some of those.
Does Chevron run any microseismic in this area?
Yes,
Did that analysis agree with your simulation results?
it did.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Dr. Palmer? Thank you, Chair. I do have some few questions. So beyond the other factor model that you did, has there been any actual reservoir simulation done to test some of these hypotheses?
Not to my knowledge.
And is there any plans?
There may be, and perhaps one of the other witnesses can discuss that. I'm not aware of what the entirety of the 25 folks did, but I don't know the answer to that.
Some of these hypotheses you still, based on the testimony, it's more like some of them are still inconclusive.
I think that's a great question, and part of the basis of our pilot is to collect the data in order to really rule out and understand what the root causes are. So we're not in a situation where we have multiple working hypotheses but no way to test them.
So what about the use of tracers?
That's a key part of surveillance. However, it's difficult to convince an operator of a saltwater disposal well to run a tracer in their well when it may prove that that well connects to one of your producers. So having an operator operate both the saltwater disposal and the producer can help to test those types of scenarios.
And I know that is something that you plan to do as part of the pilot program too.
Yes, and we discussed by another witness, but that is part of our response plan. Yes.
Like that. So the Avalon and the Wolfcamp, these are all producing zones, right?
That's correct.
So where is the water coming from?
We don't have a conclusive answer to that, where that water is coming from. We have seen with the surveillance that we have done is that in the east half of the field, we have seen a valid mixing relationship between Wolfcamp water and Avalon water, meaning that multiple constituents show an increase in enrichment. And in the west half of the field, we've seen a valid mixing relationship between frac water and Avalon water, suggesting that we were seeing migrated frac fluid up. But again, we don't have water samples for all of the different benches. So we don't know whether that's potentially coming from another bench that we don't have a sample for. But we, again, valid mixing relationships in those cases.
Okay. So let me ask you, based on your experience in this area, what is the typical injection rates for the FWDs in this area?
The only example that I have knowledge of is the one that I shared on
54.
Yes, and I believe it was
So 118.
118. That the typical rate for that well was between 2,000 and 4,000 barrels per day.
So is it a general representation of the typical rates in this area?
In New Mexico, that's the example across the state line, approximately a half a mile south of the state line. There is a well that has injected, I want to say, to my best of my knowledge, over 10,000 barrels a day, potentially higher.
Okay. So you talked about geological feature, like lineament, posing a potential communication. So has this been mapped, in this area, especially where you are focusing on the pilot project?
It has, the geophysicist has done an investigation for DMG ligaments, kind of mapping the way that they had done in the other examples that I've shown, and they had not identified any within 2 miles.
And just want to confirm, so you showed the thin thickness of the Bone Spring line. So I just want to confirm that in your area, it's much thicker than that age.
That's correct. So on that map shown on exhibit 123 or page 123, that well is located both outside of our development area, it's Salado Draw, and across the Texas state line. So it's outside of where we're going to be operating, or potentially operating these 2 wells. At the locations of the wells noted, it's 42 feet thick on Papa Squirrel and 87 feet thick at Severitas.
Okay. Are there any natural fractures in this area that you are aware of?
That
Natural fractures.
in the Bone Spring line.
Well, the Bone Spring, also the Brashy Canyon, and then also the actual injection zones that you target.
Not that I'm aware of.
So you don't believe, could there be a possibility that there could be an existing fractures causing some of the communications?
The image logs that have been acquired over the area generally show, and I'm speaking just in general in the Permian, that the vast majority of fractures are healed or sealed.
So there's no need to get a call to even validate that.
I think it would be, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, I was saying it was easy. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Bloom?
No questions. Ms. Hardy and Dr. Abdullah asked my questions there. Thank you.
I just had one, and it goes back to your testimony 2016. If I was understanding it correctly, you were sort of re-looking at some of the case studies there that the operator group came up with, and at the time they'd attributed to SWD. But in looking at it more closely, it at least equally attributed in your testimony to kind of the Wolfcamp A completions. Why wasn't some of that analysis done in 2016 with the data not available? What was, I'm just curious of the change in sort of conclusions and source.
I wasn't part of the work group in 2016, but I would suspect that seeing Wolfcamp fracture interactions with Avalon was probably something that they weren't considering at that time. And being, having experienced that in our area, that's what prompted us to revisit that. And in fact, when I started out here in the Permian Basin, that was, that study was kind of a foundation that I use in evaluating Salado Draw area in general. And when we started to see the production changes in our Avalon wells around the time that we were completing the Wolfcamp fracs, we did test water, and we were seeing different water chemistry than we had observed in the wells that we suspected to be watered out by the DMG. So that suggested to us that SWD to Avalon model wasn't an explanation for what we were observing and caused us to investigate other causes, being the wolf campaign.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Hardy.
I apologize. Would it be possible for me to ask a couple more questions or follow down your questions?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. Can you confirm that for a Wolfcamp frac to communicate with an Avalon producer, there would have to be a breach in the Bone Spring line?
They were not.
There would not have to be a breach?
So Avalon, it lies below the Bone Spring line, as does the wolf camp, so it would not require a breach.
And I think you said this earlier, but can you confirm that you're not able to identify the fracture pathways allowing communication as a result of the 3D seismic analysis?
That's correct.
Based on Chevron's experience with stimulation interference between Wolfcamp fracs and Avalon producers, have you seen an immediate response from the producer while stimulation operations are occurring?
We'd had with pressure. We did see pressure response increase during the wolf camp completion.
Does Chevron shut in its Avalon producers while fracturing the underlying Wolfcamp horizontal wells?
We do not.
Does Chevron surface commingle its Avalon and Wolfcamp wells?
I don't know.
One of your graphs shows water production versus gas to oil ratio. That should be slide 112. And is that a plot of the production from a pad or from an individual well?
Which plot?
The water production versus gas to oil ratio.
That's an individual well.
Would Chevron consider this a type curve for Wolfcamp frac to Avalon producer interference?
Can you rephrase?
Sure. Yes, again. Would Chevron consider this plot a type curve for Wolfcamp frac to Avalon producer interference?
We have not seen this type of response everywhere. Some of them were positive fracture-driven interactions. This represents a negative fracture-driven interaction. So there is not a single response to those interactions. So no.
And is the entire production history of that well had shown on the graph?
I don't recall.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the witness is excused.
Yeah, no further questions. Yeah, we'll reserve the opportunity to call him probably.
Okay.
Everyone would like to call this next witness, Bryce Taylor.
May I ask the court reporter to swear in the witness?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. May we begin?
Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Bryce Taylor.
Who do you work for, Mr. Taylor?
I work for Chevron.
How long have you worked for Chevron?
Worked for Chevron for approximately 11 years.
If you could give the commissioners a full summary of your background and experience with Chevron as well as your educational experience.
Yes, I'd be happy to. So I graduated in 2012 with a Bachelor's of Science degree in mechanical engineering at magna cum laude from Brigham Young University. Subsequently hired on with Chevron. And while working full-time for Chevron, I also had the opportunity to work on a master's degree with the University of Southern California in petroleum engineering, and an emphasis in smart oil field technologies. I started off my career in Chevron working in California in our San Joaquin Valley assets as a reservoir engineer, primarily focused on developing steam flood projects, for steam floods, that's enhanced oil recovery where we will inject steam instead of water to heat up the heavy oil. I also did that job for about 2.5 years, and I stayed within California in those heavy oil assets, but moved to a new team working as a production engineer for about 2.5 years. Following that, I transferred out here to the Permian Basin as a reservoir engineer, again, in our asset development group, so drilling our new horizontal wells. My primary area of focus was in the Midland Basin, where I had the opportunity to bring online approximately 200 unconventional wells across my tenure there. That lasted about 4.5 years, and then at the beginning of 2022, I moved into my current role, which is our Water Strategy Senior Petroleum Engineering Advisor for the entire Permian. And this role is primarily focused on long-term produced water handling strategy. It's focused on our SWD program and really just subsurface reservoir engineering related tasks and analyses as they relate to our produced water.
And you said your responsibility includes the entire Permian, which obviously is part of New Mexico.
That is correct.
Have you ever testified before the Oil Conservation Commission or Division?
I have not.
Are you familiar with the applications that Chevron has filed in these two cases?
I haven't.
Are you familiar with the two wells that are the subject of Chevron's pilot project underlying these applications?
Yes.
We would tender the witness as an expert in operations and engineering.
Accepted for those purposes.
If you could briefly summarize, Mr. Taylor, the work that you did as a part of Chevron's pilot project that we're considering here today.
Yes, be happy to. So my testimony will cover several aspects. My first focus was on our looking at the assessment of the remaining reserve potential in the Delaware Mountain Group. Talked about earlier today in Tom Merrifield's analysis, there are some offset wells, and so I analyzed those for their remaining potential. I'm also going to speak today about a little bit more about containment. Jason just shared with us the lower containment strength of that Bone Spring Lime. I'll be sharing an analysis of the upper containment, that upper seal of the Lamar limestone. I also have an assessment of some modeling work, how we identify analogs for SWD wells, and applying those analogs to these two wells in question, the Papa Squirrel and Severitas, to model their potential performance over their life, which will include what their radius of impact would be, what their total storage would be, and how the reservoir pressures could react over time as we inject water into these SWDs. And finally, I'll give a brief overview of our surface operations of our SWDs and associated facilities.
For the benefit of the commissioners and the parties, the exhibits we're going to discuss begin at page 142. And the first opening slide is on page 143. If you could just lay the background for that slide and what it represents.
Be happy to. So this slide is intended to orient everyone. You can see our Papa Squirrel SWD up there in section 13 at the top of the map. As I mentioned already, there are only three active DMG producers within a 2-mile radius of that well. Those wells are located within the Elmar Field, and that Elmar Field extends south across the state line, actually into Texas. And as previously mentioned, there's no active DMG producers within a 2-mile radius of the Severitas well. So this analysis, which I'll share with you here, this exhibit and subsequent exhibits, is focused on the DMG in the vicinity of the Papa Squirrel.
You can turn to your next exhibit on page 144. And is this an analysis of the beginning of the analysis of the 3 wells that we saw in the earlier slide?
Yes, it is. Just to walk everyone through this analysis, so we have here at the plot on the right the production history of the Sahara Littleville DR1 well. As you can see, the production history dates back to 1960s, 1970s. This is the entire production history of the well, so this includes its primary production and secondary recovery portions of its life. The analysis, the decline analysis that I conducted, took into account approximately in each dot here, sorry, on the chart, green dot represents the oil production for a given month. And that oil production has been calculated in terms of barrels per day over that month. The decline portion of the analysis covers an area or a time frame of approximately 5 to 10 years. As you can see indicated there by the straight line through the production points on the right, to which is a sufficient amount of data to establish a long-term trend for this producer well. I did choose a cutoff rate, as you can see there in the table on the left, of 1 barrel per month. This is an extremely low amount of production for any well, just to really give this well the most benefit of the doubt to calculate its remaining potential. As you can see, the decline is in my opinion, extremely steep for a conventional producer, at 33.67% per year. Extrapolating that decline out to that cutoff rate shows this well's potential end of life would happen in June of 2026, with only 96 barrels of oil remaining to be recovered. I'd like to emphasize that most of the current production for this well is much less than 1 barrel a day. And in my opinion, this well is depleted.
Did you say when you analyzed the other 2 wells?
Yes, I did.
And is that analysis on page 145 and 146?
That is correct. Similar process was followed. Both of these wells, again, are producing much less than a barrel a day. One of the wells had a remaining assessment of only 11 barrels, and another one of 158 barrels remaining. So again, these wells appear to be depleted.
And so what conclusions did you draw with respect to the potential impact of the pilot project wells on the future production from these E&P producers?
My conclusion is that there will be no impact to the trend of the production trend that we're seeing since these wells have depleted their hydrocarbon reserve.
You indicated you also conducted analysis of the decline analysis for the remaining reserves in the entire field.
Yes, that is correct.
And I believe that it begins on page 147.
Yes, it does.
If you could just explain to the commissioners the work that you did and what comes out by this exhibit.
Yes. So this is a very similar methodology. The only difference being this is rolling up or summing all of the wells together. You can see the decline there represented in the straight line at the right part of the plot. Over that decline period, there have been a constant well count of about 20 wells, which continued through 2022. Declining out those 20 wells also resulted in a 33.82% annual decline rate. Again, something very high, like seen on the 3 individual wells examined. The cutoff rate I chose for this analysis was 30 barrels a month for the entire field. Again, that's a very small amount of, or very small rate for a field. This is projecting with that cutoff rate in the field to finish by the end of next year with only 1,300 barrels of oil remaining. Would also like to apologize on the exhibit in the box there. We have a kind of a blank there for most recent well drilled. The year of those 20 wells, the youngest one was drilled in 1977. So these are old wells, again, produced for a long life and are depleted.
And so what conclusions did you draw from your analysis with respect to the impact of the wells on the reserves and the remaining reserves in the Palomar field?
The conclusion is that there would not be an impact due to the fact that the field appears to be depleted.
Does your analysis and conclusions address the division's concern that expressed with regard to the potential impacts of the well on either existing DMG production or future DMG production?
Yes.
And what conclusions did you reach?
Reached that there. Did you restate the question?
Yeah, with regard to their concerns with respect to those issues, the effect of the pilot well on existing and future GMG production in the area.
Again, my conclusion is that due to the highly depleted nature of this field and the projected short life remaining, that our wells would not have any impact on recoverable hydrocarbon.
Let's now turn to your analysis with regard to the upper containment zone, which begins on page 148 of the exhibits. The first subsequent exhibit is on page 149, where you discuss an extended leak-off test. And could you explain to the commissioners what that consists of, the work you did, and conclusions that you reached?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So first, just like, for those that are not familiar with with an extended leak-off test, just to walk us through a typical behavior of leak-off tests, so what kind of data we can get. So you can see there's a couple of plots. The central plot there on the slide is a representation of typical behavior as we conduct these tests. So the first portion, labeled by FIT, there stands for Formation Integrity Test. This is typically done to evaluate the strength and integrity of a new formation, and it's the first step after drilling a casing shoe.
And you're referring to the first graph on the left?
That is correct. As after the formation is accessed, a small amount of fluid will be pumped against the formation over a period of time. As that fluid is pumped, the pressure is monitored, and the plot there, the blue line, just orient everybody again, the green line down there at the bottom, that is the pump rate, the blue line is the pump pressure. So that first portion gives us our formation integrity test. If we continue to pump into the well and build up pressure, we enter a region designated by LOT on that line, which is stands for leak-off test. So this is a test to determine that the fracture pressure of the open formation. So again, it's conducted after drilling right below a new casing shoe. Typically, we continue to pump there. We'll actually reach a point there at the apex of the graph, which is the formation breakdown pressure. Again, just a reiterate leak-off test is when that formation first starts to take fluid. Formation breakdown pressure is when it is completely compromised. You'll then see a relaxation in the pressure.
And that's shown there at the top where the star is.
That is correct. You'll see that relax of that pressure. If you continue the test beyond that, continue pumping, that's when you enter into the range of the extended leak-off test, or XLOT. And this enables us to identify fracture closure pressure, which is commonly referred to as fracture parting pressure in a lot of the documentation that we typically see in the industry.
What well and when did you conduct this test?
Yes, I'll get to that in just a second. What will happen with the XLOT is eventually you stop the pump rate and watch the pressure decay. There are some transforms that we can do with the pressure data and time in order to find some trends. I'm not going to go into detail on that specific analysis today, as this is just a summary of the test, but you will be able to find a point which is indicative of the fracture closure pressure, and that's how we get that data point. Now, as to your question, we conducted a test in October of 2022 on a well in Texas, the 174WA. That is in our Delaware Ranch field, which is, you think where the Severitas location is, it's approximately 25 to 30 miles southwest over in Texas. The reason why we decided on this location is that the DMG gets a lot shallower as you go to the west. The overburden thins, and due to how much shallower the Lamar is at this point, less of an overburden, this was considered a good spot to test in a conservative nature what the strength of that Lamar is. We expect it to be much stronger as it gets deeper and the overburden grows to the east, as is where our Severitas and Papa Squirrel wells are located. So again, this kind of represents a more conservative the strength of that of the Lamar. You can see there that graph on the top right of the chart or of the slide. This is the behavior of the actual XLOT test that we done on this well. You can see we saw the leak off point, but we never actually reached formation breakdown pressure. The formation was so strong that our pump capacity was reached and the pump tripped before we were able to actually see the formation breakdown. So that's a very good indication that we have a very, very strong competent cap seal. The surface pressure at that point was 2,200 PSI. As you recall in our requests for pressure for the Severitas and the Papa Squirrel, we're talking about 460 PSI for the Severitas, and then the 925 PSI for the Papa Squirrel, so much lower than this 2,200 PSI reached to trip this pump.
Let's take a look at your next exhibit on page 150.
Yes.
And could you, there's a lot of data on here, but if you could just briefly summarize for the commission.
Yes.
What you're showing here.
Yes, I would be happy to. So this is the summary of our XLOT test. We actually did 3 cycles of the test on the Lamar, and just collecting more data there. You can see here a lot of the details, like our casing shoe depth was just at 1,584 feet, so very shallow. If I can if I can point you to the red outline boxes in the table there, kind of that second one up from the bottom, the leftmost says like 1.22. That was the minimum stress gradient or the fracture closure pressure identified in cycle 1 was 1.22 psi per foot. Cycle 2, we would expect it to be weaker since we've already fractured the rock in the first cycle. It dropped down to 1.15, and then in cycle 3, a little bit hard to interpret, but it was between 1.1 and 1.14. So we think of that as our that fracture parting pressure or that fracture closure stress. The other point that is interesting is we look up at the other red box there, the leak-off pressure in pounds per gallon. I actually apologize. It's not actually in the table in PSI per foot, but on the third bullet down on the right side, I calculated what that PPG would be in PSI per foot to identify that leak-off point, which again is that point at which the formation first starts to become compromised and starts taking fluid, and that wasn't until 1.5 to 1.53 psi per foot.
You're referring to the second bullet on the right.
I think it's third bullet on the right. Yeah. So if we take that, so again, just another data point to share how strong this formation is. Now, if we look at actual injection operation in the state of New Mexico, and as we know, the initial estimate for maximum surface injection pressure is determined by taking the top of our injection interval, then multiplying that by 0.2 psi per foot. So that gives us the maximum surface pressure. In order to understand what the bottom hole pressure will be for the well, we need to add the weight of the fluid, and just kind of taking out friction effects for a minute. If we the typical injection of water is roughly 0.5 psi per foot gradient, just from its weight. It can be a little bit lower than that, a little bit higher, but 0.5 is a good estimate. We take that 0.5 and add it to the 0.2, you're looking at at the bottom of the well, approximately 0.7 psi per foot. And again, leak-off pressure for the Lamar is 1.5 psi per foot. And then if we look at the minimum stress gradient, the 1.1 to 1.2 range for parting pressure, again, much higher. So that I'll just direct you to the kind of the summary box there on the bottom of the slide. This gives us a safety factor of 1.57 to 1.74, depending on if you're looking at that 1.1 psi per foot for minimum stress gradient or one of the higher numbers. So all this to say, the seal is very confident. We don't see any chance of really breaking it down during normal injection operations.
And again, it's much thicker in the areas of the 2 wells in the pilot project than the wells where you conducted the leak-off test.
The Lamar itself, I'm not sure. I do know that relatively it's going to be in the same, similar thickness. The question is the overburden. Since we're much deeper, there's just more rock between the Lamar and the surface. And as Tom Merrifield pointed out in his testimony earlier, we did see our subject matter experts, when they were analyzing this data, did see a lot of this additional strength imparted to the Lamar was due to that Castile and the other overburden formations that were up there. So we do expect it to be stronger where we have our 2 wells planned.
We could turn now to the injection modeling, which you did with respect to the 2 wells. Begins on page 151. And let's start on page 152, which is the locator map.
Yes. All right. So in this next section, I'm going to talk a little bit about rate transient analysis, what that is, and how we used it for our to figure out our analogs to then be able to simulate the performance of the Severitas and Papa Squirrel. So just to orient everyone, you can see on the map the Severitas well in green with the green star, and the Papa Squirrel well with the blue star. And then there's these markers across the state line down in Texas. Those represent wells that were used as our analogs. So those are all DMG SWD wells. The reason why we were able to use these wells is because the publicly reported data on these wells was in the form of daily rates and daily pressures, which for RTA analysis is what we would like to see.
And just for layman's terms, what is rate transient analysis?
Rate transient analysis. So I will actually get in. That's a good segue to the next slide. So what rate transient analysis is it lets us take the rate data and pressure data from either a producer or an injector, in this case an injector, and transform that data through derivatives, pressure differences, and different ways to look at time. We can plot out those transforms, and then we know that there's several analytical solutions, the models of reservoirs that will match the characteristics we see in that data. And so what we're able to do is pick and choose these different reservoir models, match it to the data, and then fine tune different parameters such as our permeability, porosity, thickness, the injection radius, or how big your reservoir is. You can find that there's other parameters we can tune, but you can do all of that and essentially match the data to one of those reservoir models, and that gives us a good approximation of what the reservoir looks like that the well is injecting into.
And the parameters you described, are those all shown on page 153?
Yeah, these are some of the parameters, the ones that we felt were most useful for the subsequent steps of modeling. So again, with the rate transient analysis, we mentioned earlier that permeability in the hearing was a question. How do we understand permeability? So one way to measure that is through this rate transient analysis, which again, permeability goes directly to how much our wells will produce from a rate standpoint. The other really important thing when it comes to SWDs is how far do they inject? Most of these injectors can be described by a relatively simple model. It is essentially a radial flow model with a steady state radial flow model. An easy way to think about that is I have got a cylinder with my well right at the center of the cylinder, and that cylinder represents my reservoir. It's the storage tank. And so at the edges of the cylinder, at the edge of the model, we have what is called a no flow boundary. That's just a point where really the end of the influence of the specific injector, you won't see pressure influence beyond that, or the long-term fluid influence beyond that no flow boundary. So for us, we're trying to determine how our two SWD wells will impact the surrounding reservoir, how far out will the injection go. This was a way to understand statistically what SWDs typically do. And you can see there in the table kind of a summary of those high-level values where kind of the median calculated value for injection radius was 8,979 feet. Permeability was the median value was about 13 millidarcy. And then the other thing to point out is the cumulative injection number. So the other thing rate transient analysis lets us do is forecast the well out beyond its production history. So once we've got, or injection history in this case, so once we have a good match on for our model, we're able to match those actual rate and pressure data with the model. We can then use the program to, as I should have mentioned earlier, the computer program we're using to do this is called Kappa, and it's got multiple different software suites that let us do rate transient analysis and other things. But anyway, the software will then allow us to forecast out what the performance of this well or these injectors will be like over a number of years. And so we can essentially forecast that out to the end of life by setting the maximum allowed surface injection pressure as our constraint, and then letting the model run, and the driver behind the decline that we see in the injectors is the reservoir pressure within that no flow boundary increasing. Eventually, that reservoir pressure will increase such that it equalizes with the bottom hole injection pressure of the well, And at that point, more fluid can go into the reservoir. And so that tells us what the total storage is of the DMG injector.
Let's now take a look at the actual modeling you did for the two wells in the pilot project. The first one begins on page 154 for the Severitas well. If you just tell the commissioners what this shows in the data and the conclusions you reached.
Yes, I will. So the Severitas, is the headlining. The headline for this well is the cumulative storage at this location is 28.8 million barrels of water over the life of the well. That cumulative storage, as we'll see in a second, is really dependent on depth. And that's mostly because the depth is directly tied to the maximum allowable surface injection pressure. So for this well in particular, again, at that location, just under 29 million barrels. I have here in the chart at the top right, the outputs of the rate profiles for this well with the three different scenarios reflecting different permeabilities. So we set the model with the parameters of injection into the Bell and the Cherry with that 8,979 foot boundary radius, which correlates to that 1.7 miles. With the corresponding porosity values that we got from our geologic assessments of the area, and then we applied the different permeability scenarios here to understand what are low, mid, and high cases. You can see those by the blue line, orange line, and gray line for this location. And so we have a expected range of anywhere between just under 4,000 barrels of water per day to just over 12,000 barrels of water per day for this well.
Did you also look at the effect of the injection on reservoir pressure over time?
Yes, we did.
If you could turn to page 155.
All right, so this assessment is, and to show how that reservoir pressure within that no flow boundary radius will increase over time. So as you can see there on the plot, on the y-axis, we have pressure that represents the reservoir pressure taken at the top of the Bell Canyon, which would be the top of our injection interval. And then the x-axis is the depth of investigation. So how, depending on spatially how far away I am from that injector, what I would expect the reservoir pressure to be. And you can see that travels out to just below that 9,000 foot mark. So again, we're using that same kind of median injection radius there. Each line represents a different amount of cumulative injection. And this model is based on Darcy radial flow, pseudo-steady state radial flow.
And so the bottom line conclusion that you reached?
Yes, so you can see there in the gray box, have different years there. Again, the colors are corresponding to that low, mid, and high permeability cases that we looked at on the previous charts. Just speaking to the mid case, which was that 13 millidarcy, you can see how long it would take for this well to pressure up as time goes by. And so to get to that orange line there, which represents 20 million barrels injected, and roughly a 300 PSI increase from starting conditions would take 13 years. So we're looking at over a decade before that even a 300 PSI increase would be realized in the reservoir. But that's not very fast. A lot of that's due to how large the injection radius is at that 1.7 mile approximate radius.
Let's now turn to your analysis of the Papa Squirrel well, which begins on page 156.
Yes. So for the Papa Squirrel well, I mentioned earlier, this well is much deeper. We get a higher surface pressure, and in turn we get more cumulative storage. We kept the same size reservoir, that 8,979 foot boundary radius, using the thicknesses of the Bell and Cherry and the corresponding porosities at this location. And then we simulated the injection rates for the low, mid, and high cases, again, represented by the blue, orange, and gray curves on that plot there at the top right, which again correspond to 6 millidarcy, 13 millidarcy, or 30 millidarcy. You can see the predicted rates for this well vary between just below 9,000 barrels of water per day to just about 20,000 barrels of water per day. And yes, the storage here again is just under 73 million barrels.
And did you see the same slow increase in pressure of the reservoir over time?
Yes,
On page one.
yes, this well, for a similar time period, in this case, to inject 40 million barrels, gets up to that green line, and that represents about a 450 PSI increase. Again, took about 11 years. You'll notice this is a little bit higher than the increase of 300 PSI in the previous well, and that's just due to higher rates, higher pressure, better rock quality due to increased thickness and other items that we've talked about already so far. So it rate increase or pressure increase over a similar time frame is slightly higher, but still relatively slow, only 450 PSI over a decade.
The next subject of your testimony is labeled service systems.
Yes.
And what do you mean by that? What did you look into?
Yeah, so this is to share with the commission and others present just our how we typically operate our SWDs. This was relayed to me by our facilities and operations teams, and I'm relaying that to you. So typically how we, and this reflects the how we operate shallow SWDs today out over in Texas, as well as the deep SWDs that we still have here in New Mexico and the ones we still have over in Texas. So typically we have a central facility or SWD facilities, which process the water. And I'll talk about it in a little bit, but they also filter the water, clean it up, skim oil off of the water to send back for processing. And then eventually the water is sent to H pumps or horizontal pumps, positive displacement pumps, where it is pushed in high pressure flow lines, which carry it to a network of SWD wells. And each well is controlled locally by a production monitor controller or PLC at the well site. They have two chokes, which can be set to determine the max pressures and the rates that we would like to send to each individual well. The flow rates are constantly monitored on site by flow meters. We typically put our injection pressure set point at about 25 PSIG below the permit maximum allowable, or whatever set point we choose. We won't go up, we won't set it above the permit, but if we have it at a lower set point for whatever reason, that would have a similar target. We have automated processes and alarms so that if the pressure increases above that permit for more than 30 seconds or above the set point, a call is sent out to an operator. The operators we have are based on our field locations and our offices out on site in the fields. We also have a remote monitoring group in our Midland, Texas office, which monitors all of this data in real time for all of our operations. So anyway, if that alarm triggers and no one goes to visit the well within a half hour, it'll automatically shut in until someone can get out there and fix the issue. We also have a high case scenario where pressure goes greater than 110% of permit pressure for more than 30 seconds, the well will automatically shut in.
And you mentioned data monitoring, and if you turn example at page 130, or 160, is that an example of the data that you collect?
Yes. Yeah, so this is just an example for everyone's awareness of the types of data that we look at in real time. We store this data in real time by our SCADA units, and all of it's pulled into our integrated operations center. And so data such as flow rate, injection pressure, downhole pressures, control valve pressures, casing pressures, temperatures, etc. There's a lot more monitoring that I've not showed here that we have at the actual facilities and the tanks there themselves. But I just wanted to give everyone a sense of the type of real-time data collection that we have in place already. We plan to implement on these new SWDs.
And by SCADA, what is that acronym? You know?
Sorry, I do not know. I cannot remember off the top of my head.
It's okay, I don't remember. If you could turn to the next slide to page 161, which discusses the handling of solids to improve the quality of the water.
Yes, so as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we are, in order to improve the longevity of our SWDs, we recognize that the water we send down them has to be as clean as possible. And that would mean they don't want solids or particles that are so big that they will plug up either the perforations or once it gets out into the reservoir, the pore space. And so to do that, we have filtration devices which will collect larger particles. I think our current design is 100 mesh filters. It's always being looked at to be optimized. So the filters are flushed to a flush tank where the solids settle out on a cone bottom. It's constantly monitored, and once the amount of solids that accumulate reach a certain level, an alert will be sent to operators, and then they can call out a truck to come and pull the solids off of that tank, which the solids are then removed to solid waste facilities, much like we would remove drill cuttings or other items left over from oil and gas operations, and then all of the water in that flush tank after it's routed back to the charter pumps to be injected or run through the cycle of that system again.
And finally, on page 162, is that a summary of the conclusions that you reached as a result of your study?
Yes, it is.
If you could just walk through those with the commission.
Yes, I will. So first and foremost, our proposed SWD wells are in the best interest of conservation, prevention of waste, and will not impair correlative rights. The nearest DMG producers and field to our proposed injectors are depleted. That Lamar limestone is a very competent seal of the DMG, which should provide the containment we're looking for down pressures that are associated with SWD operations do not come anywhere close to that fracture closures, leak-off pressures, or breakdown pressures of Lamar. Our DMG SWD analogs show that SWDs in the DMG tend to influence the reservoir out to about 1.7 miles. And reservoir pressure within that radius is expected to increase slowly during the operation of our wells. And here you can see the peak rates summarized for Veritas and Papa Squirrel. Veritas anywhere between 4,000 and 12,000 barrels of water per day and 29 million barrels in total storage, while Papa Squirrel, a deeper, better location, anywhere between about 9,000 to 20,000 barrels of water per day and 73 million barrels of storage. Chevron does our standard operations for SWDs feature active monitoring and control logic to ensure safe operations, real-time continuous data collection. And finally, our SWD facilities are fitted with filtration systems to improve injected water quality, well utility, and life of these SWDs with all solids removed to appropriate solid waste facilities.
For the exhibits we discussed on pages 142 through 162 prepared by you under your supervision?
Yes.
Who would move the addition of exhibits 142 through 163?
Any objection? They're admitted.
And we'll pass the witness for question.
Mr. Tremaine, do you have cross?
I do have a couple of questions, Mr. Chair. Looking at slide 143, on that slide, you're testifying as the analysis of DMG producer producing wells in the Lamar oil field.
Yes.
Can you provide any more detail as to which part or zone of the DMG those wells are completed in?
I do not recall. I can refer that to Tom Miracle.
We can either have Mr. Murphy answer that question now and bring it back.
Since he's already sworn in, I think we'd be comfortable having him just answer the question.
I don't know, objection.
Yeah, no objection.
Yeah, they were completed in 2010.
Thank you. And just a clarification here, it sounds like from your exhibits and your testimony that there is that the proposed wells conceive of you conceive of a 1.7 mile injection radius.
Yes.
Right. So the total area impact would be approximately 3.4 miles across.
Yes.
What is the remind us what the radius was that Chevron utilized for its area?
So I know for our we use that half-mile radius as dictated in the rules for notifications, and then internally, one of the reasons why you kept seeing 2 miles come up as we were looking for offset producers was precisely because of this RTA analysis, just to give us a little bit extra of a buffer. I do not recall the exact radius for the AOR.
Thank you. And then I want one more question. I want to look at slide 159. Can you explain the reason for why there's a 30-minute delay for that shut off?
That's, again, that's just, sort of the call out, standard practice. As not intimately familiar with the exact reason why. Part of the reason though is to give the operator time to physically travel to the well site. Because our facilities are kind of, obviously has to drive out there. But again, I'm not, I don't know the reason behind why 30 minutes was the number agreed upon. If there would be a longer or shorter duration that would be more optimal. It's just our current control level.
Are you aware, I mean, according to the current proposal, how much volume could be pumped during a 30-minute period?
It could be calculated. It'll depend on the time, at what stage of the well's life we're in before that can happen. They do look to their rates look to decline. I'd say more rapidly than we would like. So I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it could be calculated from the plots shown in the exhibits.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Hardy, do you have any questions for this witness?
I have a couple of questions. Thank you. Hello. I just have a few questions for you. You can look at page 152. That's the location of wells with sufficient data for rate transient analysis,
Yes.
right? Can you confirm that Chevron has drilled DMG SWT wells on its Texas acreage?
Yes, we have.
And did Chevron perform similar testing as that proposed in New Mexico pilot in those wells?
As far as rate transient analysis is concerned?
Right, the other testing and monitoring that Chevron's proposing here.
So yes, one of the reasons why we didn't include our own data in these areas is that number one, due to timing of this analysis, also our wells are relatively new and only been put online in the last few months, and we typically like to see several months of continuous data before we can properly analyze a well with rate transient analysis. Really the shortest amount of time I've seen is approximately 4 months, but 6 months to a year is a lot better. It also depends on how high quality your data is. Downhole pressure gauges make the process that much easier. We do find to have downhole pressure gauges in our Severitas and Bob Squirrel wells. We do have them in Chevron wells, but then just due to we've had some other operational issues that have prevented them from operating consistently enough for us to be able to conduct that type of analysis. So these wells that we used for our analog study again have the sufficient history and the data in that daily format that allowed us to conduct your transient analysis. The shorter interval that you have for your data points, the better for this analysis. Daily is that we would like to go more than daily. So there are a lot of wells out there that report monthly data. However, it takes 4 to 5 months to even see the initial signal of monthly data. You'd only have 4 or 5 data points, which you wouldn't really be able to interpret, which is why we like the daily. There's some issues.
And so on the Texas DMG SWDs, do you know what intervals are being tested?
Yes, all of these are they're either they're all DMG shallow wells that we looked at. Don't recall off the top of my head. I think some of these might have Brushy Canyon targeted. A lot of them are just Bell and Cherry. These wells in particular fall within some of the Texas seismic review areas, which is why they're required to report daily rates and pressures.
And do you know what the bottom hole fracture gradient in those wells has been?
So there's a range. Part of the reason why we conduct separate tests is to determine that in individual wells. I can say for our own wells, we've seen anywhere from 0.62 to 0.65 psi per foot up to 0.72 psi per foot. So it really does vary. I mean, those numbers sound like they're close, but when you're talking about the injection rates of that, it can be a fairly wide implications there. And so again, that's the reason why we agree with the OCD's direction to conduct a separate test, find that fracture gradient, and then base our maximum pressures off of that accordingly.
And I think you testified earlier that the average fluid gradient is 0.5 psi per foot.
Yes.
And then if you add New Mexico surface pressure and gradient of 0.2 psi per foot, you'd see a bottom hole gradient of 0.7.
Yeah, and that would represent the highest possible case where you were forcing that water down against a closed pipe, essentially. And since you actually do have flow that will go out into the reservoir, that would actually be the maximum bottom hole pressure that you'd see. Slightly lower than that, but it's a good rule of thumb for high level analysis on safety factors, just to see how close we're coming to fracture pressures.
And if the bottom hole gradient was 0.7 psi per foot, is it correct that then you'd be fracturing the DMG?
Yes, but according to the rules that we agree with from the OCD, once we found that that fracture gradient, I think there's a 90% safety factor that's applied to that, and so our max surface pressure would be with that safety factor set below the fracture.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Dr. Mpoma? Okay, let's start from slide 147. So you presented about why you believe that, Chevron believes that the DMG group is not really productive.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the typical residual ion saturation for these areas that were analyzed?
I do not know. It's not something that we have the current knowledge and sufficient log or current log data to be able to analyze.
Okay. Yeah, so you're saying that remaining oil in place right now is about 1.3
Yes.
remaining. So if I want to believe that we cannot produce any amount of that remaining, then definitely I want to know the residual saturation right there. So what you talked about this went through primary and secondary. So were there water injection in this area?
Yes, in the 80s, as I recall, there was a water flood injection was implemented in the Elmhurst field.
Do you know the injectivity of those wells?
I do not.
Injection wells?
I do not.
And you did not analyze that as part of your analysis?
No, most of the wells we looked at from an injector standpoint. We wanted to look at modern day SWD wells. Typically, when we look at these enhanced oil recovery wells, they inject at much smaller intervals. They're just targeting tens of feet. We want to target thousands of feet for injection. We also noticed that the rates that they see the maximum rates on their permits, and at least on the Texas side, and some of the pressures that we've seen in New Mexico are very low. So you're looking at typical injection rates of about 1,000 barrels a day. And for these SWDs, their purpose is to put away a lot more water to enable the oil productions in the fields. And so again, we need much thicker intervals at much higher rates for an SWD to be successful. So they really the wells I presented from the RTA standpoint were the best analogs we could find in the vicinity of modern day DMG SWD wells.
So does Chevron owns these wells that were analyzed?
No.
And then the companies that own these wells did they support the analysis that you did?
I'm not aware of any feedback from those companies.
Okay.
But we base this off of public data.
Let's go to slide page number 150. So I do have quite a number of questions on this page. So the first one is, what is the stress regime here?
Can you clarify?
Yeah, what is the stress regime in this area?
You mean in terms of the SH max?
Yeah, so depending on whether the SH max is less than the SB, then probably the normal fluctuation is something like that. So
the stress orientation is typically, I don't have it on my slides, but in the other exhibits we've seen today, particularly the ones that Jason shared, it has that same stress orientation of the southwest and northeast.
No, I mean, I just want a clear answer to what is the floating regime in this area?
I'm not the right person to answer that question.
Can someone respond to that?
Mr. Smith, if you can, do you want him to respond to it now?
Yeah, it's very important to all my other questions.
You can just walk up, Mr. Kaminsky, closer, just we'll get a little closer to the mic.
So if I believe I understood the question correctly, it was what is the
Based on the Anderson theory.
Yeah.
so this is a normal faulting environment. So what this means that the vertical stress is greater than the horizontal stress greater than the minimal stress. So it's a normal faulting environment. That's mostly dominated in the Delaware Basin. You do see as you move into the Midland Basin, you get a little more of a strike slip type environment. And I'll go through the slide in my testimony that will enforce that theory as well.
Yeah, so if it's a normal floating regime, now you do have SV almost the same as the minimum stress. So that one I don't understand.
So we've seen in this area, the minimum horizontal stress is somewhere around 0.65 to 0.75 psi per foot. The maximum horizontal stress is around 0.9, and the vertical stress is around 1. And that's been documented. And I have a paper that's done a variety of oral breakouts, inversion hoop stress work. Also looked at focal mechanism inversion for moment tensor work breaks. That tied that into the roughly the values, and they correlate that back to the AV value as well.
So let's say, would that be more like related to a normal reservoir? Because I do know that Lamar is more like a catwalk, right? So I just want to understand how the minimum stress gradient is about 1.22 psi per foot, and then the SB is about 1.2, and we are in a normal floating regime.
Yeah, I think part of that might just come from mislabeling minimum stress here. That this is not to communicate that the minimum stress is that one. Well, I guess it is. It is really the measurement of that fracture closure pressure that we got from the XLOT.
So I don't think that as a minimum horizontal stress. Correct. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's the closure stress gradient, not the actual in situ stress.
So do we need to do it to make any adjustments to this? Because it's confusing to me.
If you request an adjustment and update to the exhibit.
Yeah, because like, let's say if someone takes your data and use that in future, to say that, oh, the commission more or less agreed to a minimum horizontal stress of, let's say 1.22 psi per foot compared to SV of 1.2 psi per foot, that could be, I don't want to agree to that. So.
I just need to update the label.
Yeah, we can definitely update the label, and we also need to fix the typo in the slide about the last date drill of the DMG, so we can submit those two together.
Okay, thank you. So on slide page number 152. So I just want to clarify that the blue locations are where you have the wells that is used for the analysis.
Those are the locations of the analog wells.
Okay, the analog wells. And all of these are in Texas.
Correct.
So my first question is, what is the distance between the closest one to the Papa Squirrel well? We can estimate that.
Yeah, that's a good question. There's not a scale on this map, so I can't.
I do know that it's very close to the Cerritos. Yeah, that one is very close, but the Papa Squirrel. And I do see also that you base the analysis to propose 20,000 daily rate and 50,000 daily rate based on these analogous analysis, right?
Yeah, so coming back to what was submitted in the C108 versus the analogs here. So the C108 analysis was done prior to having this data set completed. So we actually used a nodal analysis software and a much smaller subset of analog SWDs to figure out what the productivity index or injectivity index would be for the reservoir. We applied that to the wellbore and depth conditions in both the Severitas and the Papa Squirrel to then calculate what the rate would be, and that was what was submitted into the C108. You notice that agreed quite well with the Papa Swirl range. The Severitas, I think the analog well that we used was a little bit optimistic in that case, smaller subset at the time. So in our filings requested some rates that were a little bit on the high side of the estimated range from the numerical model. It was based on this rate transient analysis.
Yeah, so my biggest concern is about the 20,000 and then the 15,000. So I just want to be clear. Are you saying that, let's say, is it your testimony today that, let's say, the rate is more or less comparable to the RT analysis you did, or are you still sticking to, let's say, the nodal analysis of the 20,000?
So I think the nodal analysis on the C108s represent the high side cases. And again, if we turn to page 156, you'll see that high case peak for the Severitas well was 20,000 barrels of water per day, in the case of 15,000 barrels of water per day, which agreed exactly with our assessment there on the C108. However, as noted on the Severitas well, we had our maximum at 15,000 barrels per day with our average at about 12,500 barrels a day. You can see here from this plot on page 154 that the simulation is showing the high case at that 12,500 barrels a day. So yeah, the C108 may be overstating the amount of injection that we could actually see in this location.
Yeah, so that is my concern, because let's say we agree to 20,000 barrels per day. Now, before I move on that, but let me ask, so these wells that you analyze, what is the maximum injection rate for any of the maximum that you might recall?
So what I recall, I mean, we're between 20 and 30,000 barrels of water per day.
Okay, so I asked this question earlier to your colleague, and then he told the commission that in New Mexico, it is very small, but the maximum he has seen in Texas is about 10,000. Yeah, that was part of the testimony.
Yeah, I know there are some wells that have injected 10,000 barrels a day. Our Chevron wells, one of the ones that we actually has a similar maximum rate on it as to what we would see in that. I think in the Severitas well, it's a shallow one in Texas. It's been averaging about 12,000 barrels a day. So it really depends on where you are in the basin. There's a lot of wells that are more towards the east, closer to the Papa Swirl location that will put away 20 to 30,000 barrels a day, some even higher than that, just depending on the permits that have been granted. But important to keep in mind, Texas has a much higher maximum surface pressure that actually results in injection above fracture gradient
than New Mexico.
Right.
So I just want to clarify that the previous testimony said, 2 to 4,000 barrels a day, and at the maximum that is seen based on the experience about 10,000. That is even outside the state lines. So I don't know, because I feel like 20,000 barrels a day, and then based on your analysis, you are not that close to that number, right? So to just avoid many questions, my thought is, would you agree to what NMOCD is saying, and then probably we granting a lower rate, and then the step rate test, that would be that.
Yeah, we have no objections to the rules that were pointed out by the OCD to use the step rate test to guide the maximum injection pressure. As to the rate, injection rates, there's a lot more wells than just these that were used to in the RT analysis that report monthly rate data, and but there's a lot of publicly available data we can look up and pull, but there's dozens and dozens of wells that are injecting about 20,000, 30,000 barrels a day in Texas. So the DMG is capable of taking a lot of water. However, as you're pointing out, a lot of that in Texas is above the fracture parting pressure. And so we are expecting much lower rates here in New Mexico due to the guidelines set by the OCD.
Let me ask, what are the assumptions that you utilize in the RT analysis?
Can you be more specific about which assumptions?
So the first one that I saw is that there is a homogeneous system.
Yeah.
So even that one, how does that translate to, let's say, a highly heterogeneous system that we are used to dealing with? You know, and if you are using that to set more like to explain to us why the commission should grant that higher rate, you know, how is that shaping up in terms of between the heterogeneous and then
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. So the approach that I like to take for these wells is to use the simplest possible model that would explain the data that we're seeing. And that's just to avoid creating a super convoluted model that might match the data but not really reflect reality. And in a lot of cases, every case for RTA that we've looked at, that simple model that explains the data set is a homogeneous radial flow as the cylindrical boundary. The part of the reason why that model shows up a lot is due to some of the noise in the data. So a lot of these are surface pressure readings that we then have to convert into bottom hole pressures, and using the rate data to then be able to perform this rate transient analysis. So so that's why again, that homogeneous assumption makes the most sense as our starting point. It explains most of the data. I think you can see some of that potential heterogeneity in the reservoir reflected in the permeabilities that we calculate out of the RTA. As you recall, that core permeability shared on an earlier slide showed less than 1 millidarcy. We're seeing in the rate transient analysis a range of that 6 millidarcy up to 30 millidarcy. So what could be the cause of that? Might be some of those natural fractures that you asked about in the previous question that could be present, taking some additional fluid out here on these Texas wells. Specifically, it could be due to induced fracturing from the high rates of pressures that are present in Texas. So, those are not, that's kind of all reflected in this composite permeability calculation that we get out of the data. Some of the other assumptions that we're using, we're not really, sometimes we model these with wellbore storage. Most of the time, it doesn't really make much of a difference in the final answer, so we tend to leave that off. A lot of these cases, some of them have time-dependent skin. As different operations happen, they'll do acid jobs throughout the life of the well. We'll see the skin factors change. On all of our numerical simulations that we're showing here in the exhibits today, we're assuming 0 skin, so these do represent a brand new well, cleaned up, a better case scenario.
so definitely the different permeabilities that you're using is helping to at least to understand the extreme cases.
Yes.
Now, so on that one, if you look at the testimony that presented the petrophysical analysis, you know, in the area that you are focusing, you have permeability in the range of 0.3 to like 4 millidarcy.
Yeah.
So I was expecting that at least your lower end should at least reflect that.
Yeah, and I do understand that concern. And, these models are very easy to rerun with different permeability assumptions. We wanted to honor the analog data. And we do have, since we don't have, really any analogs in New Mexico under that pressure regime, we're have to use the Texas wells, which do have some different operational conditions. And part of the reason why we want this pilot, requesting this pilot program is to actually get that data in New Mexico operating under the OCD guidelines to understand more about how the rock is reacting to our injection. What are we really seeing in terms of permeability? The few core samples that we do have, are those reflective of the entire reservoir or not? And so there's a lot of unanswered questions that we have right now, a lot of uncertainty that we are hoping to resolve through this pilot project.
So in the modeling that you did for the 2 wells, do you know which of the formation really took most of the water?
So since these models are homogeneous and relatively simple, it really just comes down to it's mostly correlated with their thickness. So we think about Darcy's law, and the injection rate is correlated to thickness. So the thicker one would take more water in the models. So in this case, it would be the cherry. The porosities do impact that a little bit. But being as how close these are, in these models, it's, again, the thicker interval tends to hold more water.
Oh, yeah, just so I understand, so all the three, all the two potential injection zones, you assign the same porosity permeability.
Yeah, as you'll see on slides, 154 and 156 in the tables, those are the inputs into the model. And so they do have different porosities.
Okay.
Based on what we know from the geology at those locations.
Okay. So what was the fracture pressure gradient that you utilized in this one for either of the wells?
So this model did not take into account the fracture pressure. Yeah. Again, very simple radial flow homogeneous model.
Yeah, so in my mind, I'm trying to correlate the importance of the significance of the analysis that you did to the rate that you really want, let's say, the commission to agree to.
Yep.
So it sounds to me that this is a very simplistic model. And looking at how simple even it is, your maximum injection rate is not really up to what you are requesting.
Yes, I can agree that I do think that the rates that we requested are on the high side. And we wanted to socialize those high potential numbers based on what we're seeing in Texas and all those as possible in the DMG. And just so that we're not, we didn't want to come in and request 5,000 barrels a day and then have a well with the potential for 20,000 barrels a day. We thought it would be better to err on the conservative side of requesting for more, higher rate at these given pressures, and then learning through this pilot what is actually possible in New Mexico. There's a lot of uncertainty on the rate. Much more confident in the pressure assumptions and the total storage over the life of the well, but the rate is really a big question. And that just comes down to that uncertainty and permeability, how well these transformers work, what does the permeability gating look like on a macro level as the well accesses the reservoir. And we won't understand that until we have some injectors in the ground and we can do a similar analysis on them.
So I want to ask you, now, based on the analysis that you've done and your experience, how is the high volume injection in the, let's say, the shallower areas, like in the shallower area that you are proposing, how is that going to impact? You're going to build that pressure there, right? So how is that going to impact future injection through that one?
I think this is why it's important to space wells properly. I agree with the proposal that the OCD put forth that the wells be at least a mile apart. Chevron, we see a lot of operators out there, particularly on the midstream side in Texas, that'll pack their wells really close together in the line position they have. In our opinion, that's a waste of capital, really, because you're injecting into the exact same container. So our view is to space our wells out appropriately right now. I think in our entire Hayers, New Mexico field, where Chevron Toss is, we have a potential 3 more locations we've identified with proper spacing. Which again, I think is at least about 1.5 miles to 2 miles apart. Sorry, should not have. This is something that I don't recall exactly off the top of my head, but I think that's relative to the range. And then over in near Papa Squirrel in our Salado Draw field, we have 2 additional locations identified, properly spaced out. It's not our intention to pack these wells in closer. I think, as kind of extrapolating your question a little bit, if we pack a lot of wells too close within this reservoir, pressures will increase a lot quicker. It's not something we want to see. We want to be able to efficiently use the reservoir and that storage capacity. From my perspective, that cumulative storage number is the most important number. How much is this well going to be able to take over its entire life?
So on your page 157, the pressure plot that you're showing, though it's good, showing us how the pressure is dissipating away from the wellbore, but I really wanted to see how the pressure is building up with regard to time. In the more like pressure and the jump. Yeah. So I can really see how the pressure is building up based on the rates that you are using.
Yeah,
I'm sure you have that.
Yeah, we can transform the data into that. The way we presented it here was the time is really represented by those different different curves, so as that you open up on the chart, that's the time, and then trying to give a sense of that in the box there with the calculated timing there, that 4-year, 11-year, 23-year, et cetera. Again, the way we chose to present the data was more in terms of distance, as you said, rather than through time.
Can you comment on the boundary conditions? So I know that you said in your application, you said it's a closed system.
Yeah.
So is it really closed?
So based on the RTA data that we've seen, these wells really are in a closed system. We haven't found one yet that is in the DMG that has a arbitrarily large boundary. They all of the boundaries tend to show up within a few months. So we know that it's a finite area, again, which can be modeled by that circular radius around the wells quite well. In reality, the shapes could be oblong, they could be rectangular. We don't really know, but the important thing to me is that they are finite, and we can represent that finite potential area of impact quite well through a circle cylindrical reservoir model.
Yeah, I do appreciate the hard work that you are doing. That is a great and amazing analysis. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Appreciate being able to talk about that one.
No, thank you, Mr. Taylor. No questions.
I only have one, and it may just be implied from the analysis here, but I'm assuming when you did your sort of individual well decline and then the Elmore Field remaining reserves, a check was done. There are no pending applications that would suggest any interest in this area or these formations.
I don't recall. I did not do that exact check that you outlined. Refer back to Tom if we did that.
Yes, please.
So yesterday I went back and some questions and just went back to see when the last well was. And so it kind of tells me, and historically, I think OCD is kind of documented this. The main fell, first of all, is doing minimal activities, sure, kind of in the to answer your question, we don't have an exact answer to that. I haven't seen anybody say that they're looking to drill a well and it's again to try to deal with engineering. Very soon.
Any other questions for the witness?
No.
You may be excused. I think we're gonna adjourn for a short break. We will reconvene at 3:30. Just another question, Sheriff, I understand you have one more witness.
Right.
Mr. Tremaine, how long do you expect your first witness and need for your first witness?
The first witness will be pretty quick. It's only be 15 minutes.
So at least coming in, just sitting in, because again, this is the outset, some sensitivity at a harder stop at 5 today, where at a minimum, we're going to do Chevron's last remaining witness and OCD's first. If we have some additional time, we can discuss that as we're moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we will return at 3:15. I mean, at 3:30.
The environmental abuse and.
All right. Let's get back going, folks. And I know it's a little toasty in here. I have submitted some requests to Central, wherever that is located, to drop the temperature a little bit to the extent they can, but we will go ahead and get started with Chevron's last witness.
Thank you.
And since Mr. Kaminsky, we've already sworn and recognized as an expert, I think we can just go into the substance of his testimony.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Kaminsky, you remember that you were sworn in, you agreed to tell the truth.
Yes.
Great. So this morning you gave us an overview of the pilot projects and some of the work that's been done. And now we're transitioning to a different part of your testimony. And so what's the purpose of the testimony you're about to give?
So part of the pilot projects, one of the things we noticed, we took a very thorough review of seismicity in the Permian Basin. This is one of the cornerstones of why we're looking at this pilot project for produced water optionality, as partly due to the fact of the increase of reduced seismicity attributable to saltwater disposal across the Permian Basin. So through these pilot reviews we undertook, and we'll go through the review that I undertook to assess seismicity risk from these two pilots and just an overall setting of seismicity within the Permian Basin.
Great, thanks. And let's start out with your first slide, which is a seismicity review slide. And for the commission's reference, and for the other parties, we're starting on page 126 of the materials. So let's start with page 126, and if you could orient the commission to this slide.
Yeah, so again, the map on the right is just the map you've seen, I think, probably a dozen times already today, the two locations, so I won't harp on those. The figure on the left is modified from Cy et al, and it's focused on the Permian Basin. So what I did was just, it does a good job of explaining, I think, the major operational practices going on today in the Permian Basin. And so if we look at that, we start with the cap rock, which we touched on a little bit. And then we get into the shallow disposal layer, which in this case is the DMG. Below that are the Avalon, the Bone Spring, and the Wolfcamp production intervals. And then you go further below that into a deeper disposal interval, which is typically referred to as the Slorio Ordovician carbonates, or deep disposal. And then below that's the basement. And so what I've annotated on there are kind of three colored blocks, pinkish, reddish, kind of looks at shallow injection and roughly the depths here in southeast New Mexico of about 5,000 to 7,000 feet. Production, again, that's referring to major unconventional development and production of roughly about 6,500 feet to 12,500 feet. And then deep injection is roughly about 17,000 feet to about 20,000 feet. And then what I've labeled there below is the seismicity, which I'll show in southeast New Mexico is roughly been located about 20,000 feet or greater. So you can see just the vertical differentiation between shallow disposal in the Permian and then the deep earthquakes that have been attributed to deep disposal. And so this kind of just sets the understanding. You can see the schematic there, kind of a little bit on the left side. You've got disposal and pressure front perturbation, which my colleague Bryce mentioned on just a minute ago. You've got production, which also creates a pressure response. And then deep disposal again. So you have various sources and sinks of pressure as fluid is withdrawn or molecules are withdrawn or injected given a specific operation.
Okay, let's turn to your next slide, which is slide 127. And can you briefly describe this slide, in particular, where this information comes from and what it represents?
Yeah, so this comes from the OCD oil and gas map. And so when I've laid over here, the geolocator, I've labeled the two locations for the pilots there with blue stars. And then the colored bullseyes represent the current seismic response areas, or SRAs, in southeast New Mexico. So the colors there represent different radiuses around an event. So the also yellow and or red or orange circles, if you look, small circles represent earthquakes of a certain magnitude. Those are either 2.5 to 2.9 of magnitude. That's 3 to 3.4. So 2 to 2.9 are yellows. The oranges are 3 to 3.4, and then the reds. There's a few reds are above magnitude 3.5. Those levels are defined by the OCD's protocol, a seismicity protocol that was announced back in 2021. The associated colored bands, again, of red, orange, and yellow represent different radiuses around those events, representing red for 3 miles, orange for 6, and yellow for 10. And again, those are derived from the OCD's seismicity protocol from 2021. And so what this is just trying to show are the various seismicity protocols within southeastern New Mexico. And we'll go through some of the slides and looking at, in particular, one of the SRAs, which I've labeled the county line, state line SRA, which is borders Eddy and Lee County, and also Loving and Lee County in the Permian.
And so this depicts that the Papa Squirrel SWD is within one of the SRAs.
Yes, it does depict that the Papa Squirrel SWD is within one of the SRAs. However, as I'll show in future slide, that SRA is focused only on deep injection and not shallow.
Okay, let's turn to the next slide then. And can you orient the commissioners to what this slide is and what you're showing here?
Yes, again, so here's an inset map looking at Eddy and Lee County and also the northern part of the Delaware Basin in Texas. Again, I've highlighted the 2 proposed pilot SWD locations with blue stars. I've also highlighted the county line, state line SRA in a black oval. The earthquakes on this map are colored circles represented from a magnitude 2.5 to magnitude 5.0. So what I'll note on this is the source of this information is the USGS website. They are the authoritative source of earthquakes in southern New Mexico. They're not in northern Texas, that is due to TexNet, but TexNet or USGS reports the TexNet earthquakes. So the USGS is essentially now a one-stop shop. So those earthquakes are colored by magnitude. Most of those earthquakes occur from 2019 onward. The 2 plots on the right, if you look on the histogram, you'll notice the label is depth of the event over time. So it's depth in feet from surface level. And so the top plot is referencing just the events within the county line, state line SRA. The bottom is year, and you can see the events within this area started within 2019 and have progressed since then. And started to pick up early in late 2020 and has progressed fairly consistently until late 2022, 2023, where we saw a reduction. And I'll show that in a future slide. The bottom plot is looking at the northern Culberson Reeves SRA in Texas. The reason for showing this is it's also an area of seismicity that's been attributed to deep disposal operations. And you can see the number of earthquakes there. There's obviously quite a few more earthquakes over time in this plot. But again, it just relates to the depths of the event. So both plots, you can see the depths are well over 18 to 20 to 20,000 feet. That is many thousands of feet deeper than unconventional development and or shallow disposal, which I'll show on a future slide. But the main purpose of this is just to orient everybody with the seismicity that's going on within the area of interest, the magnitudes, and the trends over time, and the depths.
And so turning to the next slide, you've taken a closer look at some of the events that have occurred in the area.
Yes.
And why don't you walk us through this slide?
So I'll start on the right of the slide first. So this is a depth of operations versus seismicity. The depths that you'll see here from the formations are derived from well tops, so they're fairly accurate. So this depth goes from 0 to roughly 30,000 feet, again from surface. And so the first colored block on there is relation to the Papa Squirrel. So the proposed injection interval that you've seen is the Bell and Cherry Caney formations, roughly 4,600 feet to 7,000 feet. Below that, you'll see the Avalon production, roughly about 9,000 feet, the Bone Spring production, roughly about 10,000 feet, the Wolfcamp production, roughly about 11,000 feet. And then below that again, are deep injection, and that's again roughly 17 to 20,000 feet. Even below that again are the earthquakes. So the earthquakes that occurred, and you reference the map on the left to see the location of the earthquakes in XY. The location of earthquakes are again well below the proposed DMG location interval, and again below the deep SWD interval. If you look on the map on the left, you see the earthquakes again colored by magnitude. That magnitude scale is consistent through all the slides, I should note. The red dashed outline is roughly the county line, state line SRA. And then the blue boxes are deep disposal wells. As I mentioned, the SRA did not impact any shallow disposal wells, so it was only focused on deep disposal wells, given the preponderance of information that was pushed forth a couple of years ago from OCD and industry. All the blues wells in that area have been impacted by the SRA, either through enhanced data reporting, curtailments, or shut-ins, depending on the distance from the earthquakes. The reference there's an orange/reddish circle right there. Yes, that is the magnitude 4.0 event that occurred in July of 2021. That was really the catalyst for the SRAs and the change in the protocol and establishing this SRA. I'll talk a little more about the evolution of this SRA over time, but the main purpose of this slide is just to orient it again within the county line SRA, and in particular the Papa Squirrel as it is in the SRA, the depth of the proposed injection interval, the depth of the production, the depth of the deep injection, and where the seismicity is occurring.
Thanks. And down here, I think this is the
Papa Squirrel. Yes, the Papa Squirrel is the black diamond on the map labeled.
Anything else you want to say about this slide? Or should I go ahead and move on?
No.
Okay. And so the next slide discusses curtailments, which you were just alluding to. So why don't you take it away and talk a little bit more about curtailments and why that's relevant to today's discussion.
So when we look at seismicity, the question is what's inducing the earthquakes, right? And there's a multitude of hypotheses that can be looked at. What's inducing earthquakes, not just in the Permian Basin, but anything due to anthropogenic events, and anthropogenic meaning human caused. And so when we looked at seismicity in southeastern New Mexico as it began to take an uptick, we started to look at obviously the correlation between analog studies, correlation between deep injection and the seismicity, things like that. So there's a couple of key things on this that I think give us a better understanding of the correlation between deep disposal and seismicity. So the same map that was on the previous slide is shown. However, there's a blue kind of colored in circle-ish oval, and what that's depicting is just the initial seismic response around the initial magnitude 4.0. The reason why the red area is much larger is that's incorporating events that trend off towards the southwest over time towards the state line. That's created a much broader polygon. But the initial kind of AOI was that roughly shaded curtailment area. And so if you look down below, you see the magnitude 2.0 events within the initial 4.0 response. And again, it's just magnitude 2.5 and above on the USGS. And you can see the events over time. The dashed line that is noted on that plot on the bottom with OCD curtailments labeled is with the point at which the OCD enacted their response, thus curtailing deep disposal within that area. If you look up at the plot above, this is a plot of SRA, the county line, state line SRA, deep volumes and barrels of water per month from the OCD website, dating back to January of 2017, essentially through reporting in October, roughly. You can see that trend continuing up over time, reaching a max of nearly 8 million barrels a month in early 2021. However, you can see a sharp drop after that OCD curtailment in essentially December of 2021, January of 2022. And so if you look at that OCD curtailment drop and you look at go back to the bottom plot, you can see that the seismicity before the curtailment and the seismicity after the curtailments are very different. And you notice that there's only one event on that bottom plot, kind of after that April 13 date. I pulled the data up until just a few weeks ago. There just haven't been any events. So that's why the plot stops. There just haven't been any earthquakes in that oval. If you go and look now on the county line SRA earthquakes over 2.5, this is taking into account the whole county line SRA. Again, I note the OCD curtailments. You still see seismicity has continued. You could probably say it's probably equal to what it was before. Again, that's representative of the seismicity has migrated. Again, the curtailments have only impacted a certain area, not the whole broad area. But the key of this slide, though, is that within the area curtailments on the deep disposal volumes only, again, I want to reiterate, there was no shallow curtailments in this. There seems to be a strong correlation between the curtailments of the volumes from the OCD and the seismicity within that immediate response area. And this is analogous to other areas globally that has seen responses of injection-induced seismicity, curtailments or shut-in, and a mitigation of seismicity over time.
Okay, so this is the slide that we intended to talk about earlier, but it's here as well. So why don't you describe this slide to the commissioners and why we've included it here as well?
So this is somewhat of a cornerstone of the pilot program But it just kind of relates to where this water is going. So you've seen curtailments, production has continued to grow. I'm sure New Mexico should be very proud of being the second largest oil and gas producer in the United States. So the plot on the bottom, this is just focused on southeast New Mexico. So this isn't representative of the entire state, just focusing on southeast New Mexico and the Permian. You can see an increase in green, that shows up as green, of oil production. That's BOE equivalent per day, 2019, obviously, till 2023 when I pulled the data. And that's roughly about 3 million barrels a day or so, BOEs again. The darker blue line, that is average water injection, again, was in southeast New Mexico. And so you can see that trend is roughly flat. It did come up a little bit in 2022, and then it's roughly been flat. However, for every BOE that's produced in the Permian Basin, roughly it's anywhere between 2.5 to 5x water. So you would expect to see that trend increase relative to production. So if you look up the total water production trend, seems to kind of relates to that. So you can see that delta, and it's roughly about 2.5 to 3.5, 4 to 1. So where's that water going? You have increased oil production, and the injections are totally flat. Most of that water is moving across the state line. It's being injected into Texas, roughly to the tune of about 3 to 3.5 million barrels a day is being injected. And I would argue that probably 90%, if not 95% of that water is being injected into DMG disposal wells. So when we think about reductions in we've talked about limited DMG disposal in southeast New Mexico, as we've documented today. Talk about predominantly deep disposal in southeast New Mexico. However, the rise of seismicity has curtailed several areas of deep disposal. That's put more pressure, pun intended, on the disposal network. And there's been a big move to move a lot of that water across the state line into Texas.
Thanks. Now, this slide is entitled Chevron undertook an in-depth technical review. And this slide isn't designed to go through that technical review, but more or less to be sort of a summary of the technical review.
Yes, this is just a graphical representation of the technical review. And so the previous slide talked about the seismicity, where it's occurring, and operational things that we can observe, things that we can see. This is trying to look at, what's causing the earthquakes, and what are the earthquakes telling us about the earth? What are they telling us about the relationship to the stress, relationship to many different properties we look at? And so I'll orient everybody to the plot on the right. The figure on the right is the same figure again. I'll talk about that dashed line here in a second. But if you go to the figure on the left, the map, you can see that this is, again, a map of roughly the same area of Lee and Eddy County in northern Texas, in the Delaware Basin. And then I've labeled several things on here, so I'll walk through that. You notice the blue triangles there. Those blue triangles are seismic monitoring stations. This is Chevron's and industry's operator network that many companies have subscribed into. And essentially, it's a very robust network of seismic monitoring stations. Across the Permian overall, Chevron has access to over 220 seismic monitoring stations, which gives us a very robust understanding of where the earthquakes are occurring, space and time, but also a very highly accurate understanding of the depth, which is very consistent. A lot of the times, you'll see that either through other public reporting agencies, the depths are off. They could be off by 10,000 feet. That's because they don't have enough stations to detect the earthquakes accurately. We do. And this has been around for several years, and it's actually expanded into Mexico more frequently over the last couple of years because of the increase in seismicity. The second thing I want to note on this are the colored, we call them beach balls in seismology. They're actually moment tensor focal mechanism solutions. But you can see they're colored according to the magnitude scale. And I apologize if that's hard to read, but the darker colors are lower magnitude, starting at about a magnitude 2. The warmer colors go up to, I believe, a magnitude 3.8 or 9 on this map. And so that's just the magnitudes of the beach balls are recorded by magnitude. What the beach balls tell us and how you can see they're slightly different shaded. And again, on the scale, it might be difficult to see. But you can also, if you take a glance at the map on the middle, you can see similar kind of gray beach balls. And what these moment tensor beach ball solutions tell us is how faults are moving. So when an earthquake occurs, there's different stations detect different first motions. We can propagate those first motions and locate the earthquake, and that amplitude either up or down, tells us how the fault moved which direction, so that we can mathematically orient the fault in the earth based on these. The very key component of this, it tells us the geomechanical orientation of the fault in the subsurface. And so for several representative focal mechanisms, what I've done is I labeled the strike, the dip, and the rake. And those are the key components of structural geology. But what these tells us is which way is the fault bending. So which direction is the fault? Which way is it dipping? And those can tell us also a lot of information about the stress information in the subsurface. Is it a normal faulting environment based on the orientation of these mechanisms? Is it a reverse fault environment? Things like that. But it's very critical understanding the stress because that tells us how faults are stable and subsurface unstable. Some faults are stable. You could increase the reservoir pressure to 1,000,000 psi and it'll never move. Some faults are unstable. You can increase the reservoir pressure by 1 psi and they will move. So understanding that in relationship to the geometry is very important when we think about induced seismicity and what may or may not cause it. So that's a key component. The figure on the top is just a representation of Andersonian faulting. And this is just a broad representation of the fault that's roughly dipping that we've interpreted. Here, they cut through kind of the county line SRA area. The deep fault moved as roughly dipping about 50 degrees, striking about 65 degrees, which is roughly parallel to SH max. So the red lines on this map are interpreted based on many different types of data, but the SH max in the direction is roughly about 70 degrees. So 65 degrees for the strike, the background stress is roughly 70, so they're very well aligned. So in a normal faulting environment, when you have a fault that's roughly parallel to SH max, it's more prone to slip, meaning it's more likely to move if the curve than a fault that says it's orthogonal to that. And I'll show a simplistic model on the next slide on that. The map in the middle is a publication from Jens et al. And Mark Sobak in Stanford. This was 2016. There's been a subsequent update to this, but this just shows a very good example of the stress direction and compilation of multiple data, a lot of which industry provided, including Chevron to this. And this just gives a good understanding of the stress direction. So the Q of the map in the background is colored by normal to strike slip faulting environment. And then the indicators, the directional arrows on the map roughly indicate the stress direction, the maximum horizontal stress direction, again, which is very critical to understanding the fault. So if you look at all that, the kind of the dashed line is something we've interpreted on this as a deep basement fault that moved. And so that's just kind of based on all this information, we're able to ascertain from the geology, ascertain the strike of the fault, the dip, the background stress direction, the stress direction of the fault, and those two orientations, what's prone to slip, what's not prone to slip. So when we think about how we manage induced seismicity, this is a very critical component to constructing a risk management plan. When you think about disposal operations or anything in particular that has a net change on the reservoir or pressure change.
Thanks.
So the next two slides we go through are just basic seismicity reviews of two locations. So the Papa Swirl, there's a 10-mile area of review on that. You can see the earthquakes again. We've talked about those before. The earthquakes are deep. Again, the injection interval for the Papa Swirl is about 4,500 to 7,000 feet. The earthquakes here are well over 20,000 feet or so. So there's significant separation between the two. I should note that the separation between those are many thousands of feet of very tight unpermeable rock. Obviously, we have to hydraulically stimulate the unconventional reservoirs. They won't flow on their own. So there's a lot of impermeable rock between the shallow injection interval and where these deep earthquakes are occurring. And then Papa Squirrel, the closest magnitude 2.5 is roughly 5.5 miles away from that event. The next slide is probably one of the more boring slides we'll see today. Thankfully, there are no events in New Mexico within the 10-mile AOR. I did pull up some events in Texas. Those are very small magnitude events. I did label again as reference. This is again just the numbers have changed here because this is relative to the Veritas 2 state SWD1 location. Again, the depths, you can see the depths of the earthquakes here are very deep. You will note that the plot stops in 2022. It's not because I didn't want to point anything more recent. It's just there have been no earthquakes within this 10-mile AOR over that time frame. So that was kind of a review of kind of the seismicity review around this. I will be remiss if I didn't talk about shallow DMG disposal, and based on the exhibit from OCD, I'm glad I brought this paper up. And so there is earthquakes in the Permian Basin attributed to shallow disposal. Absolutely. And I will go through a very good case study from Horn et al. That was published a year ago that looked into this in much detail. So the map on the left has a lot of information on here. The references there, and all the references I've used are cited. I would recommend that commissioners go and look at this if more interested. There's a lot of information on this. So I'm not going to go through every component of that, but what I'll note is I did a zoom in and you can see the red arrow, and this is looking at Southern Reeves County. In Southern Reeves County, the earthquakes here are much shallower. They are the Delaware Mountain. And so, the question may come up, we have earthquakes due to shallow injection here. Why not, in Southern New Mexico or other areas? And the answer is geology and stress. So as I mentioned before, faults that are oriented roughly parallel to the stress direction are more prone to slip. In the Permian Basin, the stress orientation rotates. Here down here, it's roughly, the stress direction is roughly north-northwest to south-southeast. So it's roughly, if you look at it, it's roughly oriented about, 330 degrees. Whereas, as I just showed you recently, in Southern New Mexico, the stress orientation is about 70 degrees. So the stress rotates. It is very unique to the Permian Basin. There are a lot of scholars out there that are trying to understand exactly why it rotates. There's a lot of hypotheses I'm not going to get into today, but it does rotate, which means that one fault in a certain area may be stable, one fault in another area, same direction, may be unstable. Look at the faults in Southern Reeves. You can see their trend on the seismic cross sections. The two slides there, one is black and white, the other is color, just looking at a depth slice and a coherent slice from seismic data. You can see those faults are roughly trending about 330 degrees, right, in north-northwest. They are oriented in a manner that makes them prone to slip. The bottom plot in the colored scheme down marked E shows numerous shallow injection wells in the yellow and green intervals. Those are in the light green color interval. Those are active shallow injection wells. They're injecting into the Delaware Mountain group where those faults are posted. And the likely hypothesis there is that those are increasing the pore pressure in the reservoir, which reduces the effective stress on a fault. And that when that happens, it becomes unstable and it moves, generating an earthquake. So this is a unique set of circumstances. We talked about faults, and you'll note that we have not shown any slides like this because when you go and interpret these faults in Southern Reeves County are very obvious in seismic data. When you move to other parts of the basin, we cannot see these structures. There's likely just because of the different faulting or the different stress domain when the basin was formed. These are thin skin faults. These are young. These do not connect into the basement. They tip out into the Wolfcamp. That's likely because of the timing of the basin range extension postdates the deposition of the Wolfcamp. But they are there, but we cannot see these similar type structures in Southern New Mexico, at least on the distribution and on the scale that we see down here in Southern Reeves County. That's very distinct. Also cannot see these in the Midland Basin either.
So when you say we don't see them or you can't see them in the Permian or Midland, what does that mean exactly? Does that mean that you literally can't see them, or they don't exist, or you don't have to be as concerned about them?
We can't see them with this fidelity. They're not as clear cut. These are very clear. They offset stratigraphy. You can see them very blatant in the seismic data. You could bring a line up in front of 10 geophysicists and 8 of them would agree. You can't get all 10, but 8 would agree that you can see those. If you brought up a similar cross section in Southern New Mexico or other parts of the Permian Basin, it's much more harder to distinguish them. And the thought is there's a change in structural geology in this area. There's definitely a change in the stress direction as well.
And so we're about to move off. Well, we have a couple more slides on this, so let's talk about this one. And then I think what I would like for us to discuss is your conclusions based on these slides once we finish up with the orienting of this one.
So the next slide, which is I believe 136 in the packet, this again looks at that. So this is from the same study. At least the figures on the left are. And so again, we're looking at SH max. The direction here again is roughly 330 or 140 degrees, depending on which way you look at it, northwest, southeast. And again, the researchers here took the fault planes they interpreted, those two figures in the panel next to the rose diagram. You can see that these are almost vertical faults. Their dip values, they're colored are roughly 60 to 70 degrees, even higher. And these are oriented roughly parallel to SH max. And so again, making it more prone to slip. What I've done on the right is using a model. This is from FFP. It's a publicly available program, and it's very simplistic, but it does a good job of visualizing just the differences in how important stress direction is. And so I've drawn two orthogonal faults to each other. And the stress direction here again is roughly about 140 or 330 degrees. And you can see that the yellow fault, just based on its orientation, the port pressure model for it to slip or move is about 300 psi. A fault orthogonal to it is roughly about 900 psi. And so, just based on those two conditions alone, you can see the difference in the two and how important just the stress direction is on fault stability. Again, one of the things I want to note here, I think this is a very good part of the articles. If you look, Colson events that are colored on the bottom plot with the beach ball diagrams again, that actually is today where the magnitude 5.3 occurred as well in this area. You can see the color of those events. Those events are roughly, the beach balls are roughly light to medium dark green. The bottom plot on that corresponds to the depth of roughly about 7 to 9 kilometers in depth from the surface. If you look down further into southern Reeves County, you can see that the beach balls numbered 11, 12, 13, 23, 5, 17, 16. They're roughly orange-ish color, which means they're roughly about 3 to 4 kilometers in depth. So there's a strong depth differentiation between larger earthquakes you see in the Culberson Reeves SRA, which I noted before, and the events in southern Reeves County. These are shallower, they're not as large, and there's depth differentiation again operationally. The plot on the right is modified from Zoback and Gorlick, and I think this is a very important plot when we think about potential size of earthquakes. It is very difficult to get a large earthquake on a very small fault. When you think about earthquakes globally, the large earthquakes, the San Andreas Fault, the earthquakes that occur down in Mexico, Japan, those are on faults that are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles long. They generate very large magnitude 7 magnitude earthquakes. There's a direct relationship, and this is what this plot is showing, between the length of the fault and the stress built up in the fault magnitude. And the correlation is to have big earthquakes, you have to have big faults. So when we think about shallow disposal, shallow seismicity, and we think about shallow lineaments or faults on subsurface, they don't have the stress built up over time for them to generate large appreciable earthquakes. That's just because they're young, they're not as cranky, and they just don't have the stress built up. When you get larger earthquakes, the magnitude 5.3, magnitude 5.4, those are on larger faults, and those are generally buried deeper because they have a higher stress built up. And that's just a general trend in seismology in relationship to fault tectonics.
And so we're about to move off of seismicity. So I was hoping you could provide a summary of your conclusions for the commission, and then I'll have a follow-up question after that.
So when we look at seismicity in relationship to the Permian Basin, we did a thorough review looking at, what's inducing the earthquakes across the Permian. We recognize there's a concern. We're concerned as well about the increase in seismicity and how it relates to saltwater disposal operations. And when we look at, shallow disposal operations and reflective seismicity, there's key components we have to consider. It's the fault orientation, it's the fault length, it's if there's a fault there, it's the pressure change model to understand what potentially slip is and how those are oriented in respect to each other. And so looking at all those criteria together, we feel that there's a very low risk of appreciable seismicity associated with these two locations or shallow disposal in southeastern Mexico. There is, however, as documented, a much larger risk of seismicity from deep disposal, which again has been documented and has been implemented through the OCD's protocols around seismicity. And so we feel that this, looking at these pilots provides again optionality to support disposal in a manner which will mitigate seismic risk.
Thanks. So one of the things that I noticed when I look at your slides is that there is a lot of information on the slides, but you've also come to a conclusion. So Chevron wasn't just wanting to show the commission its end result, right? You wanted to also show the commission the depth of analysis that you undertook to reach this conclusion. So you sort of wanted to show your math.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And are you familiar, have you reviewed OCD's conditions of approval or conditions for approval of administrative applications in Exhibit 11?
Yes, I have.
And was there a condition of approval or a condition for administrative applications that discussed seismicity?
Yes, there was.
And do you feel like the seismicity review that you did for these two wells would be consistent with that requirement.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let's move on then to the next few sets of slides, which relate to your data collection and, or first of all, your response protocol. And so if you could explain to the commissioners what this slide is and how you developed it.
Yeah, so this was work that was undertaken, I mentioned earlier today, through the NMOGA work group. And so I'd like to applaud industry, several of which are in the room here from other organizations that help support this framework. And I think this is an excellent opportunity for industry to work together with each other and with regulators and others on managing concerns around disposal. And so what this puts together is essentially taking the culmination of what you've heard today on concerns around disposal interactions with potential production intervals, potential seismicity, things like that. And it puts together a framework which industry can work through and work together on to not only document, collect data, assess, report, and then manage potential risks. And so I won't necessarily walk through all the text on the right. I'll mainly just focus on the colored words on the left side. But essentially, this is looking at, once the pilot starts up and starts injecting and monitoring, and we'll talk about the data collection, if there's an event that kind of triggers this response, this is how this will go in theory. And so if there's an offset producer that, and this is mainly, again, focused on impacts to production, correlative rights, things like that. If there's a offset producer that determines that potential interference is occurring, and we note that, again, we're being monitoring our own producers. We hope that other operators, if they see something that changes in their production profiles or their water cuts over time, or any of those information would bring those forward to us. We'd like to set up a discussion. We'd like to review. Again, we provided information on FSI in this case, or fracture stimulation interference, or FDI. We'd like to review that and rule that out if that's the case of that change, which again, we'll be looking at the simulation times of offset wells. And then if we roll that out, potential additional data collection, it's been mentioned, tracers, other data collection options to ascertain potential communication. If we look at, if there's no communication, then potentially no further action. But if there is, then take remedial action. And those can be a number of things. It could be reduction in the pressures. It could be a reduction in the injection pressures and a reduction in the injection rates over time. It could be potentially plugging back some of the well. It could be a combination of many things. Again, all this would be documented to the OCD and to industry as we progress this. And then if none of this is successful, we going down, we seek resolution with OCD. We recognize the OCD has the authority to suspend operations at any time, and we support that. But this is, I think, a robust framework the industry could work on in laying out a pragmatic, data-driven approach to manage issues around injection, in this case, around shallow injection into the DMG in southeast New Mexico.
Great. And again, this was derived from stakeholder engagement.
Yes.
And as you mentioned, other operators in the room, outside of the room, and you've shared this with the division in past meetings with the division's framework.
We have shared this with not only the OCD, but also the state land office and other in the industry as well.
So we've been talking a lot about data today and how that's one of the key aspects of the pilot project. So if you wouldn't mind discussing this slide for the commissioners and giving the commissioners some more information about the data you intend to get, but also why you think that the data is important.
So as you've heard many times today, Chevron has a vested interest in collecting a robust data program with these two pilot wells. There's been a lot of work that's talked about a lot of uncertainty in shallow injection. I think my colleague Bryce Taylor did some work on some RT wells, and he only used a few because there's only a few wells that have actual data we can leverage out of thousands in the Permian. So we look at this as a very important opportunity to collect a lot more, a very robust data set, not only for us, but for industry to understand potential issues. So what we've done here is listed out, and I will note this is not necessarily every single piece of surveillance. We looked at these, and these are the things that we think are high priority. Doesn't mean there may not be other things on the table, depending on what we look at, but these are the things that we think are high priority and part of our data collection plan. So I'm going to briefly run through these and just there's surveillance and what's going to be taken and purpose. And I'm going to kind of label these into the static perspective and the dynamic perspective. So first we have the wireline logging procedure that's fairly standard in industry. And so this is, the quad combo logs, gamma ray resistivity, neutron density, porosity, sonic, and that's looking at, the overall lithology, the reservoir quality of the reservoir, stress, things that are core building blocks of the geology. We're also going to run an XMRI log, which looks at fractures. We talked about natural fractures and things like that. It's important to understanding that, how it goes to mechanical worth model. There were some questions earlier about understanding the fracture geometry. This is very critical to understanding that. One of the things here, we're going to have downhole pressure gauges. Chevron is a program, and any of our shallow disposal wells we drill in the Permian, part of our standard protocol is installed downhole pressure gauge. So it's very important to understand how pressure changes as we inject over time dynamically. Dynamically being a key component of that. Not once a month, not once a year, but continuously. Spinner surveys are something we've also looked at, understanding high permeability zones where the water is going through injection over time. Water chemistry, Chevron has a robust water chemistry program. We look at produced water. This feeds into looking at other things that we look at around potential beneficial reuse and things like that. So this is a robust program. As colleague mentioned, we're going to be running DFITs and step rate tests as well. So those are a lot of the somewhat static information that we can be collecting. Some of the more dynamic data we could be collecting based on information or things like tracers. Again, we talked about trying to trace where potentially the water is going. If it's going out of a zone, out of confinement, this is a good opportunity to try to understand that. We have downhole gauges deployed and offset producers to monitor pressure changes or communication. And then production monitoring. This is something that, again, one of the highlights of this and what I talked about earlier on locating these wells where we did and trying to take into account many different variables is locating these on top of our own wells. It's very challenging sometimes for companies to share production data for obvious reasons. But given that these are on top of our own wells, we can share data with ourselves. And so this gives us an opportunity to have a really high quality rich data set looking at production changes very proximal to the well locations. So again, we feel this is a cornerstone of our pilot program. We think this is going to add a lot of value, not only internally, but also to the industry understanding, and not just in Southeast New Mexico, but across the Permian in general. This can be applied in a lot of places. So we're very, very excited about this, but I think it's very important.
And the pilot project is a 2-well pilot project. And so does the data collection sort of dovetail with the fact that you chose 2 wells as your pilot project?
Yes, it does.
And why is that? Do you expect different data from the different wells?
We expect different results. Different wells, I think. Obviously, we talk about the geology is different. Some of the modeling that came up is different. So this allows us to be able to look at 2 different locations. It's very hard to form a trend if you only have 1 data point. And so we're starting with 2. We might need 3, but we felt that this was adequate to try to further understanding. Also dovetail in with other data collection we're doing in Texas with our operations as well.
Let's go ahead and talk about this next slide about the timeline for your data collection efforts.
And so this is a proposed kind of guideline. And so you'll notice it's kind of pre-spud execution, injection startup, and down the road. And so this should be looked at as a notional kind of timeline. There's certain data that we'll collect at one point in time. The logs will be run, and those are the logs, right, when we drill the well. There's other pieces of information like pressure data, production monitoring, other data that will be collected over longer periods of time and reported. And so, this is just an overview of kind of how things will lay out from a general timeline as far as execution. So you have obviously, when we drill the well, we'll be logging it. We'll be doing the DFITs and the step rate tests. When we start injection, we'll be, performing, installing downhole pressure gauges, looking at how the pressure is changing, doing some of the treatments, understanding how that is, running spinner surveys, things like that to understand how the dynamic nature of the well performs over time. Feeding into, again, my colleague Bryce report on rate change analysis. So as we collect data, be able to execute that modeling work to see how the well is performing, looking at offset producers. So this is just a kind of a notional timeline that looks at how data will be collected over a period of time. And this is, I think, very important to understand that some data will come at once, some data will come over time, some data will come continuously. It's just based on the nature and the flavor of the data being collected.
Great. And so one of the things that you mentioned is that desire to be transparent and to share this data in a collaborative fashion. Can you explain a little more about that to the commissioners?
Yes, so at a very high level and to the point, we're committed to working with OCD and providing the state in a public format so that everybody can work on. This is one of the big conversations we have about the industry on how to proceed with this. I think this is a little bit new for a lot of us and maybe the OCD on collection and dissemination of such a rich data set. And so we look forward to if moving forward with the pilots, working with the OCD on setting up a plan to store and host this data in a certain way.
Great. And then the final slide that you prepared gives a summary of your the key takeaways from your testimony. And I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea that that means the testimony is over because I do have a few other questions to ask him. But I would love to hear your key takeaways from your testimony.
So I believe I talked on several of the seismic already, so I won't belabor those, but I will, continue down again. When we think about a lot of the data that's been proposed today, again, Chevron is committed to collecting and providing a very robust and transparent data set with these. We feel it's very important, not only to the overall success of the pilot program, but just to the further understanding of some of these uncertainties that we've talked about and being able to provide a lot more granular information to perform more higher level modeling, to perform more in-depth analysis than we are able to just because we don't have enough data. And we're modeling uncertainty on top of certainty when we could be actually modeling, actual constrained information. And so, we support that. We support that as part of our conditions of approval on collecting data and disseminating it as well.
Great, thanks for that. One of the things that we talked about earlier today was this is kind of going back to a question that was posed to Mr. Merrifield about how many wells were analyzed to come up with a net porosity. And do you have an answer to that question?
Yes, it was so that work to look at the overall DMG geological understanding took into account hundreds of wells across the Permian Basin.
And the next set of questions I wanted to ask you about were about OCD exhibit number 11. Have you had a chance to review that?
Yes.
And I just want to ask you some pretty general questions about it, recognizing that it hasn't been admitted yet. But so you've reviewed it, and let me take a step back and talk about what Chevron did to prepare for coming to this hearing today. Chevron evaluated offset DMG production. Yes. And it evaluated potential impacts on offset Avalon production.
Yes.
And ensured adequate lower and upper containment.
Yes.
Evaluated faulting and lineaments that could act as pathways.
Yes.
Assessed seismicity, the extent relevant.
Yes.
Ensured adequate wellbore design to protect USDWs.
Yes.
And you have come up with reporting protocols.
Yes.
And safety monitoring and mitigation measures.
Yes.
So looking at the, do you think that those analyses are consistent with the division's proposed guidance in Exhibit 11?
I believe so.
Would you consider those to be some sort of touchstones for the division to follow when evaluating future shallow DMG applications?
I believe so.
Let's see. I just wanted to take a quick look at paragraph 2, criteria for selection of the injection interval, excluding the Lamar limestone from an inclusion in the permitted interval. Is that something that Chevron has done or is willing to do?
Yes.
Excluding the lower Brushy Canyon from the permitted interval. Is that something that Chevron has done?
Yes.
Review of the AOR and assessment of evidence of natural fracture systems or faults. Is that something that Chevron has done?
Yes.
So in terms of the well design and construction, I'm not going to read all of this, but are these consistent with the wellbore design that you have put forth today?
Yes, it is.
We already talked about limiting the tubing to 5.5 inches. We already talked about prohibiting well stimulation, additional testing and monitoring, conducting a cement bond log for each casing string. Is that something that you had proposed to do in your original application?
Yes.
conducting a suite of open hole logs over the approved injection interval and submitting this information to DOC. Is that part of your reporting protocol?
Yes, it is.
Okay, conducting a successful step rate test before injection commences. Is that something that Chevron is willing to do?
Yes, we are committed to conducting a step rate test. However, we would like to review some of the exhibits proposed in the step rate test procedure.
And that's not because you disagree with doing a step rate test. You just have some questions about how it is to be performed.
That's correct.
Some inconsistencies in the volumes.
Yes.
And then every 2 years after commencement of injection, permittee shall obtain a static bottom hole pressure and review and provide a summary on the performance, including analysis by Hall's plasma. Is that something Chevron is willing to do?
Yes.
And public seismic monitoring where the new well location is covered. It sounds like you already have a very robust monitoring program in place.
Yes, we do.
And then I think that's kind of touched on everything. So it sounds like, with the exception of wanting to get some clarity about the actual mechanics of the step rate test, Chevron is willing to comply with all of the conditions in Exhibit 11.
Yes.
Did you review the OCD's pre-hearing statement?
Yes.
Did you see the statement that the Papa Squirrel is located in an area not favored for DMG disposal due to resource potential?
Yes.
Is that something that you agree with based on your own review and based on your team's review?
No.
And why is that?
So when we look at the review of the resource, I think when we look back at some of the historical previous reviews of that, they brought examples that there are things that are more complicated than when you first look at. Like if you only look at SWD interactions with production, you're only going to come up with SWD interactions with production. If you only look at potential Wolfcamp to Avalon as an example interactions, you're only going to come up with Wolfcamp to Avalon interactions. And so looking at everything consistently under a new light with what's going on in the basin with around produced water issues, we feel that it's important to relook at that and continue to evaluate it as things change over time. That's our view and the big reason why we put this pilot program.
Did you see the division statement about Papa Squirrel being between two areas where increased water saturation has been reported?
Yes.
Is that a concern that Mr. Parisic addressed today?
Yes, I believe so.
The final questions I have for you, well, is there anything that you would like to say before we conclude our kind of gather?
I just want to reiterate to the commissioners that we feel this is a very robust data collection program in our pilots. We feel it's provide a lot of opportunities to learn, not only from our perspective, industry perspective, but from the OCD's perspective as well, as it looks at the important issue around produced water management in southern New Mexico.
Were the exhibits that we discussed prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
At this time, I'd like to move the admission of exhibits on pages 126 through 141.
And any objection? Exhibit under.
Thank you, and I pass the witness for any questions.
Mr. Tremaine, do you have questions for the witness?
I have two questions, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kaminsky, thank you for walking through some of your observations on Exhibit 11. Independent of Exhibit 11 and the recommendations of the OCD, do you or does Chevron feel that DFIT tests should be performed on all proposed DMG wells?
I think we think it's a very important understanding to collect dynamic data on the stress and the reservoir properties. Yes.
Would Chevron be willing to incorporate that into the recommendation in addition to what OCD's put forward in Exhibit 11?
Yes, I believe so.
And I want to ask you a follow-up question about generally about this stress orientation that you were talking about and the slides in slides 135 and 136. one of the division's concerns, and presentation, we'll get into that more later tomorrow, is areas of uncertainty in the knowledge of the geology in the area. And I would argue that the presentation of Chevron today actually corroborates some of that concern, that there are certain areas where more data is necessary. When we hear your presentation related to seismicity, I think it's fair to say that you stated or implied a relatively high level of confidence that there are not unstable faults in the proposed injection area. I'm just wondering if you can articulate, help explain like what could be seen as kind of a delta in that confidence. Why, when we're talking about an area with geologic uncertainties, are you relatively certain about the lack of faults or a lower risk of seismicity?
So when we think about a fault, right, that's a feature that you can map in 3D. You can connect up those data points. It has an aperture, it has closure. When we think about some of the lineaments or some of the mechanisms that have been discussed that maybe have been conduits to water flow, those are not what we'd call faults. And so the ability for a lineament to generate an appreciable seismic event, it's very limited. And that's because, again, of the stress built up in that, how much stress is there, over time, the orientation of those. So the differentiation between faults and lineament is the key thing. When we think about faults, and we think about earthquakes that the magnitude 4 earthquake or larger earthquakes seen in the Permian, those are on basement rooted large features that we can map. And colleague Jason Friesick showed a map of a large Woodford fault right to the area. We can see those, we can image those. When we think about lineaments or a fracture system, those are two different things. And so the ability for a fracture system necessary to generate a large earthquake is, well, it's not applicable.
Thank you for that. No further questions. Thank you.
Artie, do you have any questions for the witness?
I do not. Thank you.
Dr. Homa?
Yes, sir. I do have a couple. Okay. So let's start from 126, page 126. Okay. I'll probably skip to 127.
127.
So on this particular page, definitely you show that the purpose is within that SRA region.
Yes.
But the Semeritas 2 state SWD1 is not within that area. So considering, if you look at the deeper horizon, the deeper zones, where there's a lot of microseismic events happening, why would you not consider drilling this well that is not within the SRA region deeper? Why would you not consider drilling that all the way to the Devonian, because there's no microseismic events?
Chevron has 2 Devonian deep SWD wells located very proximal to the Zerberos 2 SWD1 already.
Okay.
And I won't speak to economic thresholds on drilling deep wells and the cost and impact, so I won't speak on those. But we do have 2 deep disposables right there already.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now, so if you show the slide where you're comparing the microseismic events in Texas and then in New Mexico.
Yes.
I want you to speak to it with regard to what is New Mexico doing better than Texas?
I won't necessarily speak to better. I think it might be more of an opinion, but I will say the geology in the basin is different. So if you look at, if we go to
128. Yeah.
Slide. Well, if we go to slide 131, or our document 131, one of the things too is there's a lot more water being disposed in Texas than in New Mexico. There's a lot more water coming across the state line from New Mexico into Texas. So there's a lot more disposal. The likelihood of induced seismicity from disposal operations is I would argue higher, but also too the geology is different. In that southern part of Culberson County, that's the edge of the Permian Basin. Roughly, there's a large set of old reverse faults They extend up, and some of those are visible on the horn figure on slide 120 or 135, excuse me. If you look over, you can see near where it says the Apache Fault Zone. Those are deep fault zones. So there's a large set of deep faults that are roughly yes, right in the area. So you see the earthquakes just above it. There's a large set of reverse faults that extend in that part of the basin. And so the hypothesis there, again, when you think about the deposition and the thrust that kind of formed the basin back during the Ordovician and the Slurry Devonian time, those faults were activated. They were reverse faults. Now they're activated normally, and they're oriented in a manner based on focal mechanism data that are roughly parallel to the stress direction. And so that area has a unique set of circumstances that kind of line up. You have big faults, you have a mechanism which is deep disposal, and then you have the orientation of the faults is roughly parallel to the stress direction. So, combining those ingredients together makes that area very sensitive to perturbation. And we've seen through modeling work, and there's been some papers published that they modeled on the order of roughly 10 psi change in those deep formations is enough to induce slip. In southern New Mexico, we obviously there are deep faults, there are earthquakes, but it's a slightly different set of ingredients in southern Mexico, so we haven't seen the percolation. But again, the disposal volumes are quite different between southern New Mexico and the northern part of the Texas Permian Basin.
So in your slide 129, page 129, as we all know, the deep injection is in the Devonian, but the microseismic events is way deeper than that. So based on your expertise, what is really causing that?
So the faults that are down here that are moving, they extend up into the Slurry Devonian. We can see them, and so they're acting as conduits of water. A fault doesn't all move at once. If you think about the San Andreas Fault, or if you think about it as one long continuous fault, but we know there's earthquakes in Los Angeles and there's earthquakes in the Bay Area, right? But the whole fault doesn't move. Very similar here. When you think about these faults that are in the basement, the whole fault doesn't move. Only portions of that fault move during a period of time. And so as injection or pressure, and it's really the pressure, it's not direct fluid contact, it's the pressure. As that pressure goes into those formations and diffuses out, that can create a poroelastic change in the reservoir. It can also create a direct pressure, i.e. reducing the effective stress. That can either be through direct transformation into the basement, just through the interval, or into some of these faults down the fault, coming to a point where the fault is even more critically stressed, inducing slip. And we've seen that recently where you have a fault that has moved several different times along the transect of that fault.
On your page 137, you talked about the framework that industry has, the operators developed. I want to know at what point does an MOCD comes in?
But we also have down here seek OCD resolution. Our goal is that as the industry, and again, we will be collaborating and communicating with the OCD through all of this. We want to be transparent on working with industry. Again, this is an industry problem on produced water management. And so envision the OCD could come in at any point. We like to keep the OCD or hope to keep the OCD engaged. But we do recognize that, at some point, if there's just the ability to come with other resolution that parties can agree to, the OCD has the ability to implement and remove the permit or act. And we recognize and support that authority.
Yeah, because when I look at it, on your left-hand side, if let's say no interference, then that means no action is needed, right? But I don't see where there is a communication to an MOCD about, let's say, even anything happened.
So I think when we look at this, this is just kind of a high level, just flow. The premise of this is that the stakeholders would be engaged on this round. It could be the stakeholders that are involved in the well, it could be a broader NEMOGA working group, and also the OCD through this whole process.
Okay, let's look at the data that the surveillance program. So I want to ask, how confident are you using PolyDFMI to identify natural patches?
I'm pretty confident. We've had good results in using FMI logs across the Permian to identify both open and closed healed fractures. And we have a very robust in-house technology group in our technology company that's what they do every day is look at image logs around the world. So I feel very confident we've had a good success of recognizing fracture systems, fracture networks within those both healed, closed, open.
So you're going to use the spinner survey to identify high band zones.
Yes.
And then you said you'll compare with the log data.
Yes.
So which log data are you going to compare that to?
So when we think about the high, again, these are sandstones, so we can look at the transects. My colleague Tom Merritt will note that. So we can look at the poro porosity trends in these sands, depositional geology. If you're in if you're looking at a boundless sequence, looking at those upward flying sequences and looking at where you have, high porosity, thick channelized sands, blocky sands. So we can look at that from the porosity of the neutron density, and they correlate that to permeability. That's very robust in the house. And I would probably defer to my colleague Tom Merrifield on any more detail on that, but it's a pretty standard process in sands, and then relating that to high perm zones for water.
Yeah, so where I'm getting at is I still feel you might want, there's a suggestion that you might want to still consider the quarry in some of these productive zones, like some of these injection zones. So it will be easy comparative.
And to add to that, we do have core that we have collected in other either disposal wells or not disposal wells, but wells we've drilled through the DMG to help collaborate or correlate or to help constrain the models for those pore porosity trends.
Okay.
So it's not like we don't have any core at all. We do have core to it.
So I also asking about that.
We do.
Now, so when I look at your program, I see a lot of static data collection.
Yes.
Less dynamic data collection. But I do see you do have the production monitoring.
Yes.
So I want to know if I'm just going to recommend that you should consider dynamic modeling, simulation, and also couple with geomechanics too.
So we do have that list. We are going to undertake that. So we are currently doing mechanical earth modeling in this, and so this dynamic data will help feed into that mechanical earth model over time. I think my colleague Bryce mentioned some of the RTA work. This will help feed that, and so we do have robust data modeling. My colleague Jason Friesick, he showed some of the modeling work that was done on the lime, the lime frac modeling.
Mm-hmm.
We do again are expanding upon that modeling work as we get more dynamic data to be able to constrain the models and be able to push the models further. So we are looking at that in-house as well.
Yeah, but you said you do the geomechanics. But what about the hydrodynamic? More complex than the one that the Kappa will give you, and then the fracture and also the production work.
So when we think about going to more complicated modeling, I think the limiting factor is the data quality and the data abundance. We can go to a very complicated and dynamic model, but if the data we have isn't robust enough to support that, the results, I would argue, are fairly ambiguous. So we've seen a lot of high value in running more simplistic models for the questions we're trying to get after. I think when we take a step back and look at the overall status of just disposal and data collection associated with that, it's very limited. And so taking a step to collect this data, I think, is a big step. We hope to continue to progress that, either through our data acquisition and others, to be able to maybe get more complicated modeling efforts. But I think at the current position we're in right now, with just the data we have, you see a lot of value from the more simplistic models and a lot more uncertainty in the more complicated models, just because the data we have doesn't necessarily support that.
So in regards to the tracer, so based on the earlier analysis, you didn't have control over the other wells. So but now, are you saying that you're going to have control over the wells to be able to perform the tracer test?
Yeah. So one of the key things is, we start running, we would look at this and we see the need to run tracers. Obviously, we're going to have the wells next to us. So when we execute a tracer program, if we're trying to understand a particular question or understand something, having the control of the wells nearby to be able to test that is very important. If you have other operators or companies trying to get on the same page, sometimes can be a challenge. So that's a strategic advantage and part of the reasons why we pick these locations.
I don't know if I can ask questions related to the exhibit number 11 because they talked about it.
The witness Unless council have a problem, the witness testified to it, so you can have questions.
Okay, so if we can go to that one, I do have some few questions. So as we review Chevron's application, my first question is, so if we can go to OCD exhibits.
Oh,
11.
OCD, sorry about that.
So the first question that I have is the first one, number one. Approved locations outside the identified development production is delineated as delineated by NIMOGA and provided as exhibit 6. So in one of your wells, you are within that area.
I believe we're actually in that area in both wells.
You are in that area, in both wells in that area.
Yes.
So does your application satisfy that condition?
It does not. And again, the reason why we're trying to relook at this is that, we understand there's concern on this, but generally drawing a big circle on a map and saying, don't go here anymore is maybe not the best approach when we think about the long-term strategy of produced water management. We understand there's risks. That's why we come here today. That's why we're presenting this robust data collection program. That's why we're disseminating it. We think that, again, having a data-driven, pragmatic approach to disposal is probably a better and more advantageous way to understand the risks. So that's why we're approaching it that way.
Was Chevron part of that?
I believe Chevron was part of that, yes. I was not a part of that group. I was not employed at Chevron at the time.
So I just want, so was it more like, is it a general knowledge or is it settled, is it settled in the, let's say within the operators that we are abiding by?
So I would argue that things change. When this was put up, there was good work that was brought forth, in my opinion, on this. I think we provided testimony that, again, if you only look at disposal related interactions with production, you're probably only going to come up with disposal related questions. If you only look at fracture driven interactions or FSIs, you're only going to come up with that. So looking at everything holistically is probably a good approach. And also too, I would also suggest that in 2015, 2016, 2017, the concern around produced water management was not what it is today. The rise of seismicity has definitely impacted industry. It's created, I think, a step change in how we need to handle it. The amount of water that we're handling on a daily basis is never been looked at before in the history of our industry on this scale. And so I think we're looking at all options and how we can manage that is very important. So I think it's a multitude of things.
So does that mean that if the commission agrees to Chevron's request, that one needs to be struck down or something?
I would argue that maybe it's more of taking a data-driven approach to disposal within the MOGA Avalon production area. I think that's the way that Chevron is advocating for this. We aren't advocating for a free-for-all in disposal. We're advocating for, again, a data-driven, pragmatic approach to understanding disposal in the area.
Okay, so on 2B, exclude the lower brushy canyon formation from permitted interval. So I know that you said Chevron is saying it's just going to do defect. We are not going to do any injection there, but it's still part of, when I look at your strat, it's still part of what you want to permit for.
Yes, and I believe we're not drilling into the lower brushy.
Okay.
We're drilling into the upper portion of the brushy. The brushy is roughly 1,000 feet thick in the
So
area.
there is a separation.
Yes, yeah, we're not drilling through the whole brushy. We're not drilling in the lower brushy. We're drilling into the top portion, logging it, collecting that data, and then again, was commented earlier in testimony, will be sealed off.
Okay. Now on 3C, you've planned acidizing. You've planned acidizing as part of your stimulation plan. Does that invalidate this point or?
I don't believe it does. I mean, we're committed to adhering to the permit and keep making sure that the fluids are compliant within the injection interval for the UIC program.
Okay. So NMOCD is also proposing 4F. So OCD should establish a process to allow the use of existing DMG disposal wells, as of excavation wells, including pressure monitoring. Now, when I looked at I didn't know definitely you're going to have the pressure measurements. Is it downhole or?
It will have surface injection pressure monitoring and also downhole reservoir pressure monitoring, yes.
So do you support that point? Or does Chevron agree to that?
Absolutely. If there are ability to look at existing DMG disposables for monitoring, absolutely.
Thank you, and thanks for your knowledge on microseismic city. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bloom?
Yeah, just a couple questions. If we go back to 3C for a second, does an acid treatment, create new fracture systems?
No, I mean, the acid treatment we're looking at is mainly on the clean out side. It's to, it was commented earlier to look at skin, clean up some of the near wellbore, things like that. That's the purpose of the acid injection.
Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. I appreciate your analysis and the future proposed seismic monitoring program. I hope that data is publicly available, or so there's some way that the land office can access that as you fill out the program. We have, OCD has its SRA to a group and does analysis, but at the land office, we also have an in-house review that we do before we issue any saltwater disposal easements. So I don't know that we need all the data dumped on us, but having a system where we can get in and see what you've sent over and see where it's stored at the OCD would be helpful. So thank you.
Any other questions?
That's it.
I just have a couple. I'm on page 137, the sort of notional structure. I think this makes sense as sort of a decision tree, and appreciate the notion of, keeping OCD involved, but sort of limiting, direct engagement to like, we can't sort through it ourselves. So I sort of appreciate that restructure. I do have a question about the first one, and more just, I have two questions. One, how will new producers in the area know about this and other structure, or do you think that universe is well defined, that when we issue the approval, the universe of producers that might be impacted are going to be already known?
So obviously we don't only communicate this through the DMG work group, but through NMOGA, and so that covers a lot. We also reach out in IPAM, so I'm engaged in the deep disposal working group that covers that. And then two, obviously through our work with our land group, we would be happy if we feel like we haven't been able to notify any nearby operators through any of that, we reach out through our land contacts to make that establishment.
That's helpful, thank you. And then with the potential interference, the sort of producer does potential interference, and I sort of see some examples of data. It reads to me a little bit, kind of the first time I looked at it, is this a stumbling block? Like, we're going to argue about whether there's potential interference, or is it sort of like they've got some data to suggest there may be interference, either higher water cuts or other changes, and then you immediately jump into the green box? I mean, which is sort of the intent? If they come in with some data that, hey, we're seeing increased water production, you'd go into that sort of resolution process?
Yes.
Just want a clarification in the testimony. I'm on page 138. You talked through a lot of the sort of various data collection, surveillance portions of the program. I guess in your sort of affirmative direct testimony, I took the last three as things that might be done, but then in your exchange with Dr. Mpoma, it sounded like those were things that would be done as part of the deployment, which is it for my own.
So if we look at tracers things that may be run, and the reason for it is if we're just pumping tracers into the ground and we're not seeing anything, we could pump them for forever. And there's money.
Yeah.
The downhole gauge and the offset producers, we already have those deployed. Those are already in monitoring wells, and so those are there. And then production monitoring is something we do continuously. So the bottom two are happening. The tracers are something we may deploy if there's a reason for it. Yes.
On page 140, talked about sort of data reporting and other things like that. Just to clarify here, kind of it was just a little confused with sort of the last two. Is there a suggestion that OCD would be getting sort of a distilled version of the data set that operators are getting, or will we all be getting the same?
So, this would be an opportunity we'd love to engage the OCD on. We would like to put all the data in one location. We don't want to manage a SharePoint for every operator and every potential stakeholder.
Okay.
So we would like to provide all the data, interpreted raw data. Where we look at this as maybe having quarterly updates on this with the OCD. So everybody's looking at the same data. There isn't, you've looked at this, I've looked at that in one location, a one-stop shop.
And then just to clarify one comment, you don't need to pull it up, but there was the one in OCD's Exhibit 11 about sort of a requirement to provide some publicly available seismic. I think you answered it. You do have a robust network, but my understanding is the robust network you have is private microseismic, which is a little trickier to. So do you have a position on the kind of public aspect?
So the agreement that we have with the provider and the companies is that we can provide that. We can provide the locations of earthquakes and things like that to the OCD, and we have before. Started. So that is, but again, we also support expanding the New Mexico Tech Array. We've discussed as well, but that data, if needed, can be provided.
Okay, and then I think the last component, and this is just sort of a, conceptual piece. And again, it's a question I asked. I forget of which witness, may have been you in your first round of testimony. When I think pilot, there's sort of like a lesson learned component with the data and a firm commitment to sort of report out at an interval. And so I see, and it's not sort of reporting out on every kind of triggering event that's there, but what I'm not seeing in the proposal is a sort of like at 5 years out, we will give a roll up like the commission has seen for certain acid gas wells. I can think of more recently to sort of talk about it as a component. Am I missing that element, or is it not present?
It's probably not present. That would be something we'd love to work on if the permits are approved with you and your staff. Just to work out a plan on dissemination. We kind of envision having quasi-regular updates, and then as you mentioned, maybe more milestone updates as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think at least from where I'm sitting now, I mean, if the commission were to issue an order and it would have pilot, I think I would want at least just putting out there. Would you be open to if we put in a sort of, there's a milestone report at some meaningful number of years out? We're open. I think I'll open a discussion there that hits it at 5, 10, milestones.
Yes, we would be open to something like that. Yes.
I have no further question, and mindful of this. If you have a.
Yes, may I do 2 really brief redirects? Okay.
Yep.
So on Exhibit 11, Commissioner Ampoma asked you a question about whether you fit within, or Chevron fits within the 1A because your 2 locations are within the DMGRA. But as I read this, it says that it's the recommendation for administrative review, not approval per se. Is that a fair reading? That this 1A is limited to administrative applications?
I believe looking at that, that's correct.
And you're here before the commission on a full hearing and not seeking administrative approval of these applications?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you be willing to move forward with hearings to the extent required in the future for other DMG disposal wells that were within the DMGRA?
Yes, we would.
Okay. And then Dr. Ampoma also asked you a question about whether the NMOGA DMGRA is sort of like this set in stone exclusion area, for lack of a better word, that that operators have sort of acceded to over the years. And that made me think of the fact that there are multiple operators who were part of that working group who have supported your project. So do you know if XTO was part of that original working group?
I believe they were, yes.
Coterra, Cimarex,
I believe they were.
Newborn,
I believe they were.
Chevron.
Yeah, yes, Chevron was.
So do you think it's fair to say that there's been an evolution in thinking since 2016 that's shared by more than just Chevron?
Yes, I believe so.
And that evolution in thinking is what you're presenting to the commission at this time?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are the only redirect questions I have.
Right. Are you reserving?
Yes, I would like to reserve the opportunity to recall Mr. Comiskey as a rebuttal witness if necessary.
Okay, well, in light of the time, I think we're at a natural breaking point since Chevron, I believe, is finished presenting his witness. So we will resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. With OCD's witnesses. For those listening in, and this was in all of the announcements announcing the meeting, there is a different link for tomorrow morning's meeting. Just go to the agenda, click on it, just click on the link for day 2, and we will start promptly at 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a 5.3 earthquake. That's not great.
Yes.